Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Some would just really like to play commercials, but it is our grand finale. Okay, welcome to the global broadcast. I think I know what our producers had actually put the commercial backs because I was muted. So let me redo the whole thing again. This is live broadcast, as you could tell. Welcome to the day 5 of the global broadcast, the global Book Lovers Week broadcast. On this grand finale of day 5, we are expecting a lot of authors with different missions. We are after elevating authors. We are after elevating books that change life, shape culture, and helps form our world. So on this last finale, I was just saying a while ago when I was muted, I think that we are going to have our day 6 and 7 at the Los Angeles Tribune Film Festival in Orange County, where people from 24 countries have submitted films. And we are so excited because people are now coming from all around the world. They're actually now arriving in Orange County. There's a lot of buzz from filmmakers to producers, actors, actresses, crews. And it's so exciting because starting tomorrow, we get to have conversations on innovations and how there's boundless storytelling, how books are turning into movies. And, really, there is no bound into storytelling. And our next speaker actually coming up will be exactly about that, about boundless storytelling. She's one that has traversed storytelling, through boundaries of countries and even norms. So let me just give you a little bit of review for what has happened so far in the last 5 days. We have had great voices, some of the top authors, John Gray, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. We have had Sharon Lecter, Think and Grow Rich for Women, and also Outwitting the Devil and The Exit Plan, which is Dame Doria Cordova's favorite book, the CEO of Money and You and Accelerated Business Programs. For 42 years, she is the former partner of Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and also the former mentor of the young Tony Robbins. We also had Robert Allen. Robert Allen really had set the record for how books can be sold in a greater scale with his book, No Down Payment, Minutes to Millionaires, I think 1 Minute Millionaire. And we have had Dr. Joe Vitale with 93 books, and his most recent one, actually a book turned into film, which is, let me see if I can get this right. Dr. Joe Vitale's book. We've studied this for a whole year. Zero Limits Living. There we go. Zero Limits Living. And his movie is Zero Limits. I'm so excited. We also had Bill Walsh, one of the greatest and top CEO coaches around the world. There's also, we had Ben Gay, who is the only living protege of Napoleon Hill, with Rex Sykes yesterday. And so today is going to be such an amazing day because we are bringing in authors. No, may I remind you to nominate your books. Make sure that you nominate your books. So let me just show you. We've got Lorna. Welcome back, Lorna. One of these days, Lorna, we'd love to bring you up on the screen and have a conversation with you. Welcome to all of our audience. Let us know where you're watching from. I see that we've got a growing number of audience, and usually when we come on live, we have people watching from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from India, from Kenya, from the Philippines, and of course Europe, Australia. I mean, we are everywhere. So I wanted to acknowledge all of you who are here today, different times and different parts of the world. Let me say I'm excited for today, especially with our first and upcoming speaker, because our first speaker is someone who does not follow the norm. She does not fit into a mold. And many of us authors actually can relate to that. And this is why we write, and this is why, we put our thoughts into paper, because we're not followers, right? So she is the former Silicon Valley consulting executive who has stepped into her voice as an inspirational speaker. And let me tell you, inspirational and best-selling author. Deepika's mission is to inspire busy, hardworking professionals to go from overwhelm to hold on, let me just say this: from overwhelmed, demotivated, burnt out, and exhausted to living a life that is balanced, fulfilled, and joyful in every way. Who does not want that? Like, everybody wants a balanced, fulfilled, and joyful life. So let me bring on the screen this amazing founder and CEO of Sparks Press Publishing. She has redesigned her life. She has reinvented herself. And we are so excited to bring her on stage and find out more and learn how to do that. Miss Deepika, welcome.
Hello. So happy to be here, Ava. What's better than talking about books we love and why we love them, right?
Absolutely. And where are you? What part of the world are you in right now?
I am coming to you from Los Angeles today.
Okay, awesome. So you are going to be at the film festival.
I am going to be at the film festival, and I'm so excited to share the stage there with the fellow producers of Pillars of Power. It's going to be fantastic.
I love that. I love that. I love the concept of really now books turning into films. I mean, it's not new. Everything from Harry Potter, from Game of Thrones, books have been turned into films. But now more than ever, you don't have to be a blockbuster to be a movie, and there's just this open opportunity. But Deepika, I wanted to just make this about you first. Let me ask you first, because this is Books Change Lives, and this is about books and authors who have shaped the world. Let me know what book and author have had an impact in your life that had significantly impacted or changed the direction for you.
Oh, so many books. And that is the magic of books, that for whatever you're feeling at any given point in your life, wherever you are in your life, there always comes a book that becomes part of that point. There used to be an ad that used to say, music is what's playing when life happens. For me, the book is what I'm reading as my life is happening. So 20 years ago, I lost my father. This Friday would have been his 79th birthday. But I remember the book I read immediately after he passed. It was a beautiful book called Many Lives, Many Masters. And that book gave me so much solace at the time of such a shocking and tragic death, of the way that we're all connected in this world and how we are all connected in this world, and that we would be reconnected again. It was inspiring. It's written from a total skeptics, I should say, point of view. But that book stayed with me from this day. And it's the book that I give everybody when they go through the passing of a loved one. And it has absolutely and totally stayed with me. But so have so many other books, right? When I went through different spiritual upheavals in my own life, or when I felt really down, or even when I felt very high, there was always a book there that came along to play that kind of role for me as well. So many to name, but everything from, you know, the Dalai Lama's writings all the way to so many books that truly sparked soul. So it's been an honor to read them and to engage with them and to just know that they're there for you no matter how you feel. And funny books when you need a light moment, right? So all of them have been really important in my life.
You know what's amazing about your answer is you literally are a bookworm, book lover, and like the like a book for every emotion, right? You know, normally so this is day 5. We've interviewed a lot of authors, and normally there would be a specific book. You know, it's funny because some of them are children's book. Mine is a children's book too, but you are so delighted with like every book, with every emotion, every part of your life, you know, and this is why you have evolved to become a publisher. You started as an author, and now you decided, wait a minute, like I can help other people do this, you know. So let's first go with your book and tell us about your first book first.
Yeah, absolutely. The first book is so important because Hello Universe, It's Me was my debut book. It came out 4.5 years ago. It is a Los Angeles Tribune bestseller. It has won 6 awards. But beyond all of that, it is where I introduced the concept of Soul Sparks, which is now the name of my company. Who knew back then when I was writing that book that this is what would eventually become my own publishing company? But I wanted to have a book that shared my story because there were so many spiritual books that I was reading that I really enjoyed. And I felt like I should understand more, but I couldn't figure out how to make all those things connect and relate in my own life. And look, I'm practical and I want to know how to get stuff done, right? I'm a former Silicon Valley business executive. All of the apps on your phone are probably companies that I have helped to become public or to reach new levels within their own company. But this means I like to do things, right? And I like to see results. So I would read all these spiritual books and I could not figure out how to do all the things that these beautiful thought leaders were telling me to do. I couldn't figure out how it applied to me. So going through my own journey of waking up at 40 and realizing I wasn't going to wake up at 50, still living this life, that something needed to change, I decided to take all that information that I was consuming and figure out how to make it work in my own life. And the result was the book, Hello Universe, It's Me, where I scheduled a breakdown, which people always laugh at, but it's true. When you're a hyper type A personality, you fit that into the schedule. You don't just do it. To really figure out
how yourself breakdown, you know.
That's right. To really figure out how I was going to change the things that I knew needed to change. You can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. And this book was my way of showing everybody that if you could try things and try to do them differently and try to believe differently about yourself, you could really have a different result. And wow, talk about loving books. I love this book more than I can even express to anyone because it kept opening door after door after door for me. And those of you who love to write, just the act of publishing and releasing your book just opened up so much opportunity for me all the way through to today running my own publishing company.
Oh, well, you know what I love about you said is you scheduled your breakdown, yes. And I remember that the month, it was June.
Yeah.
June was the month you scheduled your breakdown. Walk us through that month. When you let yourself just break down, you know, turn things off, took the month off from work and just wanted to explore, you know, okay, what was that month like? Like, what did you allow yourself to just experience or, you know, or discover? What was that month like that became revolutionary for you?
Yeah, well, it was a scheduled breakdown. So I scheduled it for June. I probably knew back in January at the beginning of the year that I wanted that breakdown to happen at that time. But what I did was I really decided to get rid of the noise. I did not want to be so caught up in the day-to-day rat race of everything that I was doing anymore. So I made a very conscientious decision to peel back the layers. I was very fortunate in that I could take 4 weeks off of work. So I told everyone that work work gave me a sabbatical for my years of service. Not true at all. I just didn't want people to know I was scheduling a breakdown at the time and that I was trying to figure out my life. But still, what I wanted to do was really get underneath it all, right? Really get underneath the life, get rid of the noise. So I wasn't working. I wasn't checking email. So I wasn't fake working either. I took the app right off my phone, so I couldn't check anything. And I decided to put things in my days that I would actually love to do. And I had started to ask myself what that was. Well, my first step to figure out what would I love to do was to figure out what I was actually doing and whether or not I liked it. So I literally wrote down everything I did in the day and put down an emoji next to it to describe how I liked it. So dropping my daughter off at work, big heart emoji. We would sing our songs and drop her off at school. We would sing our songs and we would just enjoy our mornings, and they were so pleasant. But like hanging out with my then husband's friends and going to parties, big poop emoji. Driving in traffic to get from meeting to meeting, a big poop emoji. I didn't enjoy any of it. So this was my opportunity to really peel back and say, okay, if these are the things I don't like in my day, then what are the things I do like? I realized the hearts were next to the things that I didn't get to spend a lot of time doing in my day. So I changed it. And I started to incorporate things that I would love. What did I realize those were? Going to the coffee shop and sitting there, being able to stare out the window without checking email or having to rush to a meeting, but being able to journal leisurely or read a book leisurely. It was going to yoga in the middle of the day because I could. It was walking around the beautiful lake in my neighborhood because I could. I took up painting during this time, and I just really gave myself open spaces to be. And the minute I gave myself these open spaces to just be, what happened? It was like my future self, the universe was like clapping and cheering me on, like, oh, wow, we've been waiting for you. You're finally here. Let's listen now to what's been happening in our world. So that breakdown for me, just nourishing myself, giving myself space, not feeling so scheduled, started to unlock so much magic in the best possible way.
You know, as you were describing your breakdown, I'm like, okay, as women, we're just gonna have to say this, right? Like, it's phenomenal that we call self-care a breakdown. That was technically, I mean, your description of going to the coffee, going for coffee, going for painting, picking up your child. This is like nurture, right? Like nurturing yourself, self-care. But in the speed of life, in the expectations that's set on us, it had to be labeled as a breakdown because now you're allowing yourself and you're not following the schedule, right? But because I'm like the idea of breakdown is like, did she just like let herself ball out and just like cry and just like have a meltdown for like for weeks, go through this discovery of just unraveling? And so hearing that that's how your schedule was, it's really self-care. It is like caring for your heart and like letting that creative out. So like you said, hello universe, like it's me, you're here, you're finally here, we've been waiting for you. So I love your discovery of yourself, of your joy, of what makes you come alive, of what lights you up. So now after you've written that book, tell us, as an author, right, like how has that book changed your life writing it down?
It changed everything in ways I never even expected that would happen. So releasing the book, finishing the book, and knowing the book was ready to come out into the world was one giant step. Actually going through the process to allow it to be released was another, because therein came that inner critic, I like to call it my inner hater, showed up and was like, who would read this? Why would you write this? What are people going to say? Nobody cares about your story. All those voices started to come through. But I realized that was old versions of myself trying to keep me safe in what I had been doing and what I had been comfortable with for so long, which was honestly hiding behind being a successful career woman and a mom, and not actually showing myself for all of the ups and downs and the challenges that I had in my life. And so getting over that hurdle and actually allowing it to come out into the world was first. But once it did, I always say books take on their own kismet, their own karma, because they do in the world what they're meant to do. I remember the reviews start coming in. I remember people contacting you on me on social media and saying how much they love the book. But then I also remember all these amazing opportunities that started to unlock, whether it was deciding to do a book tour in the middle of the pandemic, small, beautiful events up and down California, a TV show in Australia, corporate coaching clients, you name it, everything just started to line up, all the way to being in a movie with the Los Angeles Tribune and coming to the film festival this week to talk about it, and our publishing company, Soul Sparks Press. So the book took on a life of its own, and I kept saying yes to opportunities and different things that would open up for me because I could. And it's been like a really exciting adventure.
That's amazing, and I love your journey. I love your journey. I remember, I think at the Los Angeles Tribune, our paths crossed about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's been a wild 2 years. I know that you've been to different countries, and I like just one thing, for your trip to Mexico, right?
Yeah.
I was following your trip to Mexico, and from random living rooms to radio stations. Tell us the opportunities when you hold a book because you're an author. In your case, what were you able to create with it?
I mean, I literally think you create magic with it. Number one is that you're creating an impact with other people, to see and to know that people in Latin America, people in Mexico are reading the Spanish translation of Hello Universe, It's Me, and that it made such a beautiful impact with people there has been out of this world, right? To be recognized in Mexico, which happened for the first time, was really spectacular, right? When someone's like, aren't you the person who wrote blah, blah, blah? And you're like, wait, what? That is exciting. But more
Let
than
me
anything,
ask you, do you speak Spanish?
no, I don't speak Spanish. This has been the
So what
hilarious.
was the inspiration to having it translated in Spanish and bringing it to Mexico?
So a lot of my team is Spanish speaking, and one of them came up to me and said, this book is so magical. The Latin world, the Spanish speaking world needs you. And I was like, the Spanish speaking world needs me? Like, what are you talking about? And she goes, no, really, this is going to translate so well. It's going to be so well connected. And that was it. I was in a phase where I wasn't saying no to things. And I said, okay, let's go. Let's do this. Let's try. And we did. The most amazing translator showed up for the book, who had translated multiple books for Deepak Chopra. The most amazing way to get it published and out in the Spanish speaking world showed up for us. The most amazing PR team that really believed in our message and how it would resonate and how connected Indian culture and Mexican culture was. And for us to be able to build those collaborations was just out of this world. So, somebody said you should do it. And instead of saying what I probably normally would have said before all this happened is, oh no, I would never do that. Oh no, I can't possibly do that. I didn't listen to that inner hater. I didn't listen to that inner critic. I just started to lean into saying yes to my life. And so many exquisite things started opening up from there.
Well, Deepika, what I loved about your story is that things showed up, right? You could saying, the most amazing PR showed up, and this thing showed up, and the most amazing translator showed up, and the thing is, you said yes, and you started moving without the how. And the how showed up, right? And that's the thing. What I hear in your story is you're not like sitting down saying, well, let me figure that out first. Let me see if we depends. I'm gonna do it if I find a translator, or if I find a PR person. No, but you did, and you started moving, and as you started moving, I don't know, you probably started creating the flyers, you probably started creating the translation, the announcements. The other needs showed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I do want to acknowledge our mama Doria Cordova is on the chat. I bet she's already heading to Orange County for the film festival. Thank you, Dame Doria. So I just wanted to emphasize that, because for how we're trained, especially in the corporate world and in employment, you almost have to justify the how first before something is said yes to, right? Or something is funded, or something is given a green light. You have to first, stretch out all of the whys, and do a dissertation of how you're going to make it happen and how you could make this work before you even step. But what was different about what you did was said yes first, and you
Yeah.
started to take action, and things showed up, and needs showed up, and people showed up, right? And I remember you just randomly went to Mexico and started talking to people, and I mean, if I tell me if this is wrong, but I feel like there really wasn't a set itinerary of where you're going to be every hour. It just showed up as you were there, right?
A little bit of both, right? So we had a PR firm that we were working with in Mexico. We had a lot of really great conversations with journalists, radio stations, TV stations that were all lined up. But what started to happen as we were speaking there and as we were hosting events there is more and more people wanted us to speak and to be at their events, right? We had an amazing translator that was with us. I mean, she truly sounds like me. So it was absolutely exquisite. And our tag team was so magical that it just worked. But I think your point is so well taken. It's like when somebody says something to you and you think, oh man, I could never do that. And I hear that a lot now as a publisher when people think, could I write a book? Should I write a book? They're very quick to dismiss, oh no, I can't. It's not the right time. My kids are too little. What will people say? Et cetera, et cetera. And they know they've got the story in them. They know they have something to share, but they dismiss it. The thing I always want people to remember is if you got that vision, if you got that light, if you saw some glimpse into a future version of you, you are absolutely 100% meant to go find it. If you told me I would be giving interviews in Spanish television in Mexico and speaking on these prominent radio stations and be interviewed by such amazing journalists, I would have laughed. I was like, what are you talking about? The woman that was in that scheduled breakdown, wondering how her life was going to change, she couldn't have even seen this. But what she could see is that she had to start making the shifts and the changes. She had to start saying yes to things that actually felt nourishing and good to her soul. And when she did that, other things could actually open up for her. And that is exactly what has happened to me.
That is so good. Other things can open up, when we're open, because other things can open up. So Deepika, I'm going to transition you from your book to how you started helping others to write their books and started putting chapters together. I mean, even before, welcome Alicia. Alicia is our Chief Strategy Officer, our book strategy coach. Let me just bring that full screen, welcoming Alicia Magnus Lewis. And Alicia, I'm so excited that you get to join us. I was just positioning the question of, how she started with bringing the other people, encouraging them to write their stories, and also put chapters together and make it a story. But I'm going to pass on that question to you to make it clearer, because you're the person who's actually have worked closely with.
Thank you so much, Ava, for that question. And Deepika, welcome. Yes, I joined in because I was listening in the production studio. And Deepika, you said something that I just wanted to explore a little bit more, especially as you talk about why you decided to start your publishing company, Soul Sparks Press. You share that as you took that action and as you stepped forward, opportunities, experiences started to appear for them. So it's because you said yes, and you are the founder and the CEO of Soul Sparks Press. You're on a mission to spark over 1 million souls all around the world. And so as you've worked with individuals that have maybe had a book idea, but haven't been sure what to do with it next, or someone that had been casually or intentionally working on a manuscript with the book, but wasn't sure what to do next, how has your work through Soul Sparks Press been there to support people once they've said yes to the fact that they have a story to get out to the world, but they actually aren't sure what to do next, which sometimes comes across people's minds.
Yeah, I love that you asked this question. 90% of our authors at Soul Sparks Press are writing for the first time. So they have quite literally said yes to the idea before they fully knew what the idea was going to be. So they come to us with a story in their heart, like an idea that they want to explore, but have no idea how they wish to explore it. And we actually help them go through the full book coaching, manuscript writing process, both by guiding and supporting them in the writing, but also even sometimes angel writing or ghost writing with them to help get that story out onto the page. And I think that for me is such an example of being able to say yes to an idea of what this book should actually be, right? Saying yes to a possibility and then letting that come to life for you is absolutely magical, right? And then we have other people who have started to write, and you start to write, and every writer out there knows this. When you start to write, you will hit a point where you're like, what the heck am I doing? Is this any good? That inner hater shows up again to say, what on earth are you doing and why are you doing this? We're here for those authors as well, right? But let's take that book. People submit that to us through a direct submission process, and we actually give an assessment on the work that is completed to date, and then guidance on what you could be doing in the future for that book and how to continue to evolve it into a Soul Sparks Press publication. And the exciting part of both of these processes is people get to step into what's possible for them as an author, right? What's possible for them with their story, and really be not just encouraged with a lot of rah-rah, I mean, we got some of that too, but really supported in their day-to-day writing process to move that story all the way to completion and then get it out into the world. So it's an example of so many of our authors of being able to say yes and move into what is possible for them.
That's truly phenomenal, because there's a lot, right? Like, you think writing is just, or getting the idea out there is just a first phase of the writing experience. What are some conversations that you've had with some of the authors that have submitted your stories that have caused you to pause, just take a breath and say, wow, these are the conversations that we get to have for individuals. These are the shifts that get to happen when we really start figuring out what is next around their literary journey.
It happens every day. I am in awe of the stories that come in and how different they all are. So all of our stories are what I like to call soul sparking, right? Something that stops you in your tracks and makes you take notice of a different way to live. But those books have covered the gamut and are covering the gamut of leadership books, books about assisted suicide, books about marriages, divorces, cultural differences. We have professional athletes writing their stories with us. We have high-level CEOs writing their stories with us of their journeys. All of this, every different type of story that you could imagine is coming through. And that is, honestly, it makes me want to pinch myself a little bit every day, because the stories are so magnificent. But here's what I've learned about everybody's story. The common thread to me is that we have all had our own unique lived experiences, and our own unique lived experiences are not for just to happen for us. They are here as opportunities to be teachers for us, but also to be teaching and inspiration for other people. And that is the very magical part of starting to bring your story to life. Your lived experiences will be the reason someone decides to move forward in their life, the reason someone decides to finally make a change, the reason someone believes that they can do it too. And I don't know what is more powerful or more exciting than that.
Right. And it really is it's a ripple effect, soul sparks, a mission to spark a million souls. You mentioned that soul sparks as a concept first came up in your book, Hello Universe, It's Me. So can you talk about how the concept of soul sparks has evolved since it's been in the book to, of course, being the name of your publishing company, but more importantly, being the catalyst for this movement to spark souls all around the world?
I mean, what could be better than to have a movement to spark souls all around the world? What could be better than giving people the opportunity to be inspired by something that we read, right? All book lovers here listening today, you've all read something that has made you stop and think or reflect on the life that you are leading and if it should continue to go the way that it is. It could have been a book that made you think, you got to have more fun. It could be a book that said, no, you really need to go for it in your relationships. It could be a book that really just helped you see some sort of different perspective. There is so much magic in that. And every day at Soul Sparks Press, what we're doing is helping to bring that magic out of authors' hearts and onto the page so that readers around the world can experience that soul sparking moment. So yeah, I'm on a mission. I want to create 1 million soul sparks. I want people to know our books, and I want people to know that when they pick up one of our books, they're going to feel that inspiration, whether it comes out in a funny way or a sad way or a hard way. But in whatever way that's going to get conveyed to you, whether it's in your workplace, in your home life, or everywhere in between, these are the books that are truly going to help you gain that perspective and that insight.
Wow, that's so wonderful. Sparking souls, right? It truly is a movement. And you're really here to encourage people to think a little bit differently. You work with a lot of authors that are sharing their story, whether it's about a skill, as you mentioned, right, about their life experiences. But you also have a specialty, I want to call it, in collaborative books. You have the book Desi Divorcee. You have the book When the Universe Said Hello Back. So can you talk a little bit about the collaboration books, particularly from the perspective of an author that maybe wants to get their story out there, but they're not ready to write a full entire book about a certain aspect of their life? So can you talk a little bit about what has really driven the topics that you've selected for some of the collaboration books that you've published, but also what a collaborative book can do for an author that's a part of it?
Yeah, a full book can seem very intimidating, and I get it. Yeah, 50,000, 60,000 words all about your life can feel like a lot. And for some people, an easier entry point into the writing can be to do a single chapter. And I actually love our collaboration books. We get to put 10, 12, 15 different authors together, each writing their chapter on a particular topic. And the way the topics have come out has been completely organic. Either somebody within the group kind of ignited the idea, and then we were able to find the fellow authors. Sometimes it's an idea that I have set for myself. So the ones that we've done to date have been fantastic. We have upcoming ones that are also coming, people talking about their manifested lives, what things they've brought into existence. We are going to do a book called Hiding in Plain Sight with the amazing Lindsay Maza, who is one of Canada's foremost inclusion and disability advocates, about how people are every day hiding in their lives and how they finally allowed themselves to get seen. We're currently enrolling authors for that. And there's so many others that are on their way and coming. We have one brewing right now on immigration and stories of people coming out of the shadows of being an immigrant and creating such wondrous success for themselves in this country. So yes, collaboration books are absolutely magical because it still allows you to tell your story, but in a way that can feel a little bit easier, but you have the full benefit of being just as supported by the editing team here at Soul Sparks Press, but also your fellow authors. They become your community and they become people that you're able to connect with and be with through this entire launch process. So as your profile rises and as your book, your words get noticed, so are they, because you're all in the same book, which is really exciting.
Collaborative books are truly special for that very reason. You get to build community, you get to share, and for many authors, that's how they start. It's not always how they start, but oftentimes they can step into writing through a collaboration book. Deepika, I would love for you to take us to a place in this conversation where we can speak with the person that has a story within. but they are not sure how to use their voice. I've heard about the story within before, and everyone has a story, right? But, for some, it may be, I don't even want to say challenging, but getting that story out can kind of be a process. And they may say, why me? Why now? Why does this story matter? So can you speak a little bit about the story within for those that are tuning in today and watching the replay as well?
Yeah, I always say I'm in the business of stories and I love stories, but it's not because I want you to write your book with me. I mean, I do, but what I really want you to do is understand what your story is. What is the story that you're telling yourself? What are the beliefs that you hold about yourself? And is this story that you're telling yourself actually true? And if the story is not true, if that story is not serving you, can you give yourself permission to move to a new story about yourself that will feel more resonant within your bones? We all have versions of ourselves that we choose to believe. This is what I share in Hello Universe, It's Me as well. My debut book is there was a version of myself that I believed. I had to check all the boxes. I had to be a good student. I had to get the good jobs. I had to work hard at those jobs. I had to get promoted. I had to get promoted again. I had to get married, have the kid, have the house. But once I checked all of those boxes, once I did all of those things, what was left? And I realized the story that I had told myself that I had to keep running to get to this spot simply wasn't true. And it wasn't the story that I actually wanted to live, because despite checking all those boxes, I was lonely, depleted, exhausted, and wondering why, if I did everything right and checked all the boxes, why did nothing feel so right within myself? So for me, what I always tell people is you want to understand what is the story within yourself? What is the story you've been telling yourself? And is that story true? And is there a new story, a new belief, a new way of thinking that you can lean into instead for yourself that actually supports the future version of yourself that you are becoming? I know even today, I'm always tweaking my story a bit more. What is it that I want to believe today about myself so that this version of me that I know is out there can continue to show up? And can I keep moving towards that day by day, every single day? My belief is, yes, I can. And my belief for you is that you can too. Because if that story isn't serving you, guess what? It's time to change that story, and you can absolutely make that change.
You can absolutely make that change. I just want to let that sit.
Yeah.
I think that's going to resonate for a lot of people. Not, if they choose to write a book, great, but also just reframing some of the experiences that they have been through. So for you, Deepika, I would love for you to share a little bit of insight here with our audience, because it is Global Book Lovers Week that we are celebrating here at the Los Angeles Tribune. You are a Silicon Valley executive working in tech consulting, and then you wrote your own book, and then you stepped into your expanded voice as a publisher. So what has the experience been like for you as a publisher? And for those that may be considering putting their book out there independently published, or saying, wow, I have a book out there, I'd love to talk to people about their stories. What could it look like for me to become a publisher? What would you want to share with people?
Oh, come on. I think the world needs more publishers. I think the world needs more diverse publishers. We are an all-female, all-minority publishing company, and it's just been amazing to bring it into existence. But I think here's the thing, whatever it is you want to do, whatever it is that you have had even the tiniest glimpse of, you get the opportunity to move in that direction, right? Me being a publisher is me saying yes to myself. But I also think it was an unlocking of my true truth, right? I was a writer from the youngest of ages. This is Book Lovers Week. And yes, I love to read, but I was more obsessed with writing, right? So I was always writing from the youngest of ages. I wanted to be a journalist. I wrote for the, high school newspaper. I wrote for the San Diego Tribune as an intern. I did all sorts of fascinating things. But back in 1995, when I was going to college, it was unusual to see faces that looked like mine on mainstream media. And even though I think I could have done it, even back then, I had the gumption. I went a safer path. I went to study economics, to study business, and to have a really successful business consulting career for 25 years. But I feel like now I'm back to my own truth and my own true purpose, which is to write and to share and to help other people write and share their stories as well. So when we move into what's possible for ourselves and we move into what really excites us and what really makes us feel great, not just what keeps us getting a 401k match or health insurance, right? But really lights us up. This is what allows us to move more and more and more into our purpose. And I have certainly done that in publishing. And I want everybody to do this, whether it's publishing or starting your own business or finally doing that career that you love. Moving into something that is in alignment on all fronts changes the energy within yourself and what you can pull out and around you for everybody else. So that is what I want everyone to be able to do for themselves too. So if you've got that story in your heart, and if that's part of your story and part of what you want to do, whether it's write a chapter in a book or whether it is write a full book, whatever that might be, or something completely different, my message to you today is to go out there and do it, to go out there and find it, because everything you might wish to do is possible.
Everything you wish to do is possible. And you are a living proof of that, of redesigning your life, reinventing yourself, right? And even the things that you didn't know you would want to do, right?
Yeah.
You discovered that you would. So I really, really love what you do, even the way you're now helping others do that, right? So you have 80 authors signed up right now already, right?
It's growing every day. I think we're officially at 75 as of like an hour ago. So, and it's been wild. And I'll tell you what I tell all of them. And this is what I'd love to leave your audience with, Ava, if I may, is every day when you wake up, this is the question I want you to ask yourself. And this is what I tell my authors, what I want them to always be asking themselves is, what would I love? Ask yourself, Deepika, what would I love today? And give the space for whatever wants to come through and to land, and for you not to critique it, for you not to judge it, for you not to think that it's possible. If you would love someone to do something kind for you today, go ahead and love up on that. If you would love a new partnership opportunity to show up for your business, lean in on that. If you would love to get a compliment today out of the blue, lean in on that. Whatever you would love, how do you allow it to come into your life? And the reason I say this to my authors all the time is because as they're writing, their inner critic is running wild, right? That inner hater. But what would they love? I would love for this page to be the one that sparks a soul, right? So ask yourself every day, what would you love?
What would you love? I love that. So, Alicia, what would you love today?
Today, I would love for people to reflect on their life experiences and just remember that their story matters. Whatever they've been through, whatever they're feeling, that it's important. I think it's easy to look at others and say, oh my gosh, that's so beautiful. Look at what they've done. Look at what they've accomplished. But I think everybody is so special. So I would love for people to remember that within themselves, and just to sit with that and to celebrate themselves and to be excited about the things that they have done. Whether it was they held the door open for someone and made their day because someone was carrying something, or, they wrote a book that changed someone's life. But I think all of our life moments are so important, and it's so easy to forget that in the midst of trying to figure out what is the next big thing that we're going to do. So that is what I would love for today.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Just the thought of, really reflecting on that and embodying that, because what comes up for me is the contrast of being on rigid schedule, right? Like planning the night before you sleep what you're going to do the whole day next day, to now being in this awareness and this connection with yourself, and in this reflection of, what would I love, and even as how you landed that, Alicia. Thank you for that. Well, we've got a few minutes, to Deepika's time with us. Deepika, have you talked about your upcoming books with your upcoming authors?
Yeah,
I'd love to share that. I'd love to share that. And we have an upcoming event too that is going to be happening. And I'll share a little bit about that as well. We have 2 tremendous books coming out in the next month that I am really excited to share with everyone. The first one is by Chet Harani, Burn the Rules. I cannot wait for the world to meet Chet Harani. He is an absolute leadership powerhouse, and he helps executives find ways to lead their companies, to lead their businesses in a way that actually feels good to them. For those of us who have grown up in the corporate world, we have seen lots of examples of leadership that we may like or not like so much. We may be seeing them at play right now on a global scale as well, right? What Chet is doing is he tells you get to burn the rules. You do not have to lead by any of the examples that you may have seen professionally in your own workplace, but instead you get to lead truly from within. You get to lead from a place that feels good to you day in and day out. And in his book, Burn the Rules, which releases on September 9th, you are going to learn his 5 states of optimizations and how to really step into leading from within. So that is going to be absolutely spectacular. The second book that we've got coming out next month is also going to spark souls in a very beautiful way. This book is called A Promise Kept by Erica Bacchus, and it has already been awarded the Los Angeles Tribune bestseller designation even before it has come out, which is so exciting. And Erica's book is the ultimate love story. It is a beautiful story of her years with her husband, where they have such a beautiful marriage, a beautiful love affair with each other. But at the end of their marriage, as her husband, starts to experience health issues, he really decides that he would like to go out on his own terms. So this love story ends with an assisted suicide and an opportunity for John to really end his life on his terms. It is a beautiful story that will really inspire you to have end-of-life conversations with the people that you love in your life as well. And they knew and were able to make this really beautiful decision for them on where to go in their own lives. So these 2 books are going to be absolutely spectacular, and we're so excited to bring them into the world in the next month. And we also are going to be hosting, if I may share, a fall release party in New York City. So we are going to be in New York on October 12th. And we will be hosting our fall release party, where our fall books that are coming out will be highlighted. We will be hearing from Soul Sparks Press authors of those fall releases, including Chet Harani, who I just mentioned, author of Burn the Rules, and Erica Bacchus, author of A Promise Kept, as well as many others. So it'll be a really spectacular opportunity to come together with other book lovers and also other Soul Sparks Press authors. So if you are an aspiring author out there, if you would like to come to an event like this, if you'll be in the New York area in mid-October, and if you're not going to be, you should come anyways, because mid-October is such a beautiful time in New York. We would love to have you at this event. Come follow me on social media. I'm over at Instagram at deepikasandu.co and at Soul Sparks Press on Instagram. You'll be able to get all the information there on these books and our events in the coming weeks. So that's what I have to share about how people can come together.
Well, I am so amazed at the transformation, right? 5 years ago, your life didn't look anywhere like this.
No,
Not
not
at
at all.
all. And were there moments in your life where you had hesitations on, like, this is not really what I studied for? I'm not I don't I didn't study, publishing, becoming a publishing or things like that. Were there moments, like, how did you navigate the transition of the complete change in your life?
That is such a good question. I think because it was an unlocking of what was really my passion and my desire and my truth, it felt so natural, right? Because it was just what I know that I meant to be here and do. But you're absolutely right. I'm not a trained writer, right? But I am somebody who has gone through this process, has made this work, has been seen for her work in writing and in the writing world, has made it happen, not just in the United States, but in other places around the world. And I think just because I was able to do it and it kept happening in a way that felt natural, not always easy, but definitely natural, that it was something that I was definitely able to move into. And it's one of the things that I love to tell other people to think about for themselves, as well as what are these amazing things that you can give yourself permission to step into. The things that are hard and that we trudged through may or may not be the things we're truly meant to be doing. But when we unlock the things we are meant to be doing, we give ourselves permission to move through it in a beautiful way. And that's what I've done with publishing and what I think other people can do in their lives as well.
Absolutely. The reason I asked that question is because I am one that walked the same path. My background is in healthcare. Yeah, I'm the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune right now, but my life 6-7 years ago did not look anywhere near what my life is right now. And there are moments of hesitations, especially in the Asian culture, where education is very, very much emphasized, right? Like your certifications, your specializations, and all of the diplomas and the last digits behind your names, right? So to go into a new realm in media, coming from healthcare and feeling like, the Asian mother talked behind my head. It's like, you didn't study for this, like, you're not qualified to do this, and walking through, like what you said, what felt so natural. It really actually it took people reflecting back, and saying, for example, you're really so good at this. Like, when you're so good at something, when it's so natural for you, you don't even know you're good at it because it's so natural, right? So this actually came into, like, clarity after, I've we have supported the media visibility of someone who was formerly a number one Wall Street Journal bestseller, and they have had a lot of media exposures as number one Wall Street Journal, bestseller. And she's the former lead strategist of Nike, so she's got a lot of exposures. And then when I started writing her article, she's like, Ava, oh my God, the way you position me, I have never seen anyone write like you do. I've never. And I'm like, I feel like, well, I wasn't educated as a journalist. I didn't study for this. But it's amazing what true gift is. And so, what I see in your life is that when you follow what your true design is, regardless of whether you feel like you weren't really, you didn't have a degree in it, like this isn't what you study for, you just, like, blossom, right? And opportunities open up for you. So I see that so much in you, like you just blossomed and opened, and now you continue to help others. What are some of the stories of those who were questioning whether they can change their paths, or whether, this late in life, or, I'm sure you've had conversations like that, for you to be able to encourage them to say, well, no, you actually could.
Yeah, I think 40s, and I'm in my late 40s, is an interesting crossroad for realizing that we may want to live life a little bit differently. We may want to do things a little bit differently than we've done before. And I think I come across so many women and men who are at that crossroads trying to unlock their true purpose, trying to unlock what it is they really want to be doing. That could be professionally, it could be personally, it could be otherwise. But every one of our stories is that unlocking. I get so many people who come to me and say, do you really think this could be a story? Do you really think this would be interesting? And I'm always like, yes, because your story, where you are, what you are believing, what you are seeing, what you are thinking is going to be the inspiration for somebody else who may be feeling the same way or who can understand similarly. So yes, do I come across those all the time? And what I tell everyone is go where the nudges are taking you. Go where you are being guided, because that is where you are truly meant to be. Give yourself space and permission to go and explore it. I have done exactly that with my book, now all the way through with Soul Sparks Press, and everyone out there can do it too.
Thank you so much for that inspiration. That's exactly the inspiration that we get to do the rest of the broadcast with. Deepika, thank you so much. You are such a gem. We just absolutely adore you at the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for what you do and for Soul Sparks Press.
Thank you for hosting this amazing Book Lovers Week. It's such an honor to speak with you today, and I appreciate it.
And I look forward to seeing you at the film festival.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for our audience who have been joining us. I could tell that we've got comments that are coming in, and some of the platforms that we're in are really not able to comment. We are in multiple platforms, 8 altogether, that we're going on live right now, and some of them are not able to bring the comments in that we could put on the screen. But the place that you could go if you'd like your comments to be put on the screen is Facebook and YouTube. Those are the 2 places that we can bring the comments. And it used to be that we could bring comments from LinkedIn, and recently that has been changed. So I encourage you, if you'd like your comments flashed on the screen, like Dame Doria Cordova right now. Am I going to meet her at the film festival? Yes, you will. Yes, you will, Dame Doria. You will meet Deepika at the film festival. So good. Yes. So we can have this conversation. We always say we love co-creation. This is not the kind of broadcast where we talk at you. You're a part of the conversation. You can bring your questions, you can bring your reactions, and every broadcast is different based on the global audience that comes, and based on what you bring to the program, what you put on the comments that could spark conversations, that could bring questions. So know that you're a part of the conversations, and we're not just talking at you. So while we are transitioning to our next speakers are actually a duo, and it's going to be an exciting duo. But let me first presence us, or bring us in the presence of why we do what we do at the Los Angeles Tribune. And nothing speaks that better than the TEDx talk, the shortest TEDx talk, 4-minute long, of our CEO Mo Rock. Let me play that for you.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.
Make the world a better place. And that's exactly why we are celebrating Global Book Lovers Week, because we are making the world a better place, shining the light on audiences, shining the light on authors, shining the light on books that change lives. So I would love to know, what are some of the books that changed your life? Just even if you're not able to come on the chat, we have, almost 500 people live on our broadcast right now from the different streams that we're live at. But there are about, almost 500 of you who have individual books that have changed your life. And what is that book for you? To me, one of my favorite books is, let me just show you, it's actually a book that I have edited myself. It is Fortunes in the Fire. And this book is by Mark Najjar. It's from war-torn country to the hills of Beverly. And this is a story of Mark from when he grew up in Lebanon to coming to America at the age of 17. His father gave permission for him to be able to travel to America. And he coming to America, it actually did. It felt like winning the lottery, because there were a lot of people lined up in the embassy, and there were only 4 of them out of the hundreds that have interviewed that day. There were only 4 of them that got a visa, and he was one of those 4. And coming to America was something that he cherished. And he came from coming with very, very little money to now owning multiple businesses in Los Angeles and in Beverly Hills. So, and in this book, he actually goes through his thought process and some of the tips that he has learned, and really the attitude. What really has shaped and made a difference is just the attitude of gratitude. Going from from the war-torn country coming to America. He's so grateful for everything. He was grateful that he's walking the streets and he doesn't have to dodge, dodge bullets or have the fear of bombs dropping. He was just so grateful, working two jobs, ending his job at 2 o'clock, and then the restaurant where he works at gives them a slice of pizza at the end of the ship at 2:30 in the morning, and he's so grateful that at 2:30 in the morning he gets to eat pizza and that it's given to him for free. Like the little things is just the attitude of gratitude just has taken him from the war-torn country to really owning multiple businesses right now. So it's such an exciting book. Would love to hear whether you write to us vip@latribune.com or books at latribunebestseller.com, or you just tell us on the comments, message us, tag us on the comment. What's your favorite book? What's the book that has changed your life? Because we're always looking for books that we wanted to highlight. And let me tell you about a book that I found on Facebook just 2 nights ago. I was looking at a hashtag Amazon bestseller because my best friend also just got international Amazon bestseller. And I was looking at, actually, to be very honest, it was a mistake. That I clicked at her hashtag by mistake, didn't really mean to, and I found out that there's a whole post of people who are bestsellers, and I found this book. The book is called From Rock Bottom to Real Strength. Well, maybe that's not the name of the book, but maybe that's the tagline. You have to remember, I just found this book. But I just fell in love with what the book is about: mental clarity and physical health for people who've had enough. No fluff, no hype, just clarity, structure, and real change. And I want to bring the author on stage because it would be wonderful to hear, the inspiration behind the story, what the book is about, what their journey is, because every author had a journey to the writing of the book. So let me bring up on stage Mr. Kelsey Dunbar. Kelsey, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, Kelsey, I am so excited to learn more about your book. Like I said, I just found you on Facebook the other night by mistake, scrolling on Amazon bestseller. Notice that you have launched your book very recently and that you already are a bestseller. So tell us first about your book, and then tell us what was your inspiration in writing the book?
Okay, well, for starters, I don't believe in mistakes. I think that everything happens for a reason. And this book is actually living proof of that, with myself and a gentleman named Mark Regala, who is the co-author of the book, who was unable to attend. He's actually speaking at a hospital right now, and which he does frequently, hospitals, rehabs, things like that. So the book is Suffer to Tougher, and basically it is a book that's kind of a roadmap for people who are suffering from mental illness. And the way that we got together was Mark and I actually knew each other from childhood, and we just got kind of reacquainted recently and realized that in the past number of years, between the things that I've been coaching in my fitness coaching business and the things that he coaches to people who are in addiction and alcoholism recovery, we kind of shared a lot of commonalities in the way that we coach, and we kind of decided that we wanted to write a book that was going to be somewhat of a catch-all for anybody dealing with mental illness, and a way to feel better, get better, using things like mindset, breathing, nutrition, exercise. And so that's basically what it's doing, is it's giving people some starting blocks to get going on their journey. And so that way it's, in conjunction with or as a precursor to therapy, but it's something that people feel real comfortable with. And also the benefit too is that coming from the two of us, it's people who've lived that journey. And it's not just somebody who has, and again, nothing against therapy, but a lot of times people don't feel as comfortable talking to somebody with a degree as opposed to somebody who's actually lived the life. And so with me having suffered myself through depression, anxiety, self-esteem issues as a child, I was extremely overweight and lost the weight, or most of it. Still work in progress. I think we all are, right? And Mark being 5 years sober, and him talking at all kinds of different events. And so we just try and put our best foot forward and say, we have lived where you are. We've been there. We've done this. And these are the things that we both agree have helped us and helped the people that we've coached. And so we just kind of put it as a resource out there for people to use it to try to start feeling better.
I love what you said about resource. Put it out there as a resource. And there are different inspirations from writing a book, right? There are some people who write because, they wanted to tell their story. There are some people who write because they wanted to make a change. And what I hear from you is you're wanting to provide a resource for others who are walking possibly the same path that you have walked. I wanted to just give a picture of the book. I just grabbed it from your website. Suffer to Tougher. What a beautiful design. From now, you're gonna have me with like the tagline of it. What's the tagline?
The tagline is
From rock bottom.
Yes, from rock bottom to real strength. Absolutely.
From rock bottom to real strength. First of all, what a compelling tagline. When you talked about from rock bottom to real strength, is this a combination of like more of you're telling people what they can do, but also telling your story at the same time?
Yeah, the stories, Mark and I's story, we touch on very briefly because when we collaborated, the first thing we realized early on is we didn't want the book so much to be about us as to be, like you just said, that resource for other people. So we touch on it so that people can understand and that we actually have a background ourselves in the struggle, in the fight, and so that people can say, okay, these are people that get me. But I would say 95% of the book is all about the person that's going to be putting these tools into action and how to do that.
So, first of all, wow. Wow that you have put the resource together. What, other than the book, are you creating other support around what could be a community around people who walk that journey and who have interest in the book? Were you creating kind of like a group, a program?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because, when people like something, it makes you think, okay, if they like that, then what else can we provide? What else can we do? Is it another book? Is it a program? Is it a way of doing public speaking? And I'll tell you what, it's turned into all those things. So our website is suffertotougher.org. We do speaking engagements. We do courses. There is what I called a 7-day mindset reset. And so that's a free resource that you can download off of there. And I just finished the workbook for that because people said, well, that's great, but it'd be nice if we had a workbook that we could actually put our thoughts and our ideas, kind of like journaling through that 7-day mindset reset. I'm like, great, let's do it. And I created it and it's ready to go. And so we're kind of going on the fly. Like the more popular this gets and the more speaking engagements that we do and the more advice that we get from people like, hey, what would be really cool? And I'm like, done and done. And so Mark and I are just creating things on the fly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ava.
I said, no, I'm just saying done and done. I was repeating what you just said.
Yeah. So that's what we're all about, is just taking this one step at a time. We've created a community. We're also going to be creating a private community so that people who feel like they want to talk in a little bit more privacy, not putting their business all out there, but would like to have some community and engagement, then we're providing that resource. So we're just going to see where this all goes. But yeah, we're happy to make it into anything that people want it to be.
Yeah, Joey just said recently bought the book and such a great read, so wonderful. I love your story because it reminds me of several authors, like the one before you actually said, she now is publishing. She is a former Silicon Valley executive, and she scheduled a breakdown to figure out her life, wrote the book about it. And other former executives, well, there were still executives in Silicon Valley. So it's like, how did you do this? Like, how did you write your book? And so then she started helping people write their book. And now she's 75 authors in, and she now has a publishing company that has published multiple leaders from the Silicon Valley who looked at her, saw her bright light, and say, how can you help us do the same thing? So like what you were saying, it's almost like it creates a life force of its own.
Absolutely.
the book creates a life force of its own, and now you're just like a parent following a child. Okay, where are you leading me? Where are you going? Right?
Absolutely. That's what it's been like. And, having people come up, we've been doing some book signings. We've got a couple more that we've already got in the works. But doing the book signings and having people coming up to you and saying, I love how in the book you talk about this, or when I put this into action, like it made all the difference. I had a young gentleman that came up to me the other night and paid probably the greatest compliment I've gotten as a writer. And he goes, have you ever read the book Atomic Habits? And I'm like, duh, right? I mean, everyone has heard of Atomic Habits at this point, right? It's an incredible book. And to even have this comparison at all, but he said, I read that book and I read your book, and your book is the one that I couldn't put down, and your book is the one that has made the biggest difference in my life.
Wow. The relatability of that is just amazing. Well, sometimes we just never know the effect of what we create and what we write until it's really out there. What was the process, right? Like of you and your co-author writing the book? Did it take months? What was the process like?
It took about 2 months, which I mean is still pretty quick.
Very quick.
Well, here's the thing, though. This was the greatness of it, is that I would have an idea and I'd run it past him and he'd be like, oh, that's great, but maybe we can include this. And I'd be like, okay, cool. And then he'd be like, okay, I had this idea. And I'm like, oh, that sounds great, but what if we add this? So in the true sense of co-writing with someone, we fed off of each other's energy and each other's ideas to the point where everything kind of just meshed and it formed the book. It actually made it far more effortless. This is not my first book, although I can say by far it's the best. I'd like to think I learn as I go, right? But this was so much easier to write this book with a co-author who was just as passionate about the content in it as I was, and that just made it so much easier.
That's the key, right? Passion is the key. We've had multiple of the biggest authors speak on our stage already in the last 5 days. One of them is let me think who talked about passion. Who was talking about passion? Oh, Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh was saying, like, please don't write something you're not passionate about. Find what your passion is, whether it's dogs or it's food, or find what you're passionate about, and then start writing about it, because your passion will propel you. And that's what I hear. Like, you just, especially that you have someone to bounce it with. It's almost like, what's the best analogy for that? You give to each other, and it just like gets bigger and bigger. So when you decide that you're going to write this, and is it more like a do it, follow it kind of workbook type of book?
It's not a workbook per se. It's more so giving you concepts, habits to start forming, stressing the one step at a time and not try and take on too much too fast. So it's that kind of thing where it gives you all of the ideas, and then you figure out of the ideas, what are the things that resonates most with you? What do you think is going to move the needle the most? And you can start there. So you can start with the concepts that are in chapter 9, or you can start with the concepts that are in chapter 2, whatever resonates with your story the best, which is why it's great to have this collaboration, because as I said, I come from more the mental health side of depression, anxiety, OCD, overwhelm, self-image issues, where he is more on the addiction, the recovery, and then the anxiety and depression that comes with that. But this book was life or death for us. When you talk about passion, it's life or death. Mark was pronounced dead at one point in time from a car accident that he was in. He overdosed twice in one day at one point, and he tells this story all the time. So this book was what came out of him restarting his life that he almost lost. And for me, this came from a place where, as a young adult, I had thought about suicide every single day of my life. And so what came out of our struggle was this book that tells everybody you're not alone when you're struggling. It's so much more common than you think. And allowing people to start talking about their struggle because they start thinking, oh, it's actually normal to feel this way and to talk about it. And so then people aren't hiding the things that they're feeling. They're not ashamed anymore to have these feelings and to articulate them. They want to, because they say, they're like, okay, according to that book, if I can own this, then I can start improving upon it. And then I don't have to feel this way anymore. So you can't find something to be more passionate about than what we've put in this book.
Wow, that's amazing. And it's amazing how I hear you say that it's life and death, and the book. I always this title of the whole global broadcast is "Books Change Lives," and so to see that your own book both have changed your life, right? And both is changing lives. It's like always say, it's a life force of its own that gives life. When it comes to what your future plans are and where this is taking you, paint a picture for us. And I just wanted you, with just 1 minute on our segment here, invite people to what you've got coming up and tell them what your vision is of what you'd like to create in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I said it before, so suffertotougher.org is the website, and everything that we're going to be doing in the future, you're going to be able to find on there. We also have a Facebook group, Suffer to Tougher. It's on Facebook, and we invite people to join. You'll get messages daily on there and to hear about the events that we do. But we're all about trying to motivate people to be okay with where they're at, but to want to take one step forward each day to try to be their better self. And we are definitely planning on taking courses out into the corporate world, also into your park districts, into your rehab facilities, so that we can get as many people on board into the idea of Suffer to Tougher. And we're creating a movement where people just feel more comfortable with themselves and they want to do better in life. We have some merchandise. People asked us to put out t-shirts, hats, because they wanted to wear our slogan. So we've got some merchandise in our website. So go check that out. And if you have any questions, we are very easy to contact through the website as well, or on the Suffer to Tougher community page.
Kelsey, I see the movement. I absolutely see the movement. Suffer to tougher. That your pain is for a purpose, right? Like your mess is your message. We have our dame Doria Cordova, who's actually watching. She's the former partner of Robert Kiyosaki and the former mentor of the young Tony Robbins, saying, what you're offering are practices, principles, and tools. She's just a dynamo. So, Kelsey, I just want to thank you for being, with the Los Angeles Tribune, sharing what you do. Thank you for what you do for the world. Thank you for the bright light that you shine on others. Thank you for the impact that you're creating in the world. And at the Los Angeles Tribune, we're about wanting to give authors greater impact in what they do. So I really appreciate you being on the broadcast today.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. It's such a delight. Thank you for what you do. So, our dear audience, thank you so much for being with us. This is day 5 of the Global Book Lovers Week broadcast, and we are featuring books and authors and even random books. And you don't have to be a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune. Nominate your book. I think we've got it on we've got it on the screen. Nominate your book for critical acclaim, and what that entails is that the editorial team of the Los Angeles Tribune reviews your book and looks at the content of the book and the positive impact that it can create, and based on a proprietary scoring method that is proprietary, but it's non-biased scoring. You either get a feedback on what you can do, what you can change, how you can republish it to be a bestseller, or you are you're a bestseller. But speaking about critical acclaim bestsellers, when we relaunched the critical acclaim bestseller, which is only the second major media bestseller in the world, second to New York Times, our very first critical acclaim bestseller is this next speaker. And she is the author of Courageous Conversations. And, she's been a principal for schools of kids that you get to have difficult conversations with, and parents that you get to have difficult conversations with. So it is wonderful that, after having retired from being a principal, she now she now wrote and now teach and now speak on how to have these courageous conversations, whether it's courageous conversations with your kids or courageous conversations in the workplace. She is expounding on it's so important to have courageous conversations. I personally have had to have a lot of difficult conversations, and as you have them more, they become less difficult. So bringing up on the stage the author of Courageous Conversations, Elizabeth Bennett. Miss Elizabeth, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune.
Oh, thank you. And it's so wonderful to be here with you again today.
I'm saying when we relaunched the critical acclaim bestseller, especially by nomination, it's not a based on sale or based on investment. It's based on the content, and people can nominate their books. Yours is actually the first one that our editorial team has reviewed, and we have found that it's like I said, being a former principal, you really brought your skill set, some of the things that you have been practicing in your career into this book. So tell us, since you've written the book, what are some of the things that have evolved out of writing your book?
One of the things that evolved out of writing was because I had been a principal and a teacher for so long, I recognized that a lot of these kids are now in workplaces, and they still don't know how to have conversation. They still don't know how to manage people. And it's not their fault. It's just that they don't have the skills. And we just assume that, things are they're going to change. So they, oftentimes they don't know how to give and receive feedback or lead people. And it's about, avoiding those difficult conversations. Oh, Ava's just like that. Never mind. She'll be fine. Right. Rather than saying, I've noticed that maybe, something has been, you haven't looked the same, or, is there something going on? Can I help you with something? Right. So that it's a re-engagement, and it's establishing a relationship. So from that and hearing and seeing what's going on in similar to high school and similar to my previous experience, bullying is rampant. Mental health concerns are through the roof. Social isolation is on the increase. It's given me the opportunity now to be writing the next book.
I know, there's a next book coming up. I see it.
And reframing the work that I do so that it's now called the care framework. So my next book is going to be called What If We Do Care? And the care stands for connection, acceptance, resolve, and empower. So that's a place that's just inspired me now to be able to go into workplaces and say, hey, how can I help change or recreate your culture? How can I help you ask different questions, be curiously engaged? The same things that I said in the first book, to have those conversations with parents, I'm now wanting to continue to do those. And in the meantime, I've done some other things. I did a TEDx talk in Italy in May. I've been to schools to be able to have conversations with parents. I'm trying to get out there as much as I can to help change the world, because
oh my gosh,
right now we're in a place where we are really positional and we're not taking the time to listen. And those are the things that I just want people to be able to do so that we can shift and change. And I want to be part of the disruption of it.
I love it. You have your hand claps from Farisa Rose.
Yes, thank you.
Our Chief Operating Officer from the Los Angeles Tribune. And, she's like, changing the world. That is that is the closing statement of our CEO Mo Rock on his TED talk, so that we could change the world. So Elizabeth, we have such respect for what you do and your expertise in the courageous conversations. It's important, but you're an educator. You've been a principal for decades. When you look at the curriculum of of our education, how much of it prepares our children to have, the conversations and the leadership skills they need to have to get into workplace or business?
They are limited. And I could spend all day having this conversation with you as well. But when I look at that, we're not preparing them well enough. And it's not necessarily the educator's problem, that it's not their fault, because we often like to blame people for things. But it really is a matter of reconstructing the curriculum and taking a look at where we're going, what skills we think kids need, and so on. And that's part of what I talk about. And I want to be able, part of my mission now is to get into school districts, to be able to have those conversations with the either superintendents or principals or leaders, and into educational systems, so that I can be part of helping them see the bigger picture of the impact of what's going on in classrooms. How do kids learn? What are the, because there's so much diversity in classrooms now, and there are so many different challenges that have never been in classrooms up until this time. And I think that's part of the bigger picture of getting into, educational systems, like, the education department in each of the states or each of the provinces in Canada or wherever.
And I love what you said, because you're one that's being a principal that's like really been in it for decades, right? And you said that the problem is not the teacher, but it's the adjustment in the curriculum, and really having a foresight of where are we heading as a global, human race, and what does our curriculum need to be to prepare our population, our future workforce, our future leaders, our future businessmen and women to succeed in the future. And you would think that, but I totally understand, like it's very, very hard to steer big ships, and our educational system is such a big ship. So to be able to like change curriculums and change the books and change the training of the teachers are just so difficult. So now we end up with the responsibility back to the parents, which is also part of your courageous conversations. It's like educating the parents and having this conversations that gets to prepare your children for the future that they get to lead. So and I know that you are also expanding to your conversations into the workforce, courageous conversations in the workforce, and courageous conversations in, systemically in school districts, right, to be able to change things. So because you have such a perspective, help us understand what is the importance of having the skills to have courageous conversations. How can it lead someone's life or change someone's life when they have the skill to have the courageous conversation?
Well, what happens with that is then you begin to ask questions differently, and you're able to engage with people differently. If you don't have those skills in terms of even having the courage to step into conversation rather than avoidance. I mean, we all know that people, it's easier for us to avoid rather than to fix a situation. So if we have the skills to do that, and it doesn't matter whether you're 6, whether you're 16, whether you're 50 or 60 or beyond, or whether you're in a workplace or a family or a community, we need to be able to honor people, to value them, to listen to them, to understand them, because their perspective won't always be yours. And that's part of the challenge that we're faced with at the moment, is that we're not taking the time to listen, to understand. We're only in there saying, okay, what am I going to say next? Rather than taking that time and being able to have those conversations. And it doesn't mean, this is not a huge curriculum of change. This is about taking the time to say, okay, well, how can I help you? Or I've noticed that, you're not looking like you normally do. So those are inviting kinds of things. The same thing with our kids. rather than yelling at your kid for throwing their backpack down the hallway. Just ask them and say, so what happened today that made you do that? That's a
Wow.
different kind of conversation, right?
Right. And
Because
it opens the
it's a place,
conversation.
that's right. It's a place of invitation and not of aggressiveness, because that's what we're faced with at the moment, is that chasm, that huge hole of, I have an idea, you have one, and we're not willing to listen to each other.
You know, as I hear you, Elizabeth, you know, because I come from a place where my kids have been able to, I've raised my kids being able to speak. I was one that was raised, you know, as an Asian child who was slapped when you speak, you know, who was like, hit when you speak.
I
And you
get
never
that.
know when you're going to get slapped or when you're going to get hit. So you just don't talk to
Right.
avoid it all, because it's unpredictable. So I raise my kids very differently, where they can say anything. Like and everything is a conversation. And so as I hear you talk about reframing, it's not, it gets to a point where it's no longer a courageous conversation. It's a natural once you learn the skill of, being open and in inquiry versus in judgment, right?
Right.
Now it's no longer a courageous conversation. And I understand where courageous conversations come in. Like, for example, when I just moved to a new department, and everyone was angry for having their favorite manager fired. Everyone was mad at me, and people gave me attitude, and they were talking to me with their backs half turned, walking away from me, and I'm walking with them, trying to follow them so that I could talk to them. As that was generally the attitude, and that requires courageous conversation. I actually picked up a book. I picked up a book from that from that part of my face in my life, and it's how to have difficult conversations with
Right.
difficult people. So, and it's in the workplace. Like, how do you have conversations when people are late? How do you and there are scripts in there, and it's totally supported me to have those conversations. It made me such an effective manager in the face of that situation. And because of that, and talk about leadership, expansion and opportunities. When you can have those conversations, it literally propelled me from just being given this problem department that I ended up turning. Like, I turned their attitudes, because they were all having attitudes. I turned their attitudes. They were quitting. I was able to re-enroll them to staying, because it's very difficult in the healthcare industry when people quit. It's hard to rehire. It's hard to retrain, right? So I was able to turn that around, and because of the ability to have the courageous conversations from a book, that I didn't have a skill, but I bought the book of how to have difficult conversations with difficult people, and I studied the different cases and how it applies to the conversation. As a result of that, they created a position for me, and this is the biggest rehab organization in America. When I say not the drug rehab, the rehabilitation, where physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, they created a special position for me to become the West Coast traveling manager for difficult hospitals. So there are different hospitals that they have all over the country, but the 8 different Western states they gave me. So wherever there were problems or attitudes or lack of performance, lack of productivity, I was sent there because of the results that I created with the department that I'm in. So the power. The power of having the ability to have courageous conversations could catapult you to promotion. It could catapult you to a new career. It could catapult you to, a new leadership role. Wouldn't you agree, Elizabeth? So talk more a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, from that perspective, that really is what it's about, is being able to ask questions, to be curiously engaged, to step away from judgment into understanding, and taking time to really be intentional in having those conversations, because people need to be heard. They need to be valued. They need to be understood. And they need to know that their contribution, however large or small, in whatever they're doing, is acknowledged. Because we're busy in this space of, we want increased productivity and increased profitability, but we're not taking the time to have those valuable conversations with the people who actually do the job. So I'm thrilled to hear that, that happened with you, because we need more of that. And whether it's a little mom and pop shop with 5 or 6 people, or whether it's something with thousands of employees, we need to get back into doing those kinds of things, because we know full well, like I learned a word just recently called presentism. And it's like, what the heck is that? Well, it's that quiet quitting piece, right? People are just in jobs because they need the money and they don't feel valued. And what happens with that is then they take that home. So if they don't feel valued at work and they're angry and they're upset and so on, that has a direct impact on their family. And one of two things could happen. One is that they go home and their family is all loving and caring about them and so on. So that encourages them to go to work, to go home so that they can play more with their family. Or the other thing that happens is that person goes home, they're angry, frustrated, upset. They don't feel like they have a voice or anybody listens to them. And then that's when increased domestic violence, increased drug abuse or alcoholism or so on. And then that family is left in the wake. So that's why it's really important for us to be able to jump in, step into your conversations with courage. And the reason that I say that is because we come from a place where we sometimes aren't vulnerable enough to be able to say, hey, I don't understand, or tell me a little bit more about that, right? And when we step out of that vulnerable space, or step out of that space into vulnerability and being able to have those conversations and say, okay, so let's work on this together. So it really is an invitation.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely is an invitation. I remember in my difficult conversations, it's always from a place of question.
Right.
So for example, I understand that you're upset. Help me understand. What can I do, or what can I change to be able to, make it a little easier for you. So acknowledgement and asking questions. There were, and naturally I've found out in managing people. I've managed my people in healthcare, or people in healthcare all my life. I've understood that people just can't express themselves, and they show attitude, they show anger, they because we as children, we were told, like Dame Doria said, as a child, I was told by my father, children should speak only when spoken to, right?
And I had that same thing. Yeah.
Right. So people can't speak. And so to give them the room to be able to express themselves and speak, it's nothing against, I learned it as a leader. It's nothing against me. Even though they were treating me bad and they were giving me an attitude, when I really sit them down and I say, and they're able to express all their frustrations, and they realize that I'm willing to listen, and whatever it is that's not true, I'm able to speak into. But if you don't even open that conversation, you wouldn't even know what they're believing that's not true, right?
That's right.
So it's really about being able to open those conversations, and these courageous conversations are so important. So tell us about, what books do you have? How many versions of Courageous Conversations do you now have?
Well, I just have the one that's in paperback at the moment, called Courageous Conversations, a guide for parents to understand and connect with their teens. The one that I'm working on right now is What If We Do Care? And that it's about a new era of courageous conversations in the workplace.
I know that you have evolved to also now just not only speak to parents, but in the workplace also.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the care one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so talk a little bit about how courageous conversations in the workplace can change or affect or impact an organization.
Well, really, it's a lot more about what we spoke about before and what you have said. It really is about understanding. So when you're having that conversation with someone, it's important to be able to understand, be curiously engaged, ask questions about what's going on for them. And oftentimes they don't know how to express themselves. They don't know how to tell you. And so that expression at first, based on a situation that might have happened at work, might come across really as anger. But underneath that, you might discover that they're really sad about losing that person who's been their leader because they've felt supportive before. And now they're afraid because someone new is coming in and taking over, and they don't know anything about you, or the things that they've heard maybe aren't really true. So this is an opportunity for you as a manager, as a leader, to really be intentional about taking that time, about closing your own laptop or your own cell phone, turning away from that and really being with that other person so that you begin to understand and you provide them with acknowledgement and feedback, whether it's positive or whether it's growth experiences that they need to have. We need to be able to shift the way in which we have those conversations with people so that they feel acknowledged, even in a difficulty. And really, that's what it's about. Because if we don't have those, then we're left with avoidance, and we're left with culture and businesses that don't thrive as much as they could. Or they feel, people leave their positions because they don't feel heard, they don't feel listened to, they don't feel acknowledged. And the other piece that's really important is to continue to follow up with people. So when we had that conversation last week, how have you seen things shift a bit? How have you felt since that time that we spoke? And if you've given them a task to do, then, ask about the task. If they've been having some challenges or difficulties, or you've seen improvement, then acknowledge that improvement. Acknowledge what they've seen, and not in an offhanded kind of way, but really with intention and really with focus, so that people know that you're being authentic, that you are a leader that they can count on, so that they don't feel like they're out there on a limb by themselves, or it's the same old, you're just the next person, and I'm going to wait until they hire somebody else instead. So this is creating a different kind of culture.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I feel like it's because we spend so much of our waking time at work, and our work being a true factor of our content or discontent in life, right? And the effect that we have at work, transcending and transitioning into what happens to our family, our children, and how they perform in school and how they relate to friends. It is so important that that leadership in organizations, whether they're small businesses, entrepreneurs, or big companies, really implement humane ways of having conversations and versus avoidance. So Elizabeth wanted to know, how can people engage with courageous conversations with you, whether it's your book, whether it's hiring you to speak, or the many things that you are able to create this impact of enabling and teaching people to have courageous conversations?
The best way to be in contact with me is elizabeth@courageousnetwork.com, because that's my personal email with business. So I respond personally to help people out, to inquire what their needs are, to help to support them, booking a call in order to either visit their business or have a relationship in terms of how I can help support them as they move forward.
Did you say courageousnetwork.com?
Yes.
How about your website?
Well, that's also called courageousnetwork.com.
Okay, perfect. It's different. It's different because it is courageous conversations. I was thinking it would be like courageous conversations, but instead it is. Let me just put it on the ticker. Make sure that that people get it, because you bring light to the world, Elizabeth. We'd love to be at the Los Angeles Tribune. We always say we would love to be able to empower people who make a difference in the world, create greater impact. Be able to create greater, reach greater amount of people, because it's the same effort whether you're talking to 3 or you're you're talking to 3,000. It's the same effort, right? So I would love for you to have your influence in schools, change the system, and be speaking in audiences. And really, I love your passion about courageous conversations and care. What does care stand for again?
CARE stands for connect, accept, resolve, and empower.
Connect, accept, resolve, and empower. Well, Elizabeth, it has been such a joy. Thank you so much for joining us at the Los Angeles Tribune. We are so proud that your book is a critically acclaimed bestseller, and we love to put stamp on books that change lives, and yours is definitely one of them. So thank you so much, Elizabeth. Until
Thank you
next
so
time.
much. Bye.
Absolutely. Well, we always say books change lives, and we love to empower people whose books are meant to change lives. So with that, we have such a powerful group of speakers coming up, and an amazing mentor who has actually helped them write the book. So if you've got a book in mind, you will stay around. If someone's got a book in mind, you've got a friend that has been talking for a long time about that book she hasn't written yet, tag that person, share that person, call that person, say, hey, you've got to watch this. Yesterday I was at the live broadcast, literally took myself off of the screen and made a phone call, and I told my friend, you got to be on this broadcast, like watch this right now. So this is about that moment. If you still have a friend who's thinking about writing the book, thinking about that book's a great idea, but I don't know where to start, this is a great time, because you could actually, in this upcoming panel, you will see the guru who has helped them write the books, and the entrepreneurs and the leaders who have already succeeded in writing them, or maybe in the process and almost finished. We're about to find out. But for now, let me just give a word from the conversation of our CEO Mo Rock and Mark Victor Hansen about what the LA Tribune bestseller is about.
For aspiring authors. I love it. Absolutely. That's a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. So for aspiring authors, Mark and Crystal, or for individuals that are looking to get their book recognized, what is the significance of being a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author?
Well, there's only 2 lists left. It breaks my heart because the industry has been so good to me for 50 years. But USA Today is their book list, which I had 15 of the top 50 books at one time. And Maya Angelou, who you mentioned earlier, said, boy, you're hogging the list. I said, no, we just sell more books than anybody alive. So they're gone. And then Wall Street Journal is gone. So you're number 2 after New York Times. And I predict, as I have to you personally, Mo, because you and I are dear, great friends, that you will become the number 1 book list in the world, because you're playing literally a world game. And we're just so thankful and touched that we made it to the top of your list.
Thank you, Mark. Love you. I appreciate you. Ms. Crystal, please.
No, what an honor. I mean, Mark's right. I just say ditto to everything he just said, because sadly, all of these important lists are disappearing. And the lists are important because people are looking for that recommendation. They're looking for the books that people are really loving, that are really, changing lives, impacting lives, or just even entertaining people, that are just really good writing. So I am so thankful for this list, Mo, because I think Mark is spot on. You guys you are becoming the most, New York Times and you. I mean, it's all gone away, Wall Street Journal, everything. So congratulations to you for really making that a priority, because reading literature, books are so important. Books change the world.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back live and direct here at the Los Angeles Tribune, where we are honoring books all the week. So Global Book Lovers Week, today is actually the last live broadcast because tomorrow and the next day on the day 7, we are going to be live in person at the LA Tribune Film Festival, where we are also celebrating boundless storytelling and how books are turning into films. And we're honoring films from 83 different submissions from 24 countries. So it's an international film festival. Just right today, it's already such a buzz in Orange County. We've got people flying, filmmakers, producers, actors, actresses from around the world already congregating in Orange County. And it's going to be a massive show for the next 3 days at the LA Tribune Film Festival. We're showing 33 films from 24 different countries. And we're excited that Books Change Lives is actually commencing there in that conversation. So from here, I wanted to bring the spotlight to someone who has been helping, spread the word, not only to put it into books, but she's a media executive. She's a experienced PR executive, and she's been helping people put books, and not just the books finishing, but also showing visibility. Like, how does your book create visibility from there, and connecting them with people, connecting them with resources and tools? Let me bring on stage the amazing book queen of books, Miss Angel Tessie. Angel, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Welcome back.
Well, it is so great to be back. What an epic week this has been. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be a part of it.
I am excited for how books are changing lives, and how you, as a book coach, is also helping change lives. So before we bring some of the authors that you're bringing in with you, Angel, just share with us, how are you supporting, like what part of the process when people have ideas or ideation of wanting to write books, where do you step in to be able to support them? Like, when's a good time to reach out to you?
Yeah, great question. Anytime I meet somebody and I tell them that I help my authors, we run a 90-day author program, and we help you go from idea to published in 90 days. This is for those people who have said, I've always wanted to write a book. It's always been inside of me, right? It was on my to-do list. This year it was on my to-do list for the last 5 years. I'm ready to get it finished. And we created an incredible group coaching program where we take you step by step, and we coach you and guide you all steps of the way, from getting your book into, creating your manuscript, all the way to having it published. And it is, it's pretty exciting. So if you already know what if I was to ask you, do you want to publish a book? Do you know what it would be about? If you already have it inside of you, you know what you want to write your book about and what you want to be published about. That is a perfect time to get started. If you're still kind of in that space of someday I think I might want to write a book, but I have no idea, right? We want you to have that a little bit more fleshed out before you come into the 90-day author program, because we are aggressive, we are quick, we are hitting milestones every single week, and we move fast. They call me the finisher. So that's kind of, if it's been on your bucket list, you've been putting it off, and you're just ready to get it done and out into the marketplace, that's the perfect fit for us.
That is so good. That's so awesome. And so you brought two of the authors who have been finishers also with you. And I know yesterday I actually interviewed two, Tammy Demarza.
Yeah, Tammy Demarza and Tina O'Banion, both gone through the author program and have published multiple books using this program. So super excited to see them jump in and have their books nominated. Again, two incredible authors. When we talk about books changing lives, very different genres that they're in, but incredibly impactful, both of them for sure.
And I heard that Tina finished hers in 60 days.
Yes. So when we say it's a 90-day program, but I think she was traveling. They were both, I think they were in Italy working on their books, and had a lot of other things going on, but they were go-getter. I have had many people come in and circumvent the timeline and get it done even faster. And then I've also had clients come in and have life kind of happens, and they've delayed and they haven't quite followed that exact same timeline. And as long as we're continuing to move forward step by step, and we just don't give up on it, we will cross that finish line.
So good. Thank you so much for that answer. Okay. Now, I would love to give you the full stage to introduce the nominated critical acclaim best-selling authors that you have brought together with you. And I'm going to give you the full stage to be able to introduce them and have the conversations with them. Would that be okay?
That would be awesome. That would be
Awesome. Let's
awesome.
go. You got the full stage, Angel.
I do? Oh, well, how do I
No, if you're going, I don't know if you're introducing them first before I bring them in. Kind of like the dramatic effect.
Okay. Sorry. Right? Like, this is live.
This is live. We're doing this live.
They're live. Yeah. So I think back in the green room, we have Jen Benninger, who is coming on a very spicy book that is about to be published. She's in the middle of the process right now. So her book is going to be coming out before the end of the year. And then we also have, and there she is, right? There she is. Everybody say hi to Jen. I can't wait for you to meet this amazing woman doing incredible things. I mean, this is the thing. When you find somebody who's decided to take that leap of faith and publish a book, you know they're already doing incredible things for their community and their network and in their lives. And Jen has an incredible, amazing story. You're not going to want to miss this. We also have in the back, in the green room, we have Jen Perez, who has a very spicy book. It just came out. She's actually running her bestseller campaign this week. So super excited to bring Jen Perez up in as well. Is she in the back room? Because I can't see who's in the green room. So I'm just kind of running.
She's going to be joining in a little bit.
She's going to be coming. Is Fabiola here? Nope.
Yes.
She is. Okay. Fabiola, also another incredible author, up and coming author. She is getting ready to take a journey out to Peru to finish her book and put that last chapter in. And so, well, let's start with Jen, because I've got Jen on stage and I can see Jen. Oh, and there's Fabiola there. Look at this, right? Well, hello, ladies. How are you both doing? How are you doing, Jen?
Wonderful. I am so honored and blessed to be asked to be here. I love working with Ava. I've been graciously interviewed by her a few times, been featured in a few of their magazine publications. This is the first time being able to share the work that I've been doing in the book that's coming out. I can't wait also for everyone to hear again more from you, Angel, about the support that you give the people to be able to finish their book. So if y'all need some space, she'll give you space. If you all need a little kick in the tush to get it done, she's there to give you the little kick to get it done. And if it wasn't for Angel, then and you know the team that I have that's supporting me writing this book, we wouldn't be able to get the message out. So it's very important that if you all are wanting to write a book, there's no reason you have to do it alone. And Angel is the best one to be able to do that. And I'm very much enjoying the camaraderie that's coming. Getting to know Fabiola better and her journey, are, like you said, our genres are very different, and being able to support each other. So I'm just excited to be here. Thanks, Angel.
Well, I am so excited for your book, Jen. Right? I know the day you came to me and you said, I'm ready to go. And I think what was super fun is very shortly after getting started, you came up and you're like, I have all these other books I want to publish. And so they start to flow out of you like water. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. Fabiola, I wanted to say hello and welcome you to the stage as well, the Global Book Lovers Week, where books are making an impact and making a difference in people's lives. Fabiola, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Angel. And thank you for having me here. Welcome, Jennifer. We're so excited. We have, been working in the healing field, and I am so excited about writing this book, Awakening the Earthkeeper Within. So I'm very excited to share the story of how this came to be.
Well, so these are right now, currently, both of these gals are going through our 90-day author program. So we kind of kickstarted it early in the summer. We're spending all summer together, bringing those books together. And so neither of these books are out in public. So you guys are getting a sneak preview of what's to come, a little bit behind the scenes. And these are some really great little teasers and taste of what's coming up. But Jen, let's start with you. Let's talk about your book. It's a little spicy. It's a little edgy. Tell us the name of it. Tell us what it's about, and give us a little bit of, the impact and the reach that you want this book to have.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure if I get a censor button. So I'm warning y'all, I'm going to have to censor myself. And it's all fair. And I worked with Angel. I was like, can we be this spicy? And I mean, my nickname is Spicy Jen. Can I be spicy? She says, yes. And here on the live broadcast. So the name of the book is F Plain Small. All right. So for those of you all can fill in the blanks. So it's Plain Small, the raw, real way to get out of your own way. And that is the passion that I have for people. I have been a full-time entrepreneur for 20 plus years. And I realized that and I was a business coach at first, and I could help people make 6, 7, multiple 7-figure business, help them with businesses. And then I would tell them to do something. And I'm not sure if anybody else has experienced this. Have you had one of your mentors tell you to do something and you're all like, yes, I'm going to go do it. And then you go home and then you don't do it. You get in your own way. You procrastinate. You have your little self-talk that's going on in your mind and you just don't get it done. And I was frustrated. And I was like, why? If they just did what I said, they would make all of their dreams come true. So I couldn't figure it out. And finally, when I realized the connection, it was like this big aha moment. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can absolutely now undeniably support people to get out of their own way and they can stop playing small. And it's around, it's not just mindset. Some people are like, oh, it's another mindset book. Yeah, no, I'm too spicy in this to be just a book. You're gonna be really exposed to what is actually blocking you. And it's that proprietary information. I have over, now I've just recounted, I have over 20 certifications. I'm internationally recognized as a master trainer in these different concepts because it is my absolute passion and vision and my purpose. I get up in the morning to help people get out of their own way. And it's as simple as that. I can put a whole bunch of funny, fancy words on it. And it really is just get out of your own way and stop playing small. And how can we make that happen? And so that's what the book is going to walk you through, how to recognize what is actually stopping you, not what you think is stopping you. That's the first thing, right, Angel? If you think something is stopping you.
I think it is, right?
You think that's it. And then you fix that and you're like, why am I still in my own way? We're going to get to what is actually getting in your own way. And then finding those tools and those steps to get to the other side so you can create the life and the business or the relationships and the love and the health that you want. And these principles can be applied to all areas of life. So I've had business struggles, I've had money struggles, I've had health struggles, I've had relationship struggles, and I've used these principles. And now I'm the CEO of a multi-7-figure business. I'm in the relationships that I choose to be in. I'm a breast cancer survivor holistically after 5 months eradicating cancer from my body. I have an amazing relationship with my children. I wasn't always that. I implemented these systems, these processes, these steps, these spicy, they call me Spicy Jen. Maybe I should change the author name instead of just Jen Benninger. I think I should say Spicy Jen Benninger to be the author.
I think we do. We need to add that spicy for sure. Well, right. And you see how powerful this is going to be for Jen to be able to share her book, to put all of these ideas and principles and these stories and this message into print. Talk about creating a legacy, because right now, if you work with Jen, if you're in Jen's world, you get all of this impact. But think about the reach that this is going to have once this book comes out. And yeah, we can't wait. And Jen, we're going to make sure that we've got contact information for how we can get on your waiting list, on finding out when that book is coming out and getting more information from you. This is incredible. I can't wait for it. And I know the title, right? We talked about the title, especially when it comes to media and PR. There's a lot of, FTC rules, right? We're guided by the Federal Trade Commission, and there's certain different things. And Jen was ready. She's like, I'm ready for that, right? And bring it on. So we love the edginess of it. And yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Fabiola, tell us a little bit about your book and the impact and reach, because a completely different genre of, where we're going and taking our readers to. Okay, hold on. I don't know that I can change the view, because I don't see anybody. I don't see any of the what do you call that?
I apologize, Angel. So who are we bringing in here, Fabiola?
Yeah, let's bring up Fabiola, right? She's going to tell us a little bit about hers, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jen
and
is
look, and
already
now
here
we also
too, so
have,
let's bring everybody in the party.
yeah, here's everybody in the party. There's Jen, right? Also another spicy, right? We've got spicy. Fabiola, you're spicy in your own way, right?
I'm Hispanic, so yeah.
You're bringing the spice too. So
Yes.
Fabiola, tell us about your book and the impact and reach, because it's so powerful both. And I think when you see, I mean, you go into a bookstore and you see all the different genres and all the different topics and industries, and everyone can feed into your soul. So Fabiola, tell us a little bit about yours and the impact you want to reach.
Well, the title of the book is Awakening the Earthkeeper Within, a journey into the heart of the Andes. And this is based on a documentary, on a multiple award-winning documentary that I created actually last year. And that was something that I wasn't expecting to do. I was originally a scientist, and because life happens, I transitioned into becoming a shaman and a healer. And when I reconnected with my roots, I'm originally from Peru. The spirits of the mountains and Mother Earth, Pachamama, asked me to film this documentary and share the wisdom of the people of the Andes. And to my surprise, the documentary won several awards, including Best Director, Best Documentary, Viewer Impact, and Hispanic Theme, and so on. And the story basically is that we need to understand that we are in earth-shaking moments right now. And when this is called the Pachacuti in Quechua, right? Everything is changing. All the systems are being challenged. And this is the moment when we need to step forward and say, okay, I'm ready to heal myself. And as I heal myself, I can heal the earth. So this is the message that Pachamama, Mother Earth, wants to share with you, that you are part of Mother Earth, that you are Mother Earth. And if you want to help this planet, you need to start healing yourself.
Beautiful.
So when I traveled through the Andes and I was filming the documentary that was inspired by the spirits of the mountains, the people of the Andes start sharing their wisdom in how they have ceremonies and how they have this intimate relationship with the mountains and the spirits of the land, and how they benefit and they have abundance in their life, that it's beyond any money and any money that they can get from their harvests. And just learning and understanding that we can heal ourselves as we start connecting to the earth, connecting to the wind, connecting to the water and the fire was so powerful for me. Wow. So I wanted to put this in a book format because I feel that we all need to get back to that connection to Mother Earth and to feel that we're infinitely loved just the way we are. And this is a message that I want to share, that you are just good the way you are. You just need to remember who you are and reconnect with also your ancestors. I tell a story about my ancestors and how they're propelling me in this mission that I didn't know that was set, 5 generations ago. So I'm very happy to share this story. And this is just a mirror, of how your story can be, of healing yourself, of reconnecting with the planet and be part of this earth-shaking moment on the planet.
Wow. All right. You can see, like, it's so different, but such good energy and very powerful, very impactful. And definitely not, when you think about going to Peru and to pursue and how they treat everything, right? How they look at everything, very different than how we do it here in our Western culture. Jen Perez is here. We should just call this the spicy panel, right? This is definitely the spicy panel. We have Jen Perez. Her book is actually published. It came out just a few weeks ago. She's running her bestseller campaign this week. So this is the week to go and grab your copy of her brand new book that is not only a book, but she's actually turning it into a full-fledged series. It has just created and opened up so many incredible opportunities in just a few weeks since she has published the book. Jen, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm excited because I feel like we need to have a spicy Jen club even.
That's true, right? They're both Jens and they're both spicy Jens. I didn't even put that together. You are so right.
Oh yeah. No, the book is something that, they're both taboo topics that people don't like to talk about, right? You probably weren't taught how to do either well. And it's something that you need to have that communication. There's so many, it's honestly a business finance book. It's called 69 Ways Money is Like Sex, Spicy Insights for Streamlining Your Business Finances. And I did that because how many other business finance books are out there? Like Jen's is different too, right? You have to be different, be creatively different. And my story's in there with the background, but they're to both topics I enjoy talking about. So I was able to put it in a fun, what I like to call airplane read, because each page is a way. It's really quick and simple, but it's educational on the business finance side. And having fun with it, kind of having to build that trust, building, have those conversations, because you do. I'm not saying go shout out to the world, how many orgasms you had or how much money you're making, but you do need to communicate with your partners, your CP, your advisors, things like that. So
I'm so excited. Oh, and I love the branding behind you. What you've got going with your, with your background, your virtual background. And I mean, it's all branded. It looks gorgeous and it's right on brand. Super sexy title. Super sexy. I will tell you, I was at an event with Jen, and when she started talking about the title of her book, the people flocking to her, like the crowds coming, and you've got a good title when you've got that hook, right? You've got that hook, and everybody who hears it, they want to come and navigate to you. And it was really fun to watch Jen in that space. Spicy Jen and Spicy Jen. I got all my spices. Okay. So ladies, I know we're on a panel. We're on a really short time frame here, but books really do impact lives in a way that no other medium does, and will continue to leave that lasting legacy and your imprint just by sharing your stories. But I also know that a lot of people put off publishing a book for, lots of different reasons. I want to ask you, why did you decide to publish your book? Like why did you choose publishing, or what was it about now that you're like, this is exactly, I need to get my book out into the marketplace? I'm going to start with Jen Benninger and have you share, like, why did you choose publishing?
So it is a little bit of a funny story, because Genius Unlocked has been around for 7 years now, and clients have been saying, wow, that should be in a book. Wow, that should be in a book. And it's been this like running joke. And it was just kind of like going over my head because I wasn't ready. And then finally I meet Angel, and I've known Angel for a couple of years already now, or about a year and a half now. And I was always been like, oh, here comes Angel. She's going to ask me about my book. And finally it was when it was fully in alignment, when I said, okay, now is the time. I feel that I can confidently speak to massive amounts of people. That's what I want to do. I want to have massive change in this world. I believe that if the more people that stops playing small, we are not born to playing small. And the more people that can get out of their own way, that the impact is that ripple effect. And so it was when it was in total alignment, and I felt confident that I could accomplish what I wanted to do in a fun, succinct, spicy way. And then of course, finding the right mentor. And, I know this wasn't just about Angel, and it is, because, knowing Ava from the Los Angeles Tribune, and then knowing Angel, is putting that right amount of people around you. I got to hang out with Jen Perez. I hang out with Fabiola. It's that camaraderie and that connection. And I felt like it was finally, the final thing I'll say on that is I finally found myself in the safe space to share my whole self and put it out to the world.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And when you bring people together and you're asking them to share their stories and put it in print, it is one of the bravest things that you can do, because somebody can't say, hey, you said that, like, it's on page 72. You absolutely said this. So I love that we have created this camaraderie, this encouragement, this accountability. And we didn't originally set off to do this in a group setting. It's a really unique model to bring authors together and take them through a group process. But we've done it multiple times, and every time it just gets better. And I always say, when the timing is right, the timing is perfect. There's no coincidences of who you are together inside of the group and what doors that's going to open up with you. And Jen, you've just been such an asset to the group. You also have offered, like, every time, sometimes we kind of get in our own way and we have this little head trash and things that we think are stopping us. Jen actually offers her program. She gave it and bonused it in to our authors at like this really, like, I think it was $97 you charged for them to come to your 3-day masterclass, which was, they're just so giving, right? And when you get around an environment like that, it's super incredible. And hopefully you saw on the screen, check out Genius Unlocked. Text the word Jen, Jenn, to the phone number 26786. If you've got a short code message, you'll get into her world. Jen Benninger, text the word Jen to the number 26786. And we're not done with you yet, Jen. I just wanted to grab that in there. Okay, Fabiola, why publishing, right? Out of all the different mediums, you had a documentary, you had a film, like you kind of at the top of the mountain. Why publish?
Yeah.
Right? No pun intended, right?
It is very true. I go to the top of the mountain and I take people to the top of the mountain. And this is actually my second book. The first book I published as a with a pen name. It was called Sam and the Giant Tree. But this one is very close to my heart because this is a very important time right now. We are in changing times where we need an example of what to follow. How are we going to come together? We're so divided right now. And the people of the Andes have suffered so much abuse and so much discrimination, the colonization, but they forgave and they move forward and they know that we have to work together. And they are so welcoming of everyone. Mm-hmm. So this is an example of how we can move forward as a society. You know, there is a prophecy of the condor and the eagle when the people of the North will come together with the people of the South. I truly believe that this book is part of that prophecy because we're bringing the people from the North to learn from the people of the South, and together technology and wisdom can work together to make this planet better. And I truly believe that my little book is one more step towards in that direction. So this is why I'm doing it.
I love it, Fabiola. Thank you so much. Like, such important work, such an important message. And the fact that she's actually taking a group in a couple weeks, next week, soon, yes, back up to Peru. So she's going to finish. She's going to have a shaman write the foreword. She's going to finish that last chapter. It's going to bring it. It's just going to bring it full circle and bring it to life. And make sure that you check her out and register, right? Sign up for her, follow her, FabiolaBauman.com. Jen Perez, how about you, right? I mean, it's a business book. It's, you know, it's one of those that people feel like, okay, maybe it's been done. Now it's never been done the way you're doing it. But why did you choose publishing?
So I've probably for over a decade have thought about writing a book. In fact, I think third grade is really when it started. Mm-hmm. But part of that problem was that every time I would start to write the book, I'm like, oh, well, it sounds like that other book that I just read. And so it's like, well, it had to be me still. So trying to figure out, okay, how do I be creatively different, but still be educational? I still wanted to make impact. And honestly, I went to a conference where they talked about being creatively different and they taught you how to write a book. And I was like, you know what, if this is not a sign after all other signs have shown up in my life, then I need to just go do it. So I started it. To be honest, I actually waited. And then when I met you, I love that we call you the finisher, because literally I was maybe 40% done of the content, and then you helped me finish and get across the board to actually publish it. So I don't know how many times I've tried to start writing a book, but actually publishing it, finishing it, and getting it done, and having the support just within my inner circle, with my network, with your program, and all the people I've met along the way, that really does help in adding that excitement to it, adding the belief in it, and making sure that you actually get it done and not just keep putting it on the back burner.
I'm so excited. I think you got your book done in like 45 days. I mean, it was super fast. Again, she came with a lot of it done, but she just needed it finished. TheSpicyCEO.com. The book is 69 Ways Money is Like Sex. It is available on Amazon. And this week, she is running her bestseller campaign. So go and grab a copy of the book. Let's help Jen become a #1 best-selling author this week. We can't do it without your help. So we're so excited that her book has now been nominated. All 3 of them are being nominated for incredible bestsellers and accolades through the Los Angeles Tribune. So ladies, we need to wrap this up. So just, quickly, just a quick little 1-sentence phrase or 1 moment, 1 minute to wrap it up. What do you want to say? And how do we connect with you? And actually, you don't have to do all of your how to connect with you because we shared it, and you could just use your time to say your wonderful words of wisdom. Jen Benninger, the spicy Jen.
This other spicy Jen. What I would love to say is you all deserve to release the most vulnerable judgment you have about yourself. And that is the one thing that can keep you from creating the life and the love and the health that you want. And you deserve that. And we're here to support you in any way possible. And that connection, that link, takes you to a place of all of the ways that you can get in touch with us, whether you're ready to jump full in or if you just want to kind of learn a little bit more. But you deserve it, and we're here to support you do that. So thanks, Angel.
Thank you so much. Jen is actually in the middle of an event. She's hosting an event, so she stepped out to be a part of this. Jen, thanks so much for squeezing us in. Definitely, she's such a giver, right? Like such a giver, and she really wants to help you succeed. To stop playing small. That's not just a clever title. It is her mission. It is her purpose. It is her. I don't know. It's like in her cells, right? Like
I can't get rid of it.
Right? It is who she is, and she's not going to let you play small. So make sure that you follow Jen. Jen, thanks so much for being a part of the panel today, and congratulations on your upcoming book. We can't wait. We can't wait to read it. Fabiola, all right, 1 minute, right? What do we want to say to the world?
Well, my book is about remembering that we are all indigenous of the earth. Okay, we are all children of our dear Pachamama, and she's calling you now. She's calling you to go back to her and to heal yourself by being part of her. This is a story that how we can return to being part of the earth once again.
Oh my gosh, beautiful. Check out Fabiola Bauman. And we can't wait to hear the rest of the story as she brings those beautiful people through the journey of Peru. And Spicy Jen, I don't want to say number 2 because there's you're both just as spicy, but Spicy Jen Perez.
Yes, 1 in Jen and 2 in Jen. That could be the difference. So now I would like to say that if you have a passion, integrate that into what you do. And whether it's mountain biking or playing a sport or whatever that is, honestly, mine ended up being the sex side, which is how I kind of brought that in. But be you, be authentic, and find those board of advisors. Find the people that in your world that you can that can support you, can be there for you when you need it. Don't be afraid to ask for help. And honestly, just keep learning, keep educating yourself, keep reaching out, because no matter where you're at in life, if you can create that vision for what you do really ultimately want and just keep yourself on the path to helping you get there, that I'm getting myself goosebumps even talking about it. So I just really appreciate, and this entire process has been so much fun. So you've got goals, just get her done, go get it. Like Jen said, don't play small. And I'd love to see you give shout out when you make those things happen. We love to hear about it.
Fantastic. Books change lives. And I think authors are some of the most generous, most giving people on the planet. Ladies, thanks so much for being a part of this spicy panel today. Congratulations on your books being nominated with the LA Tribune. Eva, thank you so much for this opportunity for us to share our 90-day authors with you and your audience. They are finishers, every single one of them, and I'm just super proud to be their publishing coach.
You've got some cheerleaders on the audience. Genius Unlocked is awesome. Go Jen. And love the spice, of course. Love the spice of the book. So I am so excited that we got to have this spicy panel in the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you, ladies, for being with us. We'll be right back after this commercial. Thank you, Angel.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back to Books Change Lives, the whole week celebration of the Los Angeles Tribune, celebrating authors who braved to write their books. And we just had this spicy panel of women who have really poured their life's work, their passion into their books to be able to change lives. And so I'm excited that we also are bringing in another leader who has spent her expertise in creating events and curating special celebration and honing in on branding. In the realm of events and celebrations, we understand the importance of every detail, but she understands it in the specifics, like even more in the details of everything. That's why they've handpicked everything that they do in their execution. Through her company, this speaker believes in the power of collaboration and creates amazing events and, just creative innovation, meticulous attention to detail. And the result, planned celebration that is uniquely yours and cherished for a lifetime. I would love to be able to have this conversation going. Welcome to our next speaker on stage, Samara Best. Samara, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune.
Hi, thank you, Eva. It's so great to see you. So my daughter's name is Ava.
Oh my gosh.
We say Ava. I know some people pronounce your name Ava. She also has that. I love it. So
yeah. I'm so excited about you being on here and would love to hear, first of all, what's your book?
So it's funny because my book is in editing right now, my solo book.
Perfect. It's a book. It's alive. It's alive. Tell us about it.
So my book is about winning your brand and the power of immersive branding experiences. So yes, that does include events as well. Events are something that are crucial to keep continuing on with your launches, with networking, with meeting new people, with getting out there, getting the street cred, right? So when we produce events for a client, it's usually not the first step unless that client already has their branding and everything they need ready to go. But I interestingly reverse engineered my business because I've been producing corporate, social, nonprofit events and retreats for 30 years all over US and Canada. And after the pandemic, our industry in a whole has had a really challenging time. And so what I found was that there were a lot of pain points in people wanting to plan retreats, summits, workshops, and masterminds. But what I found while I was coaching them is that they didn't actually have their brand locked in, or they were working with a brand that they had before the pandemic. So people are rebranding themselves and they're creating personal brands in addition to their business brands, which is actually really important because if you sell, let's say the LA Tribune, then where does that leave you, right? It leaves you with your personal brand. So that's why it's important to really work with both. And so that's what we've been doing. And then events is where you lead into when you're ready to go.
I am so excited. I'm so excited. One of the wonderful things that I heard you say is that, you also support people in creating their brands, two things, right? Two things. So I just wanted to really presence that none of our people that come here, other than having nominated their books, whether it is still out coming up like yours, you could nominate your books if it's still a manuscript and you wanted to come, get feedback and see if it would qualify for bestseller based on its contents before the launch. So you launch as a critical acclaimed bestseller already in the case of Samara, or you could also nominate your book if it's already done. So other than having people having nominated their books, none of these people have paid to be in the program. Just wanted to make sure. I get excited with people's impact in the world that it looks like I'm probably marketing and they paid me, but none of them have paid. Just to clarify. But Samara, there were two things that you said. The first one was that it's important to brand yourself personally, right? Even as you brand your business. And the second thing that stood out to me was that you also support businesses and brands to create their events, which is crucial in, there are two ways to, whether it's digital, virtual, or it's in person. That's how people are able to bring their audience together and gather together. And it could be a make or break if people don't know how to create events. So I love that those are the two things that you do is you support in personal branding and even the business branding, and you support them with creating events. So let's go and talk about first about your supporting them in creating events. And the reason I ask about that is because one of the things that is really, really common to entrepreneurs is wanting to learn to do it all, right? Like create your website, you're wanting to learn to create your, run your own events, but it's first of all, it's ineffective. it takes a long time to do it. And third, it costs so much more to not do it the way professionals would. Right? Like we personally at the Los Angeles Tribune, we put in events, in in-person events ourselves. And there are so many details that unless you've really, really run events could go haywire. So how do you support entrepreneurs, whether they're retreats? I heard you say retreats.
Yeah.
Or so if they have an idea, for example, the coach, right? Or well, I've always been wanting to create retreats, and either that stays as an idea and a nice to have maybe 3 years from now, or maybe they start to form it and then it's just taking so long, or they talk to you. So when they talk to you, like what support are you able to give to businesses who are thinking of creating events?
Great question. So first of all, we have a framework based on where they're at and where they want to be. So instead of me throwing up on my clients everything that I say they have to do, we actually listen to them for 2 hours on a Zoom, asking them questions and seeing where they are currently and where they want to be. And the reason why the book part started, and I am, just to go back on this, I am a best-selling author in Habitude Warrior books with Eric Swanson, who I know will be on here.
Yes, Eric Swanson.
Yes, and John Kovacs Jr. So I am in the Book of Human Empowerment series, which is a 3-book series. And I'm also in the book of Survival to Thrival, which launched book 1 today on Amazon, and it's free. So you can get a free download there. And then my book is being published by them as well. And so that's in editing right now, and that will be coming out. And it's going to be teaching people that framework of where they need to be, but also the win pillars that I created. So I'm going to get to that in a second. What I want people to understand is they came to me because I've been an event meeting planner for so long, all over US and Canada and big cities. I've lived in 13 states, just so you understand why I've also worked all over. But what I can say is that most people were coming to me because they wanted to get on stages. They wanted to get in front of more people. They wanted to be a public speaker. My background in public relations and marketing and events is something that has been able to help them get to where they want to be. And the first question is, what's your credibility? What's your authority? What's your social proof? That's what's important in 2025. And so while we're having that conversation, I'm seeing where they really are. And we're taking a look at all their social medias, their websites, all their material online. Is the press, like if they're on the LA Tribune, that should be on their press page. They should be cross-marketing with all of the press and the PR and all the people that they're marketing with. So in doing that, the book is a tool for business owners or for someone even who's in sales. So like Grant Cardone, he's one of my coaches, and I'm a 10X licensee and coach. And so with that, we're teaching his sales and his techniques to people, but I might be pulling in marketing from another coach or another influencer that's working really well for them. And whatever's working now does not mean it's going to work in another month or two, because this is a forever changing industry. And so you have to keep up, and it's not your job to keep up. It's our job to keep up. And so the key is to be omnipresent. It means to be everywhere. You need to be on YouTube and LinkedIn and Instagram, maybe TikTok, Facebook, as well as on news and in books and collaborating with other people. It doesn't matter if your name isn't on a cover. You're in there. You have an Amazon authors page, which has all your links in there. You have built that credibility and authority. Even if you're doing something simple like how-to books or planners. So you can start out. So these are just examples. They're hard to see with the background, but retreat planners, how-to guides to your bucket list. So think of those things that are like the top 5. And if you have to use ChatGPT, go for it. What are the top experiences that, or tips or points that align with your industry? That's the most important thing. Then go ahead and start creating. And if you have to use AI to help you do that, you can do that. But having a book, a solid book, and reading is so important. So I think we lost Ava in here. So I'm just going to keep talking. because I
No,
think
you
I'm by
didn't. I'm
myself.
here. I
I'm
am
like,
absolutely. I was writing notes. I was writing. I was taking notes. Like, so keep going, because I am absolutely listening, loving, and everything. We always say that when people come and they give value from their place of passion, their place of expertise, and that's what authors do, right? Like, you have the full stage. Keep on.
okay. So can I tell you a secret? Well, if you read
Yes. Yes,
if
you
you
can.
read the book of Survival to Thrival and read my mother, I made my mother an author. She's turning 78. My dad passed away a year and a half ago. And when Eric's like, will you be in this series? And they're already publishing my solo book and all that. I was like, of course. And so I said, I'd love for my mother to be able to write something. And she is in it. She wrote 3 chapters. But she chose to write it about me. And I'm like, seriously, Mom, like you have so many more stories. Why are you writing about me? But so I have a learning disability, and I was struggling with that my entire childhood. And so she's writing about that in the chapter of Survival to Thrival. And you don't actually know it's me, which is fine. And so I am someone who did not like to read. I hated to read. I felt like I was a slow reader. I didn't enjoy it. And reading comprehension was a big challenge for me growing up. And so I was not reading much at all. And it was just struggle to get the mandatory readings done for school as well. Yet somehow became a public relations major in the College of Journalism at University of Maryland, and graduated top student in PR and top all this stuff, like getting all these awards in college. And my family sitting in the audience just staring at each other. Did they just call Samara's name? Did they just call Samara's name? Did they just call Samara's name? So it's kind of interesting how I evolved. And now I love to read. Now, I started out with romance novels, Nora Roberts, like the light stuff. And then I gradually got into a little bit more, romance and different kinds of fantasy and that kind of stuff. I found something I really enjoyed, and I became addicted to reading. And we all passed our books around. My mother-in-law, my mom, my grandmother from my husband's grandmother, and they would all sign the book because we didn't remember who read what book, because they all sound the same and look the same anyway. So that was how I got started in my reading. And that was as an adult. That was as a mother. And my son is now 21. I have a 15-year-old, and my kids are amazing readers. My 15-year-old reads like crazy. And did you know that they have these teen fantasy romance books that are this thick, that they spray paint gorgeous patterns on it now? So she has this massive bookcase and displays them all the opposite direction. The kids are obsessed with reading now. It's wonderful.
This is such a great news, because it really depends what crowd and what environment you're in. In some environments, and in some groups, kids don't read anymore, right? And teenagers don't read anymore, right? But then you are in a different space where you are actually encouraging your people, your kids, your teenagers, and they are obsessed with reading books. So I love that, that's the story that you have. And how do you actually encourage are they writing their books soon?
So ironically, I started a best-selling book press publishing company. I know, crazy. I didn't even like to read. It's called Poolside Press, because my partner, Christine, she lives 15 minutes away from me. We're in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's like 119 degrees today. And we meet by the pool, but everyone loves to read by the pool, right? Beachside, poolside. So we call it Poolside Press. We make people bestsellers. Even a 2015 book written by Johnny Wimbry, we made a bestseller yesterday in multiple categories. And so we're able to help elevate people's credibility and brand that way. And so in producing this book publishing company, my partner has been a book editor, publisher, and a book coach for over a decade. That's not my wheelhouse. But my wheelhouse is the marketing and the PR and the advertising, that strategy part of it, and the events, the launch parties, et cetera. Partnering with LA Tribune, partnering with David Fagan, partnering with Eric and Preston Weeks and Mark Victor Hansen and all of them. Those are all friends, and I partner with all of them. So I love bringing people together in this world of books. and marketing so that we can help people want to read. And the reason why I brought up the publishing company is because we're publishing soon a kid's book that a celebrity athlete has written. And so we're doing children's books. We're meeting with youth who are teenagers, writing youth fantasy books. So yes, I love it. And my daughter will eventually, when she finds any free time, will probably write her own book.
Oh my gosh. Kids and children writing and teenagers writing. I have 2 grandkids and I'm actually encouraging them to write a book. Let me tell you how the conversation started. So my grandson is new to America. He just migrated from the Philippines, maybe 2-3 months ago. And he said that, he told me, Grandma, thank you for asking uncle, because I would never ask. I was told it's rude to ask. Just the way he was trained back in the Philippines, they were said it's rude to ask. And I'm like, well, we're going to be reading Mark's book titled Ask.
Ask.
And
I have it on my bedside.
And we're going to be summarizing every chapter, every week, 1 chapter a week. And we're going to publish your book about the summary. He's 11 years old. The teenage, technically he's not a teenager yet. But maybe the kid version interpretation of Ask, but encouraging kids and teenagers to write their books is absolutely life-changing. Like, it would change once they're a published author. I mean, like my BFF for the first time published her own book, but launched 3 days ago, and she's a totally different person. Provided you hang out with the right people, like Samara, right? Where you're surrounded with people who celebrate you, who give you visibility, who create events for you. You'd be a different person if you publish it by yourself and you quietly just put it in Amazon and you just hush it a little bit for a few people. It's not going to change anything much, right? You really don't want to do that to your life's work, because what evidence is that going to create, and what story will that create in your narrative, right? So, Samara, how important is it for people who are publishing their books to get into the right association? I heard partnerships a lot in your terminology. You're partnering with this, you're partnering with that, you're partnering with this, right? And it's so important to partner, and this is what we do at the Los Angeles Tribune. We highlight people, we partner with people. So how, what's the difference for an author when they just hushly, quietly do it by themselves versus when they surround themselves with partnerships?
That's a great question, Ava. And I want to also address Ask. So I have an autographed copy by Crystal, as well as Mark, Victor Hansen. Crystal is Mark, for those who don't know, is Mark's wife. And Preston Weeks, who's a dear friend here, and they're all in Arizona. I love where I live. Karen Lecter's here.
I'm gonna have to introduce my best friend who just published her book 3 days ago. She's in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Oh, you'll have to send me her info.
I will.
So I love living here because it's very centralized and everyone comes through and I get to see them. And I was trying to get David Meltzer on. He's recording today. He was going to try to come in. He's also become a friend, and he's an amazing, amazing author as well. The thing with the Ask book is I read it very quickly, and I love that book because the story in the beginning is just saying, and it actually led me to where I am in a way of, I've always been able to ask for help because I've always had to. I've had tutors my whole life. I've had disability service center for things. And so I've had to ask for help. And then as an adult, I evolved and I didn't want to ask for help anymore. But as we were moving, I was married to the Navy and oil and gas for 22 years. And we lived in 13 states. I've lived in 30 homes. Okay. 30 homes. Now, my husband became my husband. We're no longer married, but I got to the point in my life that I had to ask for help, especially when you're living in a new city and you're starting over. And it's not just me starting over and moving my businesses and starting over my businesses. I also had to start my children over, and that was not an easy task. So there's always things that we need to ask for and we hesitate. You've got to just rip that shield right off and just ask, because you know what? People love to help, believe it or not. They love to help. They love to be givers. So that's really important. And I think that I love that your grandson, you said,
yes,
is an author, and he's writing a younger version of that book. I can't wait to give it to my daughter because it's important for kids to understand, because yes, many kids were raised You sit quiet, you don't talk. You just need to, not ask too many questions. It's annoying. Toddlers, they always like, why? Well, maybe we need to say why a little bit more. Maybe we'd have less divorce in our world. So there's things that we need to do. And I think it's great that books are on Kindles and Nooks and on iPads, etc., and computers. But I also feel like the screen time is so overwhelming, and we don't know what the repercussions are of that either. So I love having the books. I do want to tell you that I have moved. My autograph books are the ones that I move, and that's what's important to me. And they're pretty much all how-to books and stuff. But this book is what I'm going to tell you about right here. This book is Relationship Selling by Jim Cathcart. So Jim is writing the foreword to my book. I met Jim in 2006 when I was one of the top recruiters for the Pampered Chef, because what else do Navy spouses do but, multi-level marketing when you're moving all the time. And he was a speaker at the convention. And I kept his autograph book and his DVD and CD and moved it to like 20 homes. And I never understood why. I didn't understand why. I had no idea. But he was the only person that was on a stage as a keynote that impacted me in relationship selling, because I'm a people person. I like to talk. I like to this. I like to get to know people. I like to help people. Relationship selling and his Acorn book, those are important factors. But the fact that I brought that book and moved it so many times and I didn't know why at all. I met him once in 2006. That was it. Then COVID happened and I'm on Clubhouse, very active on there. And my mentor, dear second father, Coach Ron Tunick, brought Jim Cathcart, his good friend, onto our Clubhouse group. And there he was. And I couldn't believe it. And then it continued. Daniel Robbins and Kate Hancock also brought him on. And I was in their groups. And then I saw him again. And then he came back into my life with Habitude Warrior with Eric Swanson. I mean, if God's going to just throw something into your lap, you got to ask. And you know what I did? I was shaking and sweaty palms and everything. And I called Jim. I had his number and everything. I called Jim. I go, Jim, I'm writing a book. This is what it's about. Will you write my foreword? I was like, he said yes.
What you said is powerful. Like, people do want to help. I mean, it's our nature. It makes us feel good. Like, literally, we're designed to help, right? But at the same time, I don't know why, but we hesitate to ask for. And it's maybe the programming as a child, like, don't ask, don't speak, and things like that. But I love that that you ask. And now you've got the forward that you dream of, the person that really impacted you in the beginning of your career. Now, we have a few minutes, Samara, but I wanted to give you the full screen, the full stage. Well, you've been having the full screen and the full stage for a while because you deliver so much value and you give so much content that I'm just taking notes down back here. But I wanted to give you the full stage, the full screen. Invite our audience, both whether it is to read your book that's upcoming, connect with you. What is it that you'd like them to know, either about branding, about events, or generally about reading in life? The stage is yours.
Thank you. Absolutely. So the pillars that I teach in my book are, and in my webinars and such, and you can check me out at Samara Beth & Co. If you go to my website, thesamarabeth.com, it has links to all my social medias, so you can check me out there. And it's usually Samara Beth & Co. in Instagram, and then Samara Hurley on LinkedIn, and Samara Beth Schwartz Hurley on Facebook. So the thing with the pillars that I created, the WIN pillars, WIN, it's willpower to keep going when life feels impossible. I have lived through tragedies. I've had challenges. I've had many things happen in my life that never happened to anyone. And I've had many things in my life that have happened to many people on this planet. So it's really important, though, that you keep going, because you never know what's on the other side of that door. So, and it's okay to close the door. I know a lot of people have gotten laid off. There's divorce is a high rate since the pandemic. People are losing homes and cars and jobs and even access to their kids every day. So whatever it may be, just know that you're not alone and keep going, because that door you just closed might open the door of your dreams. Okay. Now, I is innovation. So innovation is to think creatively. As an event planner, first of all, as someone who's been producing events for 30 years, you're only as good as your creative partners and vendors. I don't own the linen or the flowers or the venue. I don't have the chair rentals and the LEDs and the DJ. I can run a really good line dance wobble and Cupid shuffle and electric slide and Macarena, but I don't do the DJing or any of that. The point is that you've got to be creative and innovative, and you have to keep up with what's going on in traditions as well as what's going on, what's new. And you have 7 seconds of attention. It's not easy. That's why you have to be omnipresent. You can repurpose your material and make it creative and innovative and research what's out there. Use ChatGPT if you need to get some creative ideas. But what I recommend is you repurpose your material. So if you're doing a 1-hour webinar, turn it into a video sales letter and then email it out to everyone, and then have it cut up and use it for your social media posts, and then cut it up even more and use it as your shorts or your stories, and keep on going. Then you have your email marketing as well. So these things, it's a lot. You can't do it alone. And there's some things you have to delegate and some things you'll do yourself. So we understand budget is a challenge. So we're here to see what works best for you in that department. The N is my favorite, Ava. It is networking. So networking to build powerful communities, to cross market, to collaborate. I love during the pandemic, everyone's like, collaboration is the new, competition. I'm like, what the heck's competition? I don't even know what that is. My best friends were other event planners. Like, we helped each other. I don't do Indian weddings, but my best friends do. So I worked their Indian weddings. I did a lot of bar mitzvahs and other types of events that they didn't do. Sometimes they were bartending and handing out swag at my events. So it's about, there are people that are event planners that say, can you please send me a proposal or a contract and help me? I send them my document. Yes. Make it your own. Like, this is what it's supposed to be about. And so if you're on the collaboration train, see how you can affiliate, see how you can work together, because that's the reputation that you want.
So good. Well, I first wanted to highlight this comment right here, Daniela Truffin. Daniela, you got to connect with Samara, because you both are in Scottsdale, Arizona, and Daniela is like the queen of also going to events. She doesn't quite put events herself yet, but she goes to events. So you two would be such a great connection. I will connect the two of you together. And that's what happens when you are a family at the Los Angeles Tribune. We're all a family. Well, Samara, I would say you gave us so much value. You gave our viewers so much value. We've got about close to 400 viewers right now in the 8 places that we're live at. So I am so grateful for all that you have shared. It's such a win. And how did you tell them how they find you? I know you gave a lot, but at least give me one. You gave a lot.
So I have a digital business card that actually has all my links on it. I don't know if I can drop it in the chats in Facebook and LinkedIn.
Yeah, for sure. In Facebook, go ahead and when you come up with it on the chat. Yeah. But that would be amazing, because you gave a lot. But at least maybe start with samarabeth.com. It's right there.
Yes. So I know Ava is pronounced a million ways too. So my name was pronounced Samara growing up in Baltimore on the East Coast. And then after I got divorced and started a new company, Forbes Riley and I were talking, and she's like, how do you pronounce your name? And I said, whatever you want, Samara. She's like, no, your name is your brand. That is your personal brand.
So what is it? How do you
pronounce it? This is what she came up with, Forbes. My name is Samara. It rhymes with Tamara, but I'll get it to you today.
Oh, I love it. Tamara. I love that. I love that.
You can remember that way.
You've got Daniela willing and wanting and excited to connect with you already. There you go. So thank you so much. I am excited for everything that's coming up for you. Excited for your launch of your book. Definitely let us know at the LA Tribune when your book comes out. Awesome.
Yes, for sure. And Alicia and I met in New York City at the Event Planner Expo, and she's now at the LA Tribune, and that's how I got to you. through Alicia. So again, that was an event and that was networking. We hung out after the event. That's the key. Your best networking is outside of the event many of the time. So we do have an event this weekend coming up. So Danielle, get in touch with me. Maybe I can get you a ticket for an event here in Arizona.
So good. Well, since we've been talking a lot about Mark Victor Hansen, I'm going to go ahead and put a recording that we had with Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Hansen right after this. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We're going to have about a great panels coming right up. A great panel of leadership, transformational people are going to rock the show right after this. We'll be right back.
4 aspiring authors. I love it. Absolutely. That's a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. So for aspiring authors, Mark and Crystal, or for individuals that are looking to get their book recognized, what is the significance of being a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author?
Well, there's only 2 lists left. It breaks my heart because the industry has been so good to me for 50 years. But USA Today is their book list, which I had 15 of the top 50 books at one time, and Maya Angelou, who you mentioned earlier, said, "Boy, you're hogging lists." I said, "No, we just sell more books than anybody alive." So they're gone, and then Wall Street Journal is gone. So you're number 2 after New York Times, and I predict, as I have to you personally, Mo, because you and I are dear, great friends, that you will become the number 1 book list in the world because you're playing literally a world game, and we're just so thankful and touched that we made it to the top of your list.
Thank you, Mark. Love you. I appreciate you. Ms. Crystal, please.
No, what an honor. I mean, Mark's right. I just say ditto to everything he just said, because sadly, all of these important lists are disappearing. And the lists are important because people are looking for that recommendation. They're looking for the books that people are really loving, that are really, changing lives, impacting lives, or just even entertaining people, that are just really good writing. So I am so thankful for this list, Mo, because I think Mark is spot on. You guys you are becoming the most, New York Times and you. I mean, it's all gone away, Wall Street Journal, everything. So congratulations to you for really making that a priority, because reading literature, books are so important. Books change the world.
Books change the world. Books change lives. That's the theme of our Global Book Lovers Week celebration. And this is day 5. We have had the greatest, biggest authors combined already in this 5-day. We have had, Sharon Lecter, who is the author of Think and Grow Rich for Women, Outwitting the Devil, co-author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad with Robert Kiyosaki. We've had John Gray, who is the author of Men Are From Venus, Mars. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus, right? And then we've had the biggest author in finances, who actually started the wave of books being sold in a way that it's being sold right now, Robert G. Allen, who's the author of No Down Payment, and among the many that he has authored, 1 Minute Millionaire, and also Dr. Joe Vitale, author of 95 books, somewhere there, who has his book turned into film, the most recent one, Zero Limits Living. Of course, we've got a lot more other authors. Yesterday, it was Ben Gay III, the only living protege of Napoleon Hill, who was also the author of the 3 best-selling book series of The Closers. So lots have come around and come along, and we now have a panel of transformational leaders. We're going to have a quick commercial, and when we come right back, they're all going to be on the screen, and it's going to be a party. So we'll be right back, and expect a party coming on.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Yay! Party time! Make sure that you are unmuted, girls, ladies. Make sure that you are unmuted. Make sure that you're unmuted. So we have a phenomenal group of ladies who are changing the world, who are being a stand as a transformative change in the world. And I am so excited because these ladies have written together a book out of being in a class of transformational leadership together. And it is so phenomenal. So first of all, let me first in this, there you go. There we go. Absolutely. So first of all, let me introduce, so let me first start. They have nominated their book as a critical acclaim best-selling book. It's still in the review right now by our editorial team, but it has been nominated, and I am excited to see what's going to come up with that, because I am confident that these ladies, actually, are there men in your group?
One
man, okay, but that have co-authored, and there are 24 of you, right?
23.
23, okay, 23 co-authors that have all put together this book as a result of their stand to be a change in the world. So let me first start introducing Siobhan. Siobhan, tell us, you get to like introduce them one by one, tell us their names, and then you all get to introduce yourselves. But I would love to start with you, and tell us about the book, and tell us about your co-authors.
Yes. So thank you for this opportunity, Ava. Thank you so much. I am so delighted to be here. My name is Siobhan Cook, and I am one of the co-authors of this fabulous book, Leadership for Teens, Discover the Leader in You. And I'm one of 23 of the fabulous authors that has written this book. And we are just so delighted and excited to be here. So thank you for the opportunity.
So good. Our Leadership for Teens. So I'm going to go around, just go ahead and introduce yourself. Let's go to Julie. Julie, it's your turn.
Yes, hello. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for having us. This book was obviously a collaboration of many professionals in many different fields, but all coming together to really guide and do one thing, and that's really to transform the world. And our motto, I guess if you'd say it, is we're committed to a transformed world of love, of courage, of authenticity and freedom, and wanting to empower this new generation of teens, especially going through COVID and after that, and all the confusion that comes with growing up and life, and really just wanting to empower them. Making this also a workbook, so it's interactive, and getting them to think and share it with their siblings, their friends, their parents. And really, it's great for parents to go through too. I'm going through it with my daughter, and it's a great reminder of everything that we're really trying to just shed into the world and to each other. So thank you again for allowing us to share it.
Oh, absolutely. I love that you have teenagers yourself, and you're actually putting it into practice and now creating a workbook with it. It's almost like it's creating a life force of its own, and birthing into different things. And that's what we've seen, with the books that have come through here. They start to create opportunities, and they start to create, open doors and conversations. So I'm excited for what you're creating for teenagers. Valerie, you're up next.
Hello. Hi, Ava. Thank you so much for having us. It really, truly is an honor to collaborate here and represent this book that started with a vision, and it came to pass, and it really was an incredible journey. So my name is Valerie Ireland, and I'm a transformation health coach and certified health coach. And this vision came to us all because as we were doing the transformation work, we recognized the things that like, wouldn't it be nice if the teenagers would know about these things before life happens to them? And like Julie said, to empower them to make choices. And so we were thinking of like, what are those missing pieces that us as teenagers would have loved to have had? And so we collectively put together our knowledge from our backgrounds and from our personal experience, and collaborated in a way that it's almost like a manuscript, like a blueprint of because there's a lot of learning nowadays. People are bombarded with information. In Google University, you can Google your way out of things and get information. But truly the change and the transformation happens is when with implementation. So the fact that this is a book with a workbook, it's asking question leading to curiosity. So they ask themselves questions to discover who they truly are at their core. So it becomes a self-discovery process, because I believe and we believe that the missing link is that people just go about their life doing the next thing, being not leaders, but followers. And so really, truly, this generation, to avoid the confusion, really needs to be guided in a way that they know that they can make a difference in the world, and they are the trailblazers for generations to come. So we're leaving a legacy. I'm doing it with my kids as well, and it is incredible spreading the goodness.
Well,
Thank you.
Valerie, if I may offer an upgrade on the language, it's not leaving a legacy. You're starting a legacy.
Starting a
I think
legacy.
this is gonna
Yes.
take off in many forms. You're literally starting a legacy. You know, imagine just the teenagers whose lives are changed, who are able to like be better adults, be prepared for life. Like I love what you said about you looked at the gaps of what you wish you knew, coming into life, as a teenager, and being able to put that into practice. So thank you. I love
Yes.
your passion. You're so passionate for this. Let me bring Melissa next. Melissa, you're up next.
Thank you so much, Ava. It is a pure honor to be here today and to be part of a team of visionaries and heart-centered people out there creating greatness in the world is an honor that every heart should be proud of, especially mine. And one of the things that I value the most about the leadership for teens is being somebody like myself who didn't have a projected path that was normal or that you could find in schools, but yet still having this vision, this sense of knowing, this sense of desire and passion of, I still want to contribute in the world and I still want to create massive impact. And it's something that you can't quite find in the normal schools with what I do. I'm a psychic trainer. And this book I love because it's all about innovation. It's about following your dreams, finding your passion, how to listen and how to play with team members, how to build communities, how to build lasting relationships, and really how to build a life that feels so meaningful, one that you're proud of, and one that you do feel that sense of honor and gratitude to be in. And I just feel like this is a book that is so important for every teen to learn how to live a life to their fullness. So I thank you, and I'm grateful to be here.
So good. I love that. Live your life to the fullness, and all of the skills that you get to learn with that. Corey,
Hi.
tell us about yourself.
I'm excited to be here, Ava, and it's so nice to see you. Thank you for having us. My name is Corey Evans. I am a transformational strategist. I support entrepreneurs, and I bring a lot of fun and a lot of play to the room. I have a really interesting background of a lot of different things. And what intrigued me the most about this vision that we created was that we are genuinely creating something that is not just a book for teens. It is a leadership movement for all, for parents, for teens, for families, for all. And our mission is really to equip. You've heard a little bit about this. Equip everybody with the tools, the mindset, the heart to lead. But it's also about speaking truth with kindness and creating bridges where there were once walls, and inviting all kiddos and their parents to explore who they are, not who they're told to be, through practice, through some of these activities. And We're offering them an opportunity to just lead with empathy in classrooms and communities and in conversations and speak out and to create real world impact through playfulness and purpose and presence. And you'll find through these chapters, I also have the book, although you've seen it a bunch of times. It's a beautiful, inviting book. We're asking kiddos to like be part of the activity. We're asking them to bring their insight to the book and create a peacemaking tool and foster deep understanding across cultures and beliefs and identities. And I believe that that is such an important thing in this world right now. So we are here as co-authors from such diverse backgrounds, as you've already heard from Siobhan, and we share one unified vision. And that is that we believe that all of us are leaders, all of us. And we wanted to create something that would support the kiddos that were us a long time ago.
Not that long ago.
Not so long ago.
Not that long ago. Well, you know what's amazing about this opportunity? I actually see, imagine times 23. You know, I imagine 23 authors, going to different schools, speaking in different, cafes, being able to like go in different parts of the world because it's times 23, like exponential value of you all, putting into this. And so give us a little bit of a clue. Did you all write one chapter each, or how did the book come together? Who would like to answer that?
Go ahead, Beth.
Okay.
That's ready.
So initially it was divided into chapters, and each chapter has different sections. And we had an array of different topics. So then we individually picked one or two based on what resonated the most with us. And let me tell you, that was the initial state. Through the process of writing, there was many changes. We saw that perhaps this could go here instead of this, or maybe this title should be changed, or maybe change the flow of the topics so it'll flow better. So the putting ourselves in the feed of in the person's feeds and the experience, it's almost like unveiling and uncovering, so it gets deeper as you go in it, right? And it goes in an orderly way so they're able to understand. So it kind of like built on each other. It's independent and it also built on each other. And at the end, the closure, it just gives a roadmap and a beautiful pledge, so they commit to themselves forever on a daily basis, because a daily reprieve is a choice to be a leader and to really show up fully with all these tools and implementations. And so it's something that you could always go back to and redo and revise. So this is how it started, and this is how it came to pass. And when we held it in our hands, it was like a dream come true.
So there is a request from the audience. The request from Daniela is, where is that? She said, hold the book for a few seconds. She wants a screenshot. Okay, so does everyone have their book with them? Who doesn't have their book with them? Okay, whoever has the book. Okay, 1, 2, 3. This is so fun. Okay, we got it. Thank you. So I love how
Thank you, Daniela.
I love how you collaborated in bringing that together. What's the name of the book? What's the title of the book?
Leadership for Teens.
Leadership for Teens.
Discover the leader in
you.
The leader in you.
So, okay, let me just, I want to actually put that into a banner and so that we could put that into the Leadership for Teens, and it's available on Amazon, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we're gonna put that on a banner. So as we're talking, It is up there, Leadership for Teens. Now, I'm just thinking of the process that you said, imagine discussing things among 23 people. I've seen a lot of compilation books, but the compilation books that I know they all are independent. They kind of like don't care what the other person writes. They write their own, right? It's not a collaborative. Really, it says it's collaborative in a sense, but it's not like we have to flow and the topic has to mix and match and they've got to be able to like really make sense. No, they're independent, right? So to have to get to write a book with 23 authors that are collaborative, that could be that really you look at and say, can this support our teenagers? Is this something that they'll continue to read? Is this something that they'll continue to implement and work through? I mean, what's that discussion like?
I'd love to take this one.
Who's gonna take it? Corey? Well, okay.
There's a lot of backroom conversations going on in this creation. And I want to just remember, if all of you want to close your eyes and remember a moment when you had a group project, it was exactly like that, right? Like there's moments of flow, there's moments of obstacle, there's moments of chaos, there's moments of calm. And the bottom line was we really all come from extremely diverse backgrounds, belief systems, places, countries, languages. There's a lot of different things represented here in the way of love. And ultimately, we sat down and grounded ourselves every time we got together so that we could be the best versions of ourselves to show up for this book. And we were committed to creating a world where every single young person knows that they belong. Their voice matters. Their leadership counts in every second. And that simply, they get to show up and be brave enough to be fully themselves. And we had to be an example of that. I say we had to, but we know we got to. We showed up with each other day in and day out. And we edited each other's things. And my, we had a lot of fun during those nights. And day after day, we showed back up, and it wasn't 23 every day. It was very much a relationship, just like all relationships in the world. Sometimes we had a really strong group. Other times we had to go enroll people. And that's what life is about, right? Like sometimes we have to go and find our coworkers and our family members. And sometimes we have to reel our community in because it's not going the way we want it to go. So it was a powerful experience. And I will never probably be in a situation that is this unique in the way that I was so blessed to be part of this group of people and this 23 groups of people. And we are forever, connected through this. And the movement begins as people pick this book up and begin to practice some of the incredible things that they can learn for themselves in this place. And we would love to see this year after year be a bestseller, because it's going to be different for every person that reads it, because what we get to create for ourselves is whatever we want. And that's going to look different for all of us.
Absolutely. I'm so thrilled to just think about Leadership for Teens. Now, let's say, for example, I could imagine that the teen gets to purchase this, because anything that parents purchase, for the most part, teens don't want to use, right? So if you are speaking to a teen and you are enrolling a teen into this book, what are some of the things that you would say? I'm going to ask all of you that question, and I'm going to give maybe each of you a minute to say, what is it about? Like, as a result of reading this book, how do you picture your life? What are the results you're going to create? How is life going to be different for you just because of the power of this book? Books change lives. You could either spend your whole life all the way to your 70th year trying to figure it out, or you can learn it as a teen using a leadership book. So that's my 1 minute spiel. Okay, so let's go start with Siobhan. Siobhan, the stage is yours.
Yeah, so thank you. I truly believe that it starts with your vision, right? Your why. So when you're enrolling a teen into this book, you're starting with their vision, with their why. Why are they even What is it that they are wanting to create in the world? Where do they want to be in say, 6 months, a year? Where is it that they want to end up? What is their why, their vision? So I would say to start there.
Okay.
And then from there.
So hold on. We're gonna do a take two, right? I would love to invite you to watch day 2 of the broadcast. This is day 5. Day 2 of the broadcast. It's actually very short because it was Sunday. But there's Bill Walsh, who actually Daniela knows. Daniela couldn't write fast enough. On Bill Walsh's session, he actually talked about the things that you can do to like blow up your book the moment it goes out. And one of them is, creating your own social page. And I imagine this being the social page that talks to teens. So in each one of your conversations and in each one of your enrollment conversation with a teen, I want you to say it like you're having a conversation with a teen. Julie has a teen, it's easy. Valerie has a teen, it's easy. But talk to a teen and enroll them into. This is not a PhD, I promise. There are no standards in this, but talk to a teen. And so, Siobhan, we're going to do a take 2 instead of a third person day. Talk to the teen, okay? Ready?
Got it. So like I'm talking to my daughter.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, okay. So if I'm talking to my daughter, I'm still talking to her about her why. So my daughter, like, what is your, oh my gosh, your vision is, to help other teens your age. Is that your vision? Okay, so let's take this book and we're going to pick out some pieces that are going to support you in that are going to help you in being able to support other teens in that area, so that they are able to, reach their goals or reach their vision. So yeah.
I would still celebrate Siobhan enrolling your teen in their vision and using their vision to enroll them into like using the book so that they can create the vision that they're passionate for, is what I heard. Okay, Julie, you go next.
Sure. Gosh, very similar to what Siobhan was stating. Talking to my daughter, any teen is stating, what do they want? What is their vision? However, that may not land with a lot of teens, right? What's your vision? So really is, what do you want? And even deeper, what do you want to feel? And it's okay to feel all the feels. And I think so many teens have so much insecurities. Shoot, even adults, we have insecurities about overcoming our doubts and insecurities or our fears. What if there was a way to embrace it and use that as a strength? And to get curious on what it is inside of you, that there's something more, that you were meant for greatness. Because I believe everybody is meant for greatness and everybody has a gift, and being able to pull that out so they can be loved, they can be a part of a community, they can give back, and they can also receive. So finding out what they want to feel, what they want to be, what they want to do, what the goals are, and being able to spread that and share that so they feel important and loved. I think every kid and a person needs to feel loved.
That is essential, that in this, I love the way you started to like really sink into speaking to the teenager, and not just having a what they want, but what do they want to feel. Very deep. Thank you so much. Valerie, coming up next.
Yes. Oh, I actually had this conversation. So I'm talking to the teenager. Do you ever feel that there's more of life than what you see? Do you ever question or are curious about what else is there? Do you ever feel like there's more to you than others can see? Well, there is. Imagine having a GPS. What does the GPS do? What's the role of the GPS? It takes you places. To take you places, you know where you're at, and you also need to know your destination. But what is do you know your destination? What happens when you don't put a destination? Okay, you don't go anywhere. All right. Well, that is the importance of having a vision, being led by the vision, that no matter what obstacles get in the way, you're going to go get it. That's going to be your North Star. That's going to be your guide. That's going to be what is going to take you to any length to get it. Well, that is the importance of having a why. So let's think about it. What do you really want? What do you want to create? Oh, you like video games. Okay. Imagine instead of playing a video game that somebody else created, wouldn't you like to create your own video game? What would that look like? No, perhaps, oh, you don't think it's possible? It is. Everything is possible because we're made to be creators. We have been created by the creator of the universe. We're meant to be creators, not just followers. And so by discovering all the essence of who you are, everything to the depths of your intention. Everybody has a purpose, your uniqueness, and celebrate your uniqueness instead of wanting to be like everybody else. In there is the prize. That is a gift. And when you discover that, there is no limit. And then you'll be able to create that vision of yours. So this book is a tool that will give you all the strategies to get to create what you want in life.
Ooh, fire. Fire. Awesome. So what we're going to do, just to give you a vision, we're going to cut this all up into like little video clips, reels, so that you already would have that marketing conversations with that team. That's the vision for this little 1 minute spiel talking to that teenager. Okay. Corey, you're up next.
I'm up next. Hey, kiddos. What are you looking for when you pick up a book? Do you want to feel something? Do you want to be inspired? Do you want to be unstoppable? This is not just another leadership book. This is a book about you. You get to create the book. It's about something bigger. If you want to be a leader, it doesn't have to be boring or stuffy. It doesn't have to be intimidating. What if you could open this book and take a leadership quiz or get a quick action tip, feel compelled to take action on something that you might be holding back on? Me too, just like me. And this book has a personality, and I think you'll really love it. It's not just another book on a shelf. It's bold. It's got playful language, just like you. And it's going to spark your curiosity, and it's going to create something interactive. I dare you to take this thing home and see what happens.
I love it. The teenager dare is right there,
The teenager dare worked for me.
Okay, so we've got Melissa. Melissa, you are up. We've got 1 minute. Let's go.
Wonderful. If you could create one change in the world, what would it be? If you could go after one big thing that would radically make an impact and change the world, what would it be? And why would you choose that? And what is one step that you could do? Like, what is the first change that you would want to make in that space? Because here's the thing, if you can see it, all you got to do is believe it. Because if you can see it, it means that it's meant for you to make that change. And that's why we wrote this for you, because we believe in you and we want to help give you tools so that you can go after that. Because I know that what you feel in your heart is something important and that the world needs. And we believe in you. And with us by your side, we know that you are unstoppable and you can make every single dream of yours come true.
Oh my gosh, am I the only one with goosebumps? I've got goosebumps everywhere. And I I love the different personalities that you guys have. This is why I feel like this is times 23. Imagine like someone can land with someone, like regardless of your personality, regardless like I love your gentleness, Melissa, and how you approach it. That would be a different teenager, and then Corey will be a different teenager, and then Valerie will be a different teenager, right? But such exponential power that it holds that you have collaborated in this book. I want to congratulate you, and I want to also inspire you to really take this on. Oh my gosh, like watch day 2. You can also watch day 1. Day 1 is the first hour is so powerful. A combination of Sharon Lecter, John Gray, Robert G. Allen, Dame Doria Cordova, who's also the partner of the Robert Kiyosaki, and they put all of their gems on how to grow your book once you've launched it into a mega super bestseller. Take those gems and oh my gosh, I am rooting for you. I am rooting for the change that you're creating, starting with teenagers. Like, what a powerful concept, what a powerful vision. So thank you for what you do, and I acknowledge each one of you.
Thank you, Ava.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much for this opportunity.
You're welcome. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
How fun is that? We have 23 leaders who all came together, decided they want to make a difference in the lives of teens, and they looked at their own lives and what they wish they knew when they were a teenager and wrote a book to be able to support teenagers, and that's so much fun. We are going to play one more time the conversation of our CEO Mo Rock with 3-time Guinness World Record Mark Victor Hansen, including one of his titles being the most number of New York Times bestseller titles at one time, and the most number of books published by one author. Let me just play that. It's going to be real quick, and we'll be right back with an amazing author.
For aspiring authors. I love it. Absolutely. That's a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. So for aspiring authors, Mark and Crystal, or for individuals that are looking to get their book recognized, what is the significance of being a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author?
Well, there's only 2 lists left. It breaks my heart because the industry has been so good to me for 50 years. But USA Today is their book list, which I had 15 of the top 50 books at one time. And Maya Angelou, who you mentioned earlier, said, "Boy, you're hogging the list." I said, "No, we just sell more books than anybody alive." So they're gone. And then Wall Street Journal is gone. So you're number 2 after New York Times. And I predict, as I have to you personally, Mo, because you and I are dear, great friends, that you will become the number 1 book list in the world because you're playing literally a world game. And we're just so thankful and touched that we made it to the top of your list.
Thank you, Mark. Love you. I appreciate you. Ms. Crystal, please.
No, what an honor. I mean, Mark's right. I just say ditto to everything he just said, because sadly, all of these important lists are disappearing, and the lists are important because people are looking for that recommendation. They're looking for the books that people are really loving, that are really, changing lives, impacting lives, or just even entertaining people, that are just really good writing. So I am so thankful for this list, Mo, because I think Mark is spot on. You guys you are becoming the most, New York Times and it's all gone away, Wall Street Journal, everything. So congratulations to you for really making that a priority, because reading literature, books are so important. Books change the world.
Books change the world, absolutely. And another author that's coming right up, talk about how it is like to be a critical acclaimed best-selling author at the Los Angeles Tribune. Our next author is a nominated author for the critical acclaimed bestseller recognition. Her book is still in review with the editorial team, but we are so grateful to have the opportunity to spotlight books that are changing lives and authors that are daring to write them. And one author that's coming right up right now is someone who actually wrote about the beauty within tragedy, how a resilient soul can turn grief into gifts. That's almost like a tongue twister, grief into gifts. Let me bring on stage Miss Robin Gargano. Welcome, Robin, to the Los Angeles Tribune.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, to us, it's an honor to be able to like spotlight authors that are really, wanting to change the world, and we wanted to be able to support you guys to like really create the difference, and the people that needs to get to hear your book. And so, Robin, let me start with, because these books change lives. And you're someone who has been empowered from a place that normally, really turns out bad for others, but you've turned it into something good. What's a book that has inspired you? What's a book that has made a difference, that has changed your life?
Absolutely. So when I was transforming, that's sort of what I use as my catalyst of the next phase of my life. I found this book. It was recommended to me by a dear friend of mine, and it was Tears to Triumph by Marianne Williamson, The Spiritual Journey from Suffering to Enlightenment. And that book couldn't have hit me at a more perfect time. It was really the onset of how I was going to rewire things in my brain, how I was going to look at life again. And that's the book that really did the shift. So it was later on in life that I had this transformation through a book. But of course, I've been inspired by, Shel Silverstein and Edgar Allan Poe, and the duality of making life's lessons simple and playful, and also dark and to life, And so there's so many things that have inspired me along this journey, but Marianne Williamson's book was the one that really set the stage for a new life ahead.
Wow. And so let's just reverse engineer this. If at that moment in your life, for example, Marianne Williamson's book did not come to you, what could be a different result or a different outcome that would be for you if you did not have that inspiration of that book?
A different outcome, meaning would I have found it?
If you didn't, because there are things that we were encouraged by, inspired by, like probably like really moments of grief that you were enlightened by. If you didn't have that, if for example, Marianne Williamson didn't write the book, is where we were looking at, what would that be? How would that be different for you?
I guess it would be different because I would just lean into the next thing that was supposed to fall in my lap, whether that's a quote or that's a different type of book that I would lean into. My brother, who was written in my book, he actually gave me a quote that transitioned my life and thinking too. And it was by Friedrich Nietzsche, and it's "To live is to suffer, and to survive is to find some meaning in the suffering." And that really took my mindset and put it on a different plane in and of itself. So the tragedies that happened in my life created the onset for the next beautiful chapter of what that would be. But along the way, there's been people that have inspired me, my friendships, my tribe, my community that supported me through this, quotes that people would send me like this from Friedrich Nietzsche, books, articles. I mean, anything that you could sort of dive into to create change for yourself, that's what I did. And I think that's what I've sort of done throughout my whole life.
I love that. What's amazing about what you just said is even quotes, like I have had quotes like shift me and like really have impacted me because of they just land, right? They just resonate with you. And I thank you for the answer. Now, from having to walk your own grief, and then transitioning to writing about it, and now having the book, what inspired you to write the book?
Once you live through something and you feel a transformation and you feel a shift, like, wow, I did this, I came out of this and I turned it into something, I come from a place of service, and I want to gift that to other people. We are so much more adaptable and resilient than we really think that we are in this life, and we sort of play small. And I wanted to inspire people that there's a transformation in you no matter what. Your circumstance doesn't define you. It's just the next part of your story. So let's reframe that and let's choose to adapt. And that's why I wanted to write this book. I mean, it was a therapy session in and of itself to write this book and sort of put it all out there and be vulnerable, right? That's a path to growth. And that's something we always want to lean into so that we can be authentic with each other. And I wanted to share that side, but then I wanted to also give people tools and tips of how to maneuver the chaos. Life is messy. And how are we going to deal with it and make sense of it? And so that's why this book, once I felt transformation, I wanted to gift that to others too and help them find their own path along their journey.
Wow. The generosity of wanting to give that because you walk through it. That's amazing. So, Robin, I want to give you the opportunity to speak to the person that this book will speak to, and speak to them in like why is it that this book is the book that would be able to support them in their journey, whether it is that they're experiencing grief or whether they're looking for something that your book is an answer to. I don't want to be able to give the stage for you for that purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. This book is for anyone that believes in themselves. So if you believe that there's more to your circumstance or more to your life than what you're experiencing right now, this book is to offer hope and perspective that suffering, it's inevitable, but growth is possible if we just approach it with awareness and perspective. And this shares a real framework for how to cultivate and harness resiliency. You know, we're not born with this, but we get to learn how to walk hand in hand with the adversity that comes our way and make it our best friend instead of avoiding it. And if you're someone that's just looking to turn this personal pain into your next big catalyst or movement, you can do that. It can become anything that you want. We just have to tap into that strength and use the tools and community around us to do so. And then also too, this book is just an advocate in and of itself for really mental health and the awareness of that. Like, we all go through emotions, we all go through pain, but yet we sort of hide from it and pretend like we're all great and good. And resilience isn't about that. It's about admitting what we go through, living in that moment, being on our own time frame, and then walking the path in which we choose to create. So advocating for your basic right to be a human being and share in this story and learn that it's okay to be in any place and you'll get through it. That's what this book provides. And if you're looking for that and self-development and growth and just a little bit of hope and inspiration, that's what The Beauty Within Tragedy will give to you.
That is so powerful. The beauty within tragedy. And I feel like that's a superpower. You know, if you really can develop the skill to look at the misfortunes in life and the tragedies in life to turn it into, you know, and see the beauty in it, that in itself is a superpower. So, Robin, you know, I'd like to ask, you know, for people who are going through it right now, we encourage them to get your book. And what are some of the tips that you can tell someone right now, whether they are in grief, they're going through tragedy, they feel like they're rock bottom, they're going through, you know, broken glass all over the moments, you know, what are some of the tips that you could tell people that are going through that right now?
Absolutely. I think there's three main tips that I typically lead with when someone is just going through their transition or their tragedy, whatever it is, even their circumstance. It doesn't have to be something so huge, but make time your best friend. It really is the thing in which you can walk hand in hand with. You are on nobody else's timeline but your own, especially when you're going through something that might take a longer time to go through. People are going to judge that. They're going to be after you. They're going to have all sorts of unsolicited opinions of how your journey should go. And really none of that matters. It just matters what you're comfortable with on your time frame, and just accept that. Hey, because in that process, you're trying to accept what has just happened. So nobody else gets to dictate that. And then along with that, as you're on your own time frame, own your journey. It's yours. You don't have to apologize for it. It happens. This is life, and we get to accept all the things that happen in life. We don't have to love it, like it. We could even despise it, but it's yours and it's here and it's for you. What am I going to do with this now? So just own it, be unapologetic about it, ride the wave of life. You can create beauty and magic from that. And then integrate. Integrate, don't ignore, is what I like to tell people, because we don't want to ignore the emotions that we're feeling. We really want to tap into them and use them as a discovery mechanism for our growth. I don't want to shy away from this pain. I want to feel everything about it, because I'm really going to open up doors that I never knew existed within myself. I can empathize with others better. I can hold compassion differently for others. But just integrate, understand what's going on, read a lot, listen to music. That's another great tool of how to transition out of things, is dive into the understanding of the things that are around us that can make us feel better and find discovery. So don't ignore. Resilience is built off of discomfort many of the time, but just know that you can do it and you can get through it. And we are adaptable. We are amazing creatures on this planet.
Robin, I want to stick myself with you. Can I velcro myself onto you? You feel so good. I don't know. I'm a feeler. Okay, guys, I'm a feeler. I feel people. I feel, frequencies, vibrations is just the thing. It's my gift. It's my curse. But oh my God, you feel so good. Like just the way who you are, your being. How you say. But my number 2 that I will take from you, and I think this is going to be life changing for me. There are moments that it landed that it will change your life. I think this one for me is number 2. Own it. There are own where you are and be unapologetic about it. That to me is like, we go through challenges and we go through and if you don't own it, it lands on shame, right? It lands on hiding, and it oh my God, like a lot of things go with that. Then you end up with self-loathing, and it just has a lot of relatives that come with the baggage, right? But own it is so powerful. Like I feel like I can just like sink myself in that.
Yeah, well, you are so right, because otherwise we compare, right? And then you get into comparison syndrome of other people's stories and where they've been, right? We don't want to do that. We want to live in our own space. And I thank you for your comments so much about the energy. That's a huge part of what I do. I do energy medicine work as well too. And so I integrate emotional intelligence in everything I do. And I'm so honored that you feel that way. Thank you so much for sharing this.
Oh my gosh. Like you're I think just being in your presence is therapy, do you have, so in that conversation, do you have communities that you invite people into to just be around you and in your presence and in your thinking? Because when we come from a different thinking, it really requires that we immerse ourselves into a new way of being, a new thinking, a new energetic level to be able to like consistently stay in the shift. So what is it that you offer people in support of both your book? Do you have a book community where people can find things like that?
Yeah, so I do have a small book community where people can come in and we can talk about the book if that's what you want to do, and transformation through the book. But my practice is all based on resilience and mental and energy skill work. So I use the neuroscience of the brain and how to shift and rewire new synapses, and so that we can adapt. And that's through my coaching program. So that's through my company L4, which stands for Live in Life, Love in Life. And I primarily work with professional and amateur athletes, but not exclusive. I work with companies and individuals, really anybody that wants to have a new way of thinking and being, and the tools to do that. And it doesn't have to be hard. It can be simple and impactful, right? We can dive into the deep, dark places, but we can also make it simple in order to shift and change. So my coaching practice is really where I dive into all of that great work, and we have a community, or we can work one-on-one together.
So good. And Robin, how can people connect with you? How can people find out about you? Do you have a book that you want to stick up?
Here's the book. So this is
the beauty within tragedy. Oh, I love the sassiness of that girl in that picture.
You know, that was something that was by my editor was like, you should do that. And I was like, really? Should I put myself on there? She's like, just do
Well,
it.
it's so good. I have to tell you, your editor knows the contrast, because the beauty within tragedy, and then she's like sassy already, like owning it. Like that's the key word, like owning it. Definitely shows the transformation that one could go through, even from like the worst of the worst, right? So, thank you for showing us your book. Thank you for sharing it. Thank you for shedding the light that you give to the world, you know, and your energy and your vibrations that you give to the world. So how can people connect with you?
Yeah, so anybody that wants to reach out, you can reach me at Robin at the letter L, the number 4, LIVIN.com. That's my email. That's the most direct route. I'm also on Instagram at Robin Gargano L4. I'm on Facebook. You can Google me. I know that sounds really funny, but you can connect with me that way too. I'm open. Please reach out. I'd love to help in anybody's journey, or just connect. I love connecting with people and sharing stories. So please reach out with anything.
And I haven't asked anybody this in 5 days, but I for some reason it's just coming up for me. Do you have anything coming up soon? Any event that you would invite people to?
Well, I do have an event for another community that I'm involved in, if anyone's interested in it. But for me personally, I just some podcast interviews and things like that.
I think that's your next call. Your next call is event. So there was someone in here a while ago someone a while ago. I mean, I've been speaking to so much authors, forgive me, but 2 authors back from before the ladies. She's an event specialist. I always say, like, as entrepreneurs, we want to learn to do everything, but sometimes you have an idea, you have a call, and you just connect to someone who could implement it, and you run with it. Because I feel like, right? I feel like there's an event in you. Like, people would want to like Velcro on you like I do.
Thank you. I love that. You know what? Let's put it out there, because it's going to happen then. And we just put it out there, an event will happen, and there's all projects looming, but maybe whatever this event.
Where are you hailing from? Where are you right now?
I'm in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Oh my gosh. Who would not want to go to Florida, right?
I know. Let's do a retreat. We'll do a retreat.
You're right. I mean, seriously. So you'll have Florida, and you'll have Robin Gargano. I mean, what better treat do you get than that? So Robin, I just really, really adore what you do. The 3 things that the 3 tips that you've given. I'm like implementing number 2 for sure. But in closing, I want to be able to give you some space for closing remarks. In closing, what would you tell people who are, for example, thinking about writing their books, or are getting discouraged that their books are not going far, or that they wrote that book, but somewhere in the phase of writing a book, or being in a book, or having done a book, is discouraged right now? What would you say to them?
I would say keep being in action. It doesn't even matter. You're going to talk yourself out of everything. You're going to second guess things. Should I put this in? Does this sound great? Are people going to love it? What's the value I'm giving? We're going to ask ourselves 50 questions in this process. And it doesn't matter how long it takes. Try not to let it take too long, because you want to put your voice out there. But it doesn't matter. Again, own your journey. Every day you can make a small step in the next direction to creating this book. I always knew I wanted to write a book. I never knew what I was going to write about until the situation happened to land in my lap. So just be in action and trust yourself. The belief we give ourselves is the biggest belief that we can grant us in this lifetime. And so if you don't believe in you, nobody else will. And I know that you do. So just be in action, one small step every day or every week to get that book out there, because it is going to feel like the biggest blessing and accomplishment when you're done. And people are going to love it because you put your heart into it. Go do it.
And follow Robin.
Yes, thank you.
be in her presence, connect with Robin. I have to actually every time tell people are not paying us to be at the Los Angeles Tribune. Other than their books were nominated, I'm such a champion of people who just like make the world a better place. That it looks like, oh, she's promoting them because they're paying. I'm like, I promise you that no one has paid apart from the books being nominated. But Robin, you are such a bright light. I encourage all of the listeners be in the audio frequency of her voice wherever she's talking, wherever she's being, because it can shift even talk about neuroscience and talk about neurophysiology. Do you know that your body, your cells shift, with what your senses perceive, with what you hear, with what you see? So it matters that you choose, what you're paying attention to. So in that, let me land, listen to Robin.
So much. It was a blessing. I so appreciate you. You are amazing and wonderful. And thank you for this.
You're welcome. Thanks, Robin. We'll see you soon. I'm sure that you'll be back at the Los Angeles Tribune. I will attend your retreat. Yay.
Thank you so much.
The beauty within tragedy. Look it up. Okay, we are now down to our final speakers. Who's coming up is Emmy, Oscar, Tony Award-winning producer Phil Goldfine with 4 authors that he's supporting in turning their books into films. And let me say first that this is a big endeavor to get Phil Goldfine to actually be present for an interview. There were a lot of like hits and miss. He's producing multiple films at the same time. And we initially had it scheduled for one day, and he had to put out fires in one of the film, not really, physical fires, but how things can go in the filmmaking industry. And then it was rescheduled, and then it was rescheduled. So finally, I got a phone call and say, he can be on in 5 minutes. I'm like, let's go. So this is a pre-recorded a segment with the 4 authors. And it's funny because all 4 authors, when he said he can be on in 5 minutes, we all jumped in and created this pre-recording. But it is such a rare moment to actually be able to see, someone who's an Emmy, Oscar, Tony Award-winning producer, director on screen talking about, turning ideas and even his own journey into filmmaking, because he's always in the filmmaking, right? He's always in the field on, directing, producing. So he's never on the screen. He doesn't walk the red carpets and see him in red carpet. He doesn't see, apart from like receiving his awards and holding his like Tony, Oscar trophies, you don't see him around. So this is such a precious moment because, you get to hear from behind the scenes and behind the ideas and even the process of how things are. So we will be right back with that interview with Phil Goldfine and 4 authors. One of them, actually 3 of them, are critical acclaimed best-selling. I'm looking for their books. I have all of their books with me. Critical acclaimed best-selling authors. Rita Montalto is the author of Adversity's Gift. Edelmira Murrieta is the author of Starter Husband, and Kim Cano, aka Natasha Bruin, is the author of the Wise Marie. And then they also have another co-author with them that I get to remember the name. Just so we'll get to watch them in just a little bit. Make sure if you have friends that are thinking of turning their books into films, you want to tag them. You want to call them. You want to let them know, hey, this segment is talking about turning books into films, and it's by an Emmy, Oscar, Tony Award-winning producer saying it from the sidelines. You may want to listen to this. So with that, we will be right back after this commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Are becoming friends of the Los Angeles Tribune, you're witnessing a special program today, a special show that is actually a game changer, a trailblazer in the realm of authorship, book writing and movie producing. And we're just exploring possibilities and futures. Things change so fast nowadays that there's always something new that comes up. And we have some courageous people who have stepped up, to see what can be made possible in this new realm of possibilities. So we have three of the best-selling authors, critically acclaimed best-selling authors of the Los Angeles Tribune. We will be bringing Rita Montalto, Adi Murrieta, and Kim Cano, who's also Natasha Bruin. And also we have another book to film, I would call trailblazer, we'll bringing on stage in a little bit. So let me bring them one by one to introduce to you, because they have such powerful stories that will inspire you, that will spark the interest in you on what could be possible in the next decade when it comes to book writing and filmmaking. And of course, we have a surprise guest for you. Such a surprise guest, you rarely, if ever, even see this guest on the camera, but today you're going to see him live. So let me bring on stage Rita Montalto, the author of Adversity's Gift, critically acclaimed best-selling author. Let me bring Adi Murrieta. Adi is also the author, the critically acclaimed best-selling author of Starter Husband. Yes, show the books, please. And we've got Kim Cano, who is the author of The Wise Marie. So you've got three of the critically acclaimed best-selling authors. And before we bring, our two other guests, I'd like you to speak a little bit about your book. So Rita, tell us a little bit about your book.
Hi. Yeah, thank you, Ava, for the introduction. Yes, it's about adversity. I mean, that's pretty obvious, I guess. I've introduced personal development in a story. So yeah, it's something that I've never expected, but yeah, it's turned into something quite beautiful. So
thank you for that share. And Adi, would love to have you introduce your book to us, Starter Husband. What's the Starter Husband about?
Starter Husband is about having it all and having fun and knowing how to make decisions quickly and understanding that it's important to step into the best version of yourself. So you'll love it. You got to jump in and watch it. If you don't take action and read it, you'll never know how great it is.
And you know what's amazing about these books? These are some of the highest scoring books of the Los Angeles Tribune bestseller. The way LA Tribune bestseller works is it's not about the sales, but it's about the impact that the book can create in the world. And they have some of the highest, 88, 90, 93 in terms of percentage. So I want to celebrate. And then we have our author of The Wise Marie, Kim Cano. Kim, tell us about your book.
My pen name is Natasha Bruin. It is a fictionalized version of my story, not really a memoir, but a true crime inspired story with drama, humor, and resilience. With the topper of that volume, with mindset training and how I use it as therapy to, live my life.
So
sorry,
good.
we
Thank
have
you
a lot
so much.
going on. I have a lot going on. I'm closing a property. We sold our place by the beach in Hawaii. So we're in the middle of a move, and I'm grateful that I have this shoji screen behind me to have as a backdrop.
We do it all, right? As moms and parents and women, we do it all at the same time. So grateful that you are here today, Kim. We're bringing in a friend of these authors who they've been working closely with in this project that they're working on, discovering what's possible from pages to screen. So we're bringing Norman Grader. Norman, come up on stage. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Norman, tell us about you, about your adventures, whether it's book to film, where are you? And tell us a little bit more about you.
For sure. I wrote a beautiful book called I Am Greater. It goes very well with my last name because you pronounce it in German, where I'm usually based. like greater, which sounds very harsh, but in English it's greater. So the title of my book is I'm Greater, and that's basically the message I want to give out through the books, through the movies, through my presentations, that you can be greater, that your inner light shines much brighter, and that it's not about your story, what you had and all the bad experiences. It's all about what do you take on right now, which perspective do you take on, and how can you make your life a masterpiece, basically. And the big idea is to bring this on the screen and, of course, change the perspective through the blue glasses, basically, of the whole world.
So good. Oh my gosh. And is there a future to this book now that you're possibly exploring turning into a film?
Absolutely. With our surprise guest, I worked together since, I would say, almost 4 years to work on it. The screenplay is done. It's ready. It's set. And we are going to do the next step, hopefully very soon.
So exciting. These are exciting times. So let me first have you all four on the screen. These are the inspiring trailblazers of the future of what could be possible. I want to take the opportunity to honor Hollywood. From the very beginning in the 1920s, when Hollywood started producing in white movies, even from theaters, right before the film, Hollywood has been a trailblazer and that lighthouse for filmmaking as we know it today. And as things even change, where the film industry is moving into people's cell phones, even, right? What is new and what is possible? And our next guest I wanted to just honor is someone that has really made so much of those discovery of creating and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in terms of filmmaking. He is the founder of Hollywood Media Bridge, a film and television studio based on the Universal Pictures lot. And he's got such a powerful story from just that little teenage kid who was climbing the fence of Universal Studio to now being a producer and an inspiring producer that has both won Tony, Emmy, Oscar awards and has produced over 100 movies. And so we are so blessed, so privileged to welcome on the stage Mr. Philip Goldfine.
Hi.
we get to make the applause loud. Standing ovation. So Phil, thank you so much for what you do in the film industry. I am without words for your contribution, and I just wanted to your story is inspiring. From you're not exactly the child of movie producers or actors and actresses. Like, you've worked yourself into what you have accomplished today. So just to start the conversation, Phil, give us a little bit of your background of what inspired you to become, to be in the movie and film industry, and where did your inspiration start and come from?
Well, I actually I grew up in Northern California. Went to college in went to college down here in Southern California. But what really inspired me is the fact that I always wanted to tell stories, and so the only way that one at that point could have really told stories was either write a book or make a television show or a movie. And so obviously movies were kind of the driving passion, if you will. And so I just ended up making sure that my college that I attended was in Southern California, so that even though I was a biology major undergraduate at UCLA, I could still participate in the film business down in Los Angeles. And so it just was sort of this driving force. And I don't know what really inspired it, other than the fact that I love to tell stories.
Oh my
It
gosh.
really does come from that.
and this is the perfect conduit. If anyone can make possible what's possible from books to film, it's a storyteller, and there was something about your story, Phil, that really inspired me. And I know I'm bringing our authors into the next conversation, but I'd like you to give us a little bit of insight. There was a time when you went into Universal Studio and met a producer at that time, or maybe a director, that sparked your dream, but is now like next door to you. So if you could tell us a little bit of that part.
Yeah, it wasn't really that. What it was that I was a big fan of Alfred Hitchcock, who was the famous, very famous director, of course. And he was based at the studio, at Universal Studios. I was, so after high school, there's a college called New York Academy, which is based at Universal Studios. And so basically what it really came down to was this, that a kid could sign up for college classes after high school and take them at the Universal lot. Well, at the Universal lot, who's there? Steven Spielberg is there, and Alfred Hitchcock is there, and all the heroes of anybody who's growing up in film at that point really wanted to see. And I just happened to be a little bit more probably bold in that I didn't really climb over fences. What I did was that I kind of pushed my way into Alfred Hitchcock's bungalow and ended up meeting him that way. And so it was really about just the opportunity of meeting these guys and just trying to spend as much time as possible with them, which was not a lot of time. I got to tell you, back then, he was not a very, very giving person with his time. I spent maybe a couple of minutes, total. But it was well worth it.
Minutes probably was enough to inspire you.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes, absolutely. It was like, it was great. He was so nice. And so, I still remember it like it was yesterday. He was so nice. He was so generous with his time that he did give me and a little bit of advice. And then we ended up writing letters back and forth a couple of times. He passed away in 1980. So I didn't get to spend a lot of time with him. I'm sure Kimberly is looking there trying to figure out the math in terms of when I graduated from high school. Aren't you, Kimberly? I know you are. You look great today, by the way. You look so young. You look completely different from the last time I saw you with she and I have kind of a joke going on here, but she resembles one of my stepmothers. At that point. Now she no longer does. Now she looks like a teenager. But we digress.
Thank you so much for that introduction of the team. So, what's very inspiring about this, and we may not be able to see the threads right away, but there was someone who inspired you, Phil, and right now you're being that person for a whole group of people who are dreaming what's possible in terms of filmmaking. And here we have, 4 of the students, some, if we can call it that way, or mentees, who you have been mentoring in storytelling. The power of storytelling, from the concept, the idea, to the book, and to what could be made possible in terms of films. And so I first wanted to open up the conversation to the team. Who's got a concept that you guys want to talk about first? Bring it, and then if you've got questions for Phil or a conversation starter,
Addie,
let's do it. Okay, I see Adie's ready. Okay, Adie, let's go.
I just want to say that it sounds like from what Phil just said to us and the story he told us is that he didn't allow somebody to dim his light. He pushed his way through. He did what he needed to do to get to where he wanted to be. And I don't know, what comes to mind to me is that he was really looking at the end in mind. He wasn't thinking of what do I need to do right now. He did what he had to do one step at a time, but he got to where he wanted to be because his vision was bigger. It wasn't just to stay small. And that is something I really believe it's how he's helping us. He's not allowing us to dim our light. He's right here with us today. He's not just letting things die down. He's like, what is the next thing that you guys have to do? He helps guide us. With Norman Grader, he's gotten him a contract. And so he's taking action to help us so we continue to move forward. And to us, it's really, really valuable because not everyone has that proximity to somebody that truly cares, somebody that is a very heart-centered man. And Phil, I can tell you, is a very heart-centered man. He could be up here cocky as shit because he really can be. I mean, he owns it and he can, he has taken us to different, to Paramount. He's taken us to, to his different offices, and for us to see, how hard he works, because he's not somebody that is just, doing things half done. He pushes and does the best he possibly can. And I have no doubt, little by little, because there's always a gestation period, but I don't have a doubt in my mind that all of these books are going to become movies because he's involved, because he's pushing us. He's not allowing us to dim our light. He's wanting us to continue forward. And sometimes he guides us in many, one way or a different direction. Sometimes we have to tweak something, but he's there, he isn't somebody that just disappears. Like, he gives us his personal phone number so we could reach him personally. And to me, that speaks volumes. So I just want to celebrate him in a way today. Thank him, in a live broadcast, that it really matters to us how much time he has spent, and how, he has taken us separately to really get to know each one of us individually, to pull out of us whatever's inside that is supposed to be, come into life. And that, once again, for somebody as busy as he is, for him to take the time to do that, once again, shows me that he cares. It shows me that he takes action, and it shows me that he believes in us. And sometimes it just takes that one person, because it only takes one person to believe in you, for you to keep moving forward, for you to keep pushing forward. So that's my 2 cents for today. That's what
thank you so much, Edie.
Yeah,
That was fantastic.
I agree. Yeah.
Where do I send the check?
You got.
I just wanted to add that all of our books have a fantastic message in it that people will it'll stay with them for years to come. I mean, mine is, the protagonist is Bobby Joe. She's in the outback, and she has a huge dream, and she realizes that she has to get out of her comfort zone to make this big dream come true. So it's about a journey of self-discovery, and a lot of people would be in that position. It's like, oh my goodness, this goal, of mine, where do I start? So there's a huge message in all of our books, and with Adie, and how she dealt with it. So a lot of people also would resonate with that. And Kimberly, the same, like the upbringing was quite tough, but she somehow moved forward and didn't allow that to bog her down. That she made it, turned it into her strength. So a lot of people would also resonate with that. And no different with Norman, with his story is also inspirational. So I feel that all of us have an inspirational story that a lot of people could really resonate with. So that's what, I think.
Thanks, Rita. And that brings a question in mind, right? Like, Phil, when you chose to work with and mentor these 4 ladies and gent in the midst of us, did you have to choose their story? Did you have to, was there a kind of screening where you wanted to work with people who really have powerful stories?
Well, there was a screening process, but it was really done by what is Peggy's company's called now? Is Dynamic Destinies, right? Yeah. So that company really vetted everybody, and then Peggy would come to me, and then she would say, "What do you think of this?" And she would read the storyline or the concept, if you will, or the one-liner, and then we'd say yay or nay. I mean, there's a couple of people who did not make it, including, it was very interesting because there was another woman very similar to Rita, but it showed that one person, Rita, just took the action, and she basically became and said, "I'm going to do this thing," and she did it. And there was another person from, this is so interesting, from the exact same sort of place where Rita was coming from, yet she didn't act. And it goes back to Wallace Wattles, doesn't it? And the Science of Getting Rich, because he said there could be two people in the exact same neighborhood, if you will, doing the exact same business, if you will, and yet one becomes super successful and one doesn't. And so he studied that, and he found out that it was because the person who really wanted it, the first thing that they did is they said, okay, I really want this. And so they said, I'm going to do what it takes to get there, to get this. And they did it. The other person really wanted it, but they weren't able to do what Rita did. And so the moral of the story, if you will, is that you really just have to decide what you want. It always comes down to, what do you want? And then you just have to keep that focus in terms of staying in that vibration of what it is that you want. And so if you want to be a New York Times best-selling author, and I have no doubt that these people will be that you just have to really want it. Now, if you don't want it, it's not going to happen. But if you want it, you'll figure out a way to get it.
I love that, Phil. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that's gold. That's from the last name Goldfine. That's fine gold right there. If you
oh my God, it's like third grade all over again with me. Okay, it's like, I told you this before. It's like, you got to come, okay, and you got to come over there and you got to tease me all the time, okay, Ava, I want you to do that. Hurt me, baby.
But the one thing that I wanted to ask Phil, from Aida's words and Rita's words, hard work, right? Like hard work and really putting yourself out there outside of your comfort zone. You're one that did not inherit a name or a place in the movie already.
You have to do that. You've got to do that in everything that you want to do in life, right? I mean, nothing has stopped. I mean, I started all over again at Paramount, right? So we're there, and we're trying to develop movies, and we are developing movies and television series, and we're making movies and television series. But you got to put yourself out there, and it is hard work. But is it hard work? I never like the term hard work, because that sounds like you don't really want to do hard work. Is it work that you love? If it's work that you love, then believe me, it doesn't matter what business it is that you want to do or what you want to do in your life. As long as you love it, you're going to be successful, for sure. Look at you, Ava. You're a perfect example. You took the Los Angeles Tribune, and I didn't know this until I met you, and you've turned it into something brand new that fits into the 21st century. I didn't know that until you said, here's what we're doing now. And now people are really interested in terms of what you're doing. It's interesting.
Phil, I want to give the flowers back to my CEO, Mo Rock. He acquired the brand from 1886 in 2020 and turned it into a focus on positive news that inspires, educates, and empowers. And
that's interesting.
News.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, and we're he's actually bringing this to greater places. We have acquired the Dubai Business Journal. We've acquired the San Diego Weekly, the Dallas Herald, the oldest newspaper in Dallas, and we're making a dent in making news that inspires, educates, and empowers. So we're bringing that to the forefront. And with that, let me bring Kim back, because Kim is now back. And Kim, wanted to get your 2 cents, and then of course we're going to bring the gent in the middle of this on what you'd like to talk about or ask. Phil, as Phil is in our midst. This is a very, very rare moment. I just want you guys to know, to our audience, this is a very rare moment, because Phil is someone that normally stays in the back, right? Not really coming on camera. So thank you, Phil, for being here. And Kim, any questions or comments?
Well, I would say no questions. It's obvious that it takes a long time to make a movie unless you're The Rock or Martin Scorsese with a lot of money, right? Then you can just wave your little wand and it's there. So for someone like me, I've written 5 books, just FYI. I have a children's collection with the same characters. So I'm going to use this as a plug for myself, because I market myself. You know that, Ava. I'm viral all over the place. So The Wise Marie is volume 1. This is the book that won. I don't have the symbol here. I'm getting a new cover made. It just is what it is. This is what won the LA Tribune bestseller. I apologize if I was absent a moment ago, but the child from the corn, one of the children, child of the corn that's in the book, from the man of the corn, is helping me move. We are selling our property in Hawaii by the beach for a very good price and leaving most of the furniture in it. And he is being paid, but he's hypoglycemic. So you missed the whole scene. I mean, he literally threw everything up in the air because he was looking for his keys. And, but I love him to death. And his dad's very sick right now. So we're in super good spirits because not only are we moving an entire house and I'm dealing with this Wise Marie interview, I'm very grateful that you had me on, but we're back and forth at the hospital because his father, a very famous person, Clyde Cow, is dying of cancer, stage 4. I'm going to announce it, say it again. He's dying of stage 4 cancer. No one really knows. Now everyone's going to know because I'm talking about it. And by the way, his wife is a character in one of my books, my children's books.
Okay, now everyone's gonna want to read your book.
The puppy queen. No, just kidding. So I'm not afraid of my book not being made into a movie. My son has The Righteous Brothers on right now on HBO on Max, and I feel like Phil and I had a conversation, and we could have something even better than this type of series with my entire family, because we're just a bunch of crazy people living in this world. You know what I mean? But we rock out.
Yes, you
rock
are.
out. Think about it, Ava. Would you ever think you'd be interviewing? I mean, maybe you have an ex-felon, someone who's in prison, right? Rehab for 3.5 years. And I became a real estate mogul. I owned $8 million in real estate, which I am now not the proud owner of anymore as of next week.
Well, let me just highlight something there, Kim, because people got to know your story to know really where you came from. But you define the phrase "everything is possible." Like there are people in your previous self 20 years ago, in your previous self 15 years ago, in your previous self 10 years ago, who feel at this very moment that things are impossible for them. I'd say read the Wise Marie, because that would define for you, what can be possible even in the darkest and the direst situations, because Kim made it. You've got someone visibly,
Exactly.
someone here who came
That's what I
from
mean by
the
inspirational.
lowest, to now, writing 5 books, selling, an $8 million home in Hawaii, and, in the future of movie making. But I want to honor Phil's time. So I'm going to go ahead and move along, because Phil, oh my gosh, I know that your time is worth millions, and, you're very generous with being in here. Thank you. Norman, I would love to pass it on to you on what you could say with Phil in here.
Thank you very much, Ava. And I have to go back to what Adi shared earlier. When I lost faith in myself quite a while ago, Phil said, I borrow you my belief until you believe in yourself. And that's why Phil is an awesome guy. And I would have 2 questions in regards to becoming greater. Question number 1, and they link together, is what did Alfred Hitchcock give you as an advice for your career? And second question, what would you give maybe an author, maybe somebody from this round?
Oh, sure. That's a really good question. That's 2 really good questions.
Yes. The second one would be, what would you give someone like us an advice to stay top of your list? Like, what does someone need to do to stay on your priority list on top?
Sure. It's really just one secret, and it's not really a secret, right? It's knowing what you want and then being persistent until you get it. And that's what Hitchcock really said. I mean, he didn't say it like that. He just said, just keep going, young man. I can't do it. Okay. But we'll get Kim to do that later. And so, meanwhile, I'm sure she doesn't do it. and then for you guys and for anybody out there, it's you just have to be persistent. It's like persistence. Because until you get what you want, what do you have to do? You got to be persistent. The first biggest key is know what you want, and then the second is be persistent until you get it. That's it. There's no other big secret. to this. And I will say one thing to Kim as well. Just I don't want to correct you, but I do want to say that Scorsese, you know, spent 20 years trying to get a lot of his movies made. I mean, and he still hasn't gotten them made. You know, the Rock has a company, and so yeah, he's got power as a star right now, but he's got a lot of stuff in development that hasn't gone. So everybody's got to be persistent, and they've just got to keep going forward. So nobody's got that magic wand, you know, although we all do have that magic wand, don't we? Because we know through manifestation that we do. But at the same time, we don't, because we just have to do it. Maybe the magic wand is just knowing what you want and then just being persistent until you get it. Right? I mean, that's what you do. That's what I do. That's what everybody here on this call does. So, yeah, my opinion.
And I learned something else from you, Phil, today. Make it fun. You know,
make it what?
Make it fun. You know how you say you don't really like the idea of hard work?
It is your work. Right. I mean, I joke with everybody. I mean, it's like, you know, I'm a joke. I'm not as bad as George Clooney, but I am definitely a jokester. And so, but at the same time, you do have to make it fun, because this is your life, right? What do you want to spend your life doing? That's the one thing that Bob Proctor used to say, right? Was that, do you want to spend your life, you know, most people tiptoe through life, making their way to the graveyard. Okay, great. Or do you want to do what you really want to do? And then that's what you want your life to be. And so you just have to figure it out. By the way, there are people out there who don't want to hear from us because they are very happy with what they're doing. And that's fantastic. But that's not us. We have big, high aspirations, all of us.
For sure.
Exactly.
And the one thing,
Well
Phil,
said.
that I'll also take away from our conversation is love what you do. Love what you do.
Absolutely.
Sometimes we forget it. Sometimes we forget it. When we're in the thick of things, you know, we forget. But we can, if we remember our why as to why we started something, we can fall in love all over again, right? Love what you do.
Right. And the way to make sure that we don't forget is by study. Study is going to keep you in the vibration of what it is that you want. And it's going to let you see these obstacles for what they are. They're small little obstacles that you just step over. That's it.
Well, thank you so much, Phil. So I'm going to go around your four mentees, starting with Rita. Rita not only just is a critically acclaimed best-selling author, she published her book with the Los Angeles Tribune, and we worked together in the editing of the book, and in the design of the book. Oh my God, that book started as 166 pages, it ended being 485. 485 pages. But I wanted to start with you, Rita. Just closing remarks. You know, what would you like to inspire our audience about? Like, what's about your move, your growth, your journey that you could share as an inspiration to others who are watching the audience?
Yeah, I think you just need to follow your inner compass, though, to keep it simple. You know, do what you resonate with and what excites you, and really do something every day. Just every day, and it builds up. I was just like coloring little squares. Every hour I'd spend writing my book, I would color the square, and then you kind of see that you are actually getting somewhere. Do you know what I mean? You kind of visually see that you're getting somewhere. But what I want to share too is it's not until you delve into what you love doing that you actually realize that there's faculties you haven't used before, like your imagination. And once you spark that, oh my gosh, there's no going back. Like, I felt emotional when I finished this book, because it's like I was letting go of the characters that are so real in my imagination. Like, it's wow. I never expected to feel that kind of emotion. But most of all, to give value to the world. Like, I feel so privileged that I can give value to the world and relay this important message about perseverance, about, you know, chasing your dreams, and not, no matter what people around you, which the majority unfortunately are negative. You know, like I was saying, the protagonist Bobby Joe faced all of that, but still moved forward. So yeah, giving the message out into the world. Like, it's a shame for someone to not use that and not give value to the world. That's for sure. That's how you got to see it. Like, when you're suppressing yourself, you're not helping others.
For sure. Thank you so much for that wisdom, Rita. And I have to tell you, Rita is one that walks it. She walks it. Like she literally, I mean, she's coming from Australia, flew herself from Australia, did a 4-city tour. And she's pushing the boundaries of comfort for sure, has stepped into discomfort and more. So I acknowledge you, Rita.
Right, you just started.
And Phil, were you going to say something?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, unfortunately, I've got to run. I have a heart out. It was 1:30. It's now 2:00. So,
and well, Phil, let me just ask: would there be any closing comments you want to share before you go, or you're pretty good?
I'm good. I mean, look, I think the last thing that I said, and what Rita just said as well, was that you just have to figure out what it is that you want, because once you do, you are going to love it, and you're going to step over those obstacles, and you're going to know what you want, and you're not going to give up until you get there. And she's right about people being negative, because we have a tendency to ask, our loved ones, of course, and our close friends, but if they haven't reached the success that you're looking to reach, why are you going to them for support? Why are you going to them for help? They're not going to. They want you to stay where you are, because you are challenging their comfort zone, and you are challenging them. And humans, for some reason, want to kind of bring everybody back to the way that everybody is and that they're used to, because that's comforting, isn't it? Because now we know that the comfort zone is that everybody is down there and they're all doing their 9-to-5 job, and that's what they should be doing. And deep down, that's what we all know, that where we should be. That's just not right. But most people, I would say, probably, I think Bobby said 97% of all people of all different nations will go to people who have not reached the goals that they want to reach. I mean, could you imagine if, look, I mean, I know he's kind of a lightning rod right now, but Elon Musk, going to, somebody who failed at making cars, and then we would never have a Tesla. That's probably not a great example right this exact second. However,
perfect example. You're the storyteller that sparks controversies.
We know exactly what you mean, though.
Well, Phil, we want to honor you. Thank you so much for your time. I know this is a very, very rare moment that we've got to have you on the screen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Love you guys.
We appreciate you, Phil. Sorry for going over the time.
All right, guys. Bye.
Thank you, Phil.
So wanted to also now with Rita continue with the closing comments, starting with, continuing with Adi, the same way we did a while ago. So Adi, what are your closing comments for people who are viewing the show?
Something I would say is we're supposed to give. It's not just about taking, let's make sure we're giving so we receive more. And I wanted to mention that we did start, it's a mastermind book club, and it's called higherselfmastermind.com. And if you get like Rita's book, if you get my book, it has, because she's Kim's there too. All of us are part of this group, and it's about serving, it's about helping, and it's about having fun. So my core values are having fun, like joy has to be in everything I do. So, and it's also about quantum leaps. So get in proximity of people who care. That's one of the reasons that I know I got in proximity to Phil, is because it makes a huge difference when people believe in you, people will push you, and people won't let you give up on yourself. So that's what I would have to say in closing closing today. And Alva, thank you so much for setting this up and taking the time and letting everyone else know that everything is possible. So don't give up on yourselves, and don't let yourselves dim your own light. That's what I would say.
I love how you said
Absolutely.
that. Don't let yourself dim your own light. It's ourselves first, right? Like we're the ones that get in our way.
Exactly. And that's the high self mastermind is a way of us not sort of ending things at the end of our book. We're kind of continuing on with that vital education. And I would just wanted to say a last final word from Bobby Joe. Can you see that?
Yes.
So you don't get what you want, you get who you are being.
Thank you for that. You get who you're being, and who you're being produces what's possible for the future. Thank you for that. Kim, are you ready to share your closing comments?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on the interview. Appreciate that. And for myself, I study as much as I possibly can with the mindset training. I have audios, videos, books, digital books that I read, and I keep it with me and, easily available on my phone at all times. And I stay in the vibration of doing my best to be positive, no matter what the situation is, and find the silver lining, even if, at that moment it's really not. And 80 likes to promote the, for me, I have a tough time with challenges with being in the present, because I'm always worried about what happened before or what's going to happen in the future. And, all of that plays a role into limiting beliefs. And limiting beliefs is, I don't have any of those. I have to tell myself on a daily basis that anything's possible. And I've come such a long way. Why stop now? Right. So I'm just going to keep going. And I self-market a lot on social media, because I want to create visibility, not so much credibility. I'm a second generation author, and I believe that all of our stories are going to be heard by the world in some way, shape, or form. But I am on a mission. I'm clearing the path because I'd like to be a powerhouse in the industry so that, I can make it all happen. That's really what it is. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Natasha. No limiting beliefs and no, boundaries. Just really being willing to put yourself out there and in the now. Yeah, thank you for that. And of course, Norman, we'd love to hear from you. The thorn among the roses in this group. So tell us your closing comments that you'd like to share.
Norman is amazing.
Also for the invitation and what the Los Angeles Tribune is doing to bring more inspiration into the world. That's what we need right now. And as we spoke about storytelling, I want to close with a story that just popped back in my mind. And it's a story about an old salesman. And he was selling hot dogs his whole life. He just loved to make and sell the best hot dogs in the world. So he was based in New York and based next to a highway. And he made the best hot dogs in town. So he realized if he would promote the hot dogs with signs next to the highway, people would be attracted to his great hot dogs. So he made signs, and he was old. He did not read the news, and he was hearing quite bad. So he did not listen to the radio, but he just loved his hot dogs. And the business was booming. People were coming, and more people. So he had to buy more bread and more sausages and more mustard and all the ingredients. So at one point he had the issue that so many people were coming that he could not handle it on his own anymore. So he called his son and said, "Son, can you come? I know you're in university and you have vacation in a couple of days. Can you come and help me?" So the son agreed to come and sat down with the father on the day of his arrival and said, "Father, did you not hear the radio? Did you not watch the news? A crisis is coming. I don't know why you are ordering more bread and more sausages. A crisis is coming. People will not be able to buy your hot dogs anymore." And the father thought about it and thought, my son is smart. He's on university. He listens to the radio. He reads the news. So he must know. So the next day when he opened his little hot dog shop, a hot dog cart, he decided to just drop the commercials. He did not put up the signs next to the highway. And he, of course, sold less hot dogs that day. So he decided to bring down the bread and the sausage and the mustard order just less. And day in, day out, when he went to his hot dog stand, less and less people came until like 2 or 3 weeks later, he had to close down his little hot dog cart. And as he was sitting at home, dreaming about the last couple of years being so successful, he thought to himself, how happy I am that I have such a smart son that knew that a crisis is coming. And this wraps up very well what we all spoke about during the last 43 minutes. If you stop believing in yourself, if you stop believing in your greatness, if you stop to believe that the universe loves you and you don't need to do anything about it, you just need to show up with an open heart, with a smile on your face, with what Adi just shared, with an open heart to give and share your knowledge, show whatever you have as your passion with the world, then it will be quite a sad place. And I would just watch and read more of the Los Angeles Tribune stuff, because it's inspiring, it's positive, and that's the way to go, rather than listening to people what Phil shared that have no idea that listen to the wrong messages, that see things negative. So my closing statement is just believe in yourself and believe in your greatness.
Well said.
Yes, and pay attention, because there's doors open in front of you all the time, but it's up to you to step it in. Even the higher self mastermind, it's for everyone. Everyone is welcome, but people, sometimes don't realize that the door's open right in front of them. But that was a great story, Norma. And it's always.
Can you?
Thank you so much. You
don't
can't.
think you can see it. No, you can't see that? No.
You'll have to read it to us.
Higherselfmastermind.com. So anyone out there that also has a dream that wants to polish their mindset every week and make it happen, go to the Higher Self Mastermind.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesday morning.
And I have to say, I've come to the Higher Self Mastermind, and it is so, like, it shifts you. Like the energy of everyone just being in the circle, from what Phil Goldfine said, don't go to people who have not accomplished the success that you're looking for. But when you go to the Higher Self Mastermind, you see people who have gone through the experience, went through the journey, have succeeded in different areas that you want to achieve, and be in that surrounding, and be in that. And it's so generous that you guys are doing it, without cost, at the moment for just in terms of serving. And it's higherselfmastermind.com. So thank you, everybody, for this broadcast. Thank you for the courageous work that you do, because you all said yes to yourself, right? You said yes to writing the book, said yes to wanting. Yes, I love this. We get to all create this movement of turning concepts into books, and books into movies. So to everybody, A.D. Murrieta, Rita Montalto, Kimberly Cano, aka Natasha Brune, and Norman Grader, thank you for your belief in yourself, for being that inspiration, and for bringing Phil Goldfine to the Los Angeles Tribune. In closing, we are bringing our CEO Mo Rock, who and his message on how important it is that we put our time and we put our attention to what we really want to see in this world. Thank you so much. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. So that was a recording that we've done when Phil said, actually, Phil said he can be on in 5 minutes. All of us jumped and made sure that it happens. It's very rare that he gets a 1 hour break. You could hear that his phone kept dinging, like ding, 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 while he was on the broadcast. So that was just such a special moment. Now we are at the close of our virtual broadcast. This is that moment. After 5 days of honoring authors and books that changed lives, historical, children's book, teenager books, new books that are about to launch, we've come to the close of our global broadcast. It's been such a wonderful 1 week to see authors and hear books, and that's just not even a tip of the iceberg. There are about 4,000 books published every day. 4 million books a year that are being published, at least in the rate of 2024. And although it sounds like a lot, we have greater problems in the world by the multi-millions of problems. And to be able to write a book and touch lives and change the trajectory of people's lives is absolutely worth the undertaking. The first chapter that I ever wrote was with the book Ignite Your Faith, with the Ignite organization, or Ignite Book Publishing. And I remember going through my first chapter, and the first chapter that I wrote, and it was about how it was actually from one question that apparently I learned. It's called the silver thread. And that question was, how did I get here? How did I get here? And I rewinded a journey in my life and who the people are that either just in passing, just little moments in life that planted great word in my life that changed the trajectory of my life because of the choices that they made, the words that they said, and the undertaking that they took. One of the most life changing influence in my life was a radio station announcer, or maybe, host. I would think that now it's combined to a podcast, right? Like it's something that could be compared to a podcast. But there was this preacher who was offered a 2-month trial on a radio program. I knew him on a personal level. He was a family's friend. He was given a 2-month trial in the radio program. If he can generate enough viewers, they would continue his program. If he doesn't, then it's only a trial, right? So he did the 2-month trial, and every week I listened to him. He was such a great speaker. He was a great motivator. But one of the episode was about think for yourself. It's about don't let your mind think for you, think for yourself. And in that narrative, it was talking about how our minds create its own thoughts, and we don't get to think, let our minds just wander and think for itself. Don't let your mind think for you, think for yourself. And that simple line, and of course it was a whole maybe 30 minutes of segment of like just talking about the different inspirations around don't let your mind think for you, think for yourself. I was like 16 years old at that time, maybe 17 at the oldest. And I have embodied that. Like literally, I would catch what I'm thinking in the middle of the thought, and I would make a decision. Do I want this thought or do I not want this thought? And I choose my thoughts. And that was like from 17 years old. And the life that I have lived had totally taken a different direction than if I didn't have that skill. And that radio program did not go on. He wasn't able to generate enough viewers for him to be able to continue. And to him, he felt like a failure. And I don't know why I'm speaking this. And I don't know if there's someone out in our 300 some audience who thinks they've done something and they've failed. But you see, when he thought he failed, he changed my life. When he thought he failed because he was only there for 2 months, when he thought he failed because he was, he didn't generate enough and the radio program didn't continue, what he didn't know, and I wish I could let him know right now, I don't know where he is, but what he didn't know was that his ripple effect on me is now creating this ripple effect that I am able to generate at the Los Angeles Tribune because he had that moment. So sometimes we take an undertaking and we think whether it's a social media post that only 2 people saw, and we think like, that it didn't catch virality or not a lot of people liked it, but you don't know what that creates in one person's life. And you don't know what it creates in their lifetime that creates ripple effects in other people's lives. So that goes to say, celebrate yourself, celebrate the things that you do, believe in yourself. Phil Goldfine's words, right? Believe in yourself. So in closing, we have a powerful interview with a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune. Here's our keynote speaker for our closing, who would close us, transitioning us from books to films. This is a perfect segue. We just had books all week, and this time we had Phil Goldfine with the 4 authors transitioning books to films. And now we're bringing someone who's actually currently producing, directing films, training actors, and is also a personal development guru. He's created Mind Design, and I'm going to say this all again when I'm back on the screen with him, but we will be right back. First, let me give you a reminder of what it was like to be in our LA Leadership Week. I always love to bring memories back, in the interest of celebrating our previous triumphs. I want to bring our 2024 LA Leadership Week, where we have generated 1.3 million views, had 225 speakers. We also did the same thing in 2025, but I don't have a video for that. But so I have a video for 2024. Let me play that for you, and we will be right back with our closing keynote speaker.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, I am absolutely delighted that we are back with our keynote speaker for day 7. This is actually, it's day 5, but technically it's our last day of global broadcast, because day 6 and day 7 is going to be at the LA Tribune Film Festival, which is going to be live, where we're also looking at how books change lives and how borderless storytelling evolves. And who we have to close as for our virtual broadcast is actually the perfect bridge from books to films. Our next speaker, our keynote speaker that will close us for the day, is our speaker that is also a part of the Los Angeles Tribune family. He's been a host in the Los Angeles Tribune show for many months and has been a host for a lot of our broadcasts. You know, he's an actor, a producer, and a director for movies in Hollywood and beyond, and also has done movies and is very well connected in the realms of Hollywood and movie making. But what really is very impressive about our next speaker is his book. His book has changed lives. And talk about this segment actually being about books that change lives. This whole movement, this whole week is about books that change life. I cannot be prouder to give you a closing book to close the virtual broadcast than the book of this author, Life on Your Terms, because I tell you, this book has also changed my life. Let me bring on stage our very own Mr. Rex Sykes.
Hello, Ava, and everyone.
Rex is also, that I didn't brag about, the creator of Mind Design. I always want to brag about the creation of Mind Design, because it's a what do you call this? It's like it's a section to itself. It's like it's an industry by itself. It's not NLP. It's not hypnotism. It's like the combination of many different things that actually work. And I can brag about you forever, Rex. But
go ahead.
Attitude activator, right? I can speak higher than, I always brag about Attitude Activator. I do a lot of different brainwaves and such, but I always tell people to go back to Attitude Activator. However, Rex, in the interest of our topic today about books that change lives, I want to ask you, what are some books that you're such a massive reader. I mean, like, you could literally teach on any book and any subject, but what are some of the books that have changed your life?
Wow, there's so many of them. I started reading, asking my mom to read me books when I was about 6 years old. So there's a lot of them. But I mean, obviously, Think and Grow Rich was one of them, and any of the works by Napoleon Hill and those of Joseph Murphy and Elsie Benedict, Lincoln Benedict, and it's. But let me add, I've read the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita and Patanjali. The works of Buddha, the Bible, are all life-changing books for me. But one of the books, or some of the books, or all of the books that really spoke to me are twofold. One was the original NLP book, Frogs into Princes. The rest of them, whatever. But Frogs into Princes was the breakthrough book. It was the first one published. And it had to do with how do you create rapport with people? How do you connect with people? How do therapists make a difference in people's lives instead of just asking them questions about how do you feel and how do you feel about that. So it was kind of a real breakthrough book for therapists at the time, and that was in the 70s. The other books were the books of Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, also known as Osho, spoke to me when I first read one of his books. The first book I read was one called Only One Sky, and there was a 5-series set called Book of Secrets. I went, there's nobody alive that speaks like this man. You know, there's just nobody. His the breadth of his knowledge and the depth of the compassion that's demonstrated in his work was amazing. So so my work obviously is kind of a culmination of all these different books that have influenced me and the experiences, because you know I've been lived with Osho. I spent time in the commune meditating. I became an NLP person. I mean it's like it's not enough to read a book. You have to experience it. You have to understand that the book doesn't change you. You change yourself by applying what's in the book. And a lot of people miss that. They read books to get done, to finish, to go, oh, I've read that and put it on a shelf, or, to be able to say, oh, there's another one. But you make a study of it and dive deep into the book and develop a relationship with it. So, if it says stop and consider this, or stop and write this down, or stop and do this extra, you should do it. And a lot of people don't. They just don't. They just gloss over that. But there's a reason to do that, because when you're reading, you're getting this information, but you also have to be able to digest it and appreciate it and come back to it again and again and again. It's just like you don't eat a meal once, you eat daily. You get that nourishment and nutrition. So you have to revisit nourishment. And the same thing is true with books. Now, I'm going to say one other thing. I don't care about really any of the modern books, and the idea that AI can write a book for you in a couple of seconds and you don't even. But I mean, there's a lot of people, books coming out and stuff. I say go to the masters, go to the ancients, go to the people who weren't marketing books and they're not alive to market them now. Go and study those works. Hanau, Joseph Murphy, Buddha, those guys, Jesus, that kind of stuff.
RHJ.
Huh?
RHJ. It Works book.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear what you said at first. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that there aren't good books today, but I'm just saying I traditionally value the ancient masters because they weren't writing to sell you a book. They were sharing their knowledge, or those things got transcribed and they got put into books that later were sold. But the agenda was to help you change, not to sell you another program or another book.
That's so good. Thank you, Rex. One of the things that you've opened up a whole new realm of books to me. I just looked up Osho at Amazon, and there's so much. The Book of Success, the Book of Secrets, Love, Freedom, and Aloneness. But here's one that was really interesting. Interesting was The Joy of Living Dangerously. Osho Insights for a New Way of Living. I'm gonna get that. So I'm like looking at all of the books. There's so much books by Osho.
Oh yeah. Well, he spoke every day for decades, and they transcribed them into books. And it's kind of like what's happening with Napoleon Hill now. They come out with new books of Napoleon Hill because they take different articles or different audio recordings and they make a new book out of it. But Osho, passed away in 1990. But living with him was the experience. Reading his words is one thing, but to be in the presence of somebody like that was just truly, truly amazing, because it's not about anything other than transmission. It's about the exchange of energy. It's about living in the Buddha field. It's about letting go. And a lot of people think, well, everything should be rosy and perfect. But in reality, the way that we grow the quickest is through the challenges, that we face every single day, the hardships that we face, the business, the personal life, everything, whether it's meant to happen for you or to you or any of that. The point is, it gets you out of your comfort zone. You can't stay the same when you're being challenged constantly. And if you're smart and wise, then you realize it's an opportunity, not a curse. And too many people buckle under the idea that this is a curse. Why is this happening to me? This, and it needs to be, people need to understand it's really a blessing, because it's giving you a way out, an opportunity to transform what you're doing. And a lot of times the very thing that people think will solve their problems is the very problem that they need to let go of. I know if it only went this way, then everything would be fine. And it's kind of like the universe is going, no, there's a lot of different ways for it to unfold, but you're so convinced that there's only one way, you keep missing all the other ways. So it's the whole point of everything is
thank you for taking us in this direction, Rex, because the truth is we are just blown away by the expectation that life should be good, right? We're in this life should be good, and in the contrast of like why we get disappointed is because we have a certain expectation, right? Expectation sets us up for disappointments, but the way you practice life, and you just brought it into focus, the way you practice life is to celebrate everything, to see the blessing in everything, and that has been very, very phenomenal and instrumental to me, because that really has defined my journey in making sure that I celebrate everything, that I see everything as a blessing. Now, I'm going to just be honest with my question, okay? Just transparently. There is a different practice where you gotta get angry. You gotta get angry at this situation. You gotta get angry. This is not okay. And you gotta have some emotional, visceral, I don't like this. I don't want this. I don't like this anymore. I hate this. F this, to be able to get yourself out of the situation. Because for as long as you're complacent and content and tolerating it, then you're perpetuating it. So these are kind of like two opposing, I think, in my understanding, but help me sort it out a little bit, Rex.
Well, it's an excellent question and an incredibly astute observation, because it is true. And you know what? Life is filled with all sorts of things, including anomalies and contradictions and things that don't seem to make sense. But yes, you can get angry and say, enough, I will never do that again, and stop and do something different, because you have now put all that energy into going, never. But you can't just stay there. You have to go, where do you want to go from there? Because otherwise you're just perpetuating the never and the anger and everything else, which is what happens a lot. And there's a lot of programs based on get angry or, beat yourself up, pull yourself up from your bootstraps. You got to work really hard. You got to 10x everything. You got to walk on fire. You got to kick down that thing and break boards and, and treat your problems like that. But you don't. You can, and that it's valid. You can write everything down and then burn it in the, that kind of thing. You can beat pillows until you're blue in the face. That's all. It's all fine. But there's also another way, which is to celebrate and to be blessed and to feel happy and to discover the goodness and the ease and the grace and the joy of making changes without it being painful. I mean, if you look at an infant, when the infant cries or screams or yells, gets angry or frustrated, when there's typically a need that isn't being met, a mobility need or a wet or a soiled need or a hunger need or a fear need or so, and that's true about all of us as humans. But there are other times when they're giggly and smiley and playful and this, and they delight, and so life is filled with both things. And unfortunately, the self-help industry oftentimes looks at the problems and then goes, beat the crap out of them kind of thing, and what I'm trying to say is people beat themselves up all the time. In fact, you know what? The whole manifesting thing, with all these ads and everything that people see in social media, makes people feel worse. How come it works for them but not for me? How come they got $60,000 every day and I have nothing? They feel worse instead of feeling better, and that's a huge problem, because if you really want to manifest and you really want to have a joyful life, you have to be promoting those things that are joyful. That's why I celebrate it. If you look at something as an opportunity instead of a curse, that change right there helps you get free from the curse mentality, that kind of energy. Now, let's go back to your original premise. If I'm here and I want to get over there, let me do it here. I'm here and I want to get to there, right? I walk. What's happening as I walk to here?
What's happening?
What's happening as I walk to here?
You get closer to the goal.
That's right. But I also get further away from what I was where I left.
Right, right.
So you're moving away from something while you're moving towards something. It happens simultaneously.
Right.
So you could say, never again, I'm doing this. Instead, I mean, in other words, you move away from the pain or the problem or the struggles or the, you say, that's it. I'm not going to tolerate that anymore. Boom. And then you move here. You have to redirect. You have to go. And as you move toward your goal or toward your manifesting or toward your intention or toward whatever, you're simultaneously moving away from what was. You're moving away from the past that held you hostage, and you're always in the present, but you're moving toward the future of what you desire.
So good. Oh my gosh. Which reminds me of the question. I actually, Rex, with your inspiration also of the way I see things differently. I see things differently. Like in every challenge, I see the opportunity. In every difficulty, I see, what can be. And I've been that way since I was child. I used to call it a coping mechanism. Well, at least when I grew up enough to understand, but people have always made me wrong. Like my mom really tried to beat the positivity out of me. It's just like, you're so stubborn. Why are you always, why are you always positive, and my kids and my ex-husband always said, I'm delusional. I'm toxic positivity and things like that. And for the longest time, I thought something was wrong with me. I thought it was psychologically, it's just the way I cope. I always try to find the good in things. And I, kind of like Nemo, right? Like Dory and Nemo. Do you see the glass half empty and half full? And I'm the half full person. And for the longest time, I thought I was people made me wrong. And I believed that something's wrong with me until I met you. Until I met you. And meeting you was like, oh my gosh, I've been doing it right all along. so because the way you teach us to be grateful about everything, to celebrate everything. So since people are proud of your work and new to your principle, would you expound on?
First, let me say that you mentioned this notion that I consider just a horrible notion, and that's toxic positivity. Like, how can you be too positive? I mean, what's the alternative? Being really, really negative? and people would say, well, you have to be realistic. Well, nobody's saying you're not realistic. You're just saying optimism means you're looking for the best outcome. You're looking at it in the most positive way. I always say the most disparaged person on the planet is Pollyanna, because people go, oh, that's so Pollyanna, rosy tinted glasses. But what Pollyanna was able to do was able to look at a circumstance and emphasize the good points in that circumstance. And not to focus on the stuff that's all wrong, but to focus on the things that are right. And what occurred to me a long time ago, but what occurred to me was, if you stub your toe and it really, really, really hurts, your attention goes to the toe, and you go, oh my God, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. And that's all you think about, because you feel whatever's going on, the throbbing or whatever. Every part of the rest of your body is probably okay. I mean, in other words, it's not that injured spot. So everything else is working perfectly fine. In fact, your toe that was stubbed is working perfectly fine. It's going through the healing process, and that's why you feel the pain. I mean, in other words, if you didn't have those signals, you would have a different issue going on, right? If you couldn't feel, your toes.
Right.
So the point is that people make problems out of things that are natural, normal things that we're able to do. And what we don't do enough of is smile and laugh and sing and dance and skip and have a joy and look at the world and go, wow, and how many opportunities are there today? How much fun can I have? What can I celebrate? What am I grateful for? How delighted am I to experience this life? I'm above the ground, for God. I have these people, I have these circumstances, I have these opportunities, but because they focus on the ones that they don't like. Why? And that high signal value draws the attention to it. So the work, if you want to call it that, or the opportunity, which it really is, and the play is learning how to shift from that high negative signal value. And there's nothing wrong with negativity. It's part of life. It's like a battery has what we call a negative pole and a positive pole. It's positive life. So there's up and down, and in and out and hot and cold. So there's negative or positive. It's all part of our experience, but we're in there when we say we're in these dark, negative, cold, sparse times or the horrible times. People have a tough time seeing that there's also the sunny, wonderful, warm, bright, loving times. Mm-hmm. So the key is to say, okay, I'm in this tough time, and that's fine, and to find those things that you can be grateful for or celebrate. I'm alive. I feel pain, but at least I feel. And if I feel pain, then I can feel something other than pain too. Where's my attention? My attention is on the problem. What if I put my attention on the solution or on the opportunity or on the, in other words, it really is the ability to shift your attention and move away from what was causing the problem into what else is there. Because our conscious mind is limited by what it can pay attention to. And our subconscious mind is the habit machine. So if you learn to always pay attention to red sweaters or red jackets, then that's what you'll notice habitually, because that's what you've trained yourself to do. Mm. If you've trained yourself for gratitude and love and joy and happiness, and then that's what you'll start to notice more of. But if you're like most people, we've been trained to pay attention to what's wrong, because we've been told we were wrong as kids. As you were told you were wrong, we're told we're broken, we're told that we're stupid, we're told that we're not good enough, that we'll never amount to anything, that we don't know what we're doing, that we can't. And then we do that to ourselves for the rest of our lives. We have this critical, and so you people talk bad to themselves, and then they feel bad, and then they think that that's the only way, the only possibility. And there's no other way out, because that's all they've known.
Rex, thank you for this. This is very insightful. I know that we're talking about books and books that change lives, and these are the principles of Rex Sykes, a master, creator of the mind design, and it's about being aware of how your mind has been formed and shaped, and also how you're able to influence it in a way to create your life. So Rex, let me just with what you said, it's like how we were trained, and we had no agency over how we were trained. We were young, we were trained and formed into the kinds of thinking that we were trained to. And so when the awareness comes and you become aware that, oh, this is how I react, and this is my default. Like, for example, transparently, my default is self-blame. In anything, like it could be anyone's fault, and I will call it mine, and I will take ownership of it, and I will say, I'm responsible for, which is in some areas good, but at the same time you get to the area of self beat up, right? And so when I notice, like I go into self-blame, which can spiral into shame, and it can spiral into self-deprecation, and it can spiral into all ugly things. And that's the tendency, like, and without conscious agency, that's my normal tendency, right? How does one, when they become aware of what they consciously default to by training, how does one begin to make a change in that?
That's a great question. And that's why they need to read my book.
Yes, that's why we need to read the book.
But the truth is, in all seriousness,
can I just interrupt that thought? Yes, there are books, but the truth is, you can only go so far reading a book on your own. Yes, you will make the transformation, but it really makes a difference to be in the presence when you can be of a community, of a mentor, of a coach, of a guru. So I just wanted to say that because I was privileged to have that in my life with you, during our clubhouse days. So.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, there's no, again, people will say to me, "Oh, you're so lucky you got to live with Osho. I wanted to, but I didn't." Well, I had the experience, and they didn't. They experienced it through books or videos or whatever. It's a very different experience. So when you can be in the presence of somebody, a mentor, a qualified coach or guide, then that's what you should do. And that's kind of like why I developed Mind Design and the Attitude Activator, was so that people could participate in live workshops, and then because you can't be everywhere, they get recorded and everything else, but they can do the programs where they can put the headphones on and they can have the transformation occur, because it's the next best thing to being with the human.
Okay, so hold on. Just for people who are not understanding what we're talking about, there is a technology that Rex actually have created before technology was created, of having audios and brainwaves and all of that. It's called the Attitude Activator, and you can find it at rexsykes.com.
Correct.
And it helps rewire. It has made a lot of difference for me, because to me, I recognize the things that I don't like to do. So, for example, I don't like going to the post office, because I continue to recreate this situation where because I don't like to go to the post office. When I go to the post office, I'm already late for a commitment. I'm late for mailing something I said I would have mailed 2 days ago. So it perpetuates the feeling of I don't like, and I don't like going to the post office. And so what I started to do is I would use the Attitude Activator deliberately to enjoy going to the post office. I started to create a different experience, so that now I'm reprogrammed to actually enjoy going to the post office. That's what I use that's what I use the Attitude Activator for. Whenever I notice something that I don't like to do, like I don't like going to the gym in the past, I would put that on and start to enjoy, create a new experience, because I repeat the same experiences, I repeat the same interpretation, right? And I'm teaching a Rex Sykes thing, but I learned this from the guru, I learned this from the master. So Rex, giving it back to you, help us understand, changing the patterns that you default to and Attitude Activator.
So, let's go back a bit, because we were talking about, our conditioning. We weren't conditioned as children and then it stopped. It's still ongoing conditioning. We live in a society that perpetuates the very conditioning that we grew up within. So every day we get to encounter those elements constantly, over and over again, to the extent that you can free yourself up from them, or get loose, or get liberated, or the freedom from them is to the extent of the work or the play that someone does on themselves, the transformational stuff. Think of it like this. Think of it like the transmission of an auto, right? When you turn the key on your automobile and you start to drive forward, it goes from first to second to third to drive, right? And then maybe overdrive if it had to. It does it automatically. That's what it is supposed to do. Okay, it doesn't go first and then reverse and then something else and then this. Not if it's working properly, right? It goes first, second, third, fourth, drive and then overdrive if necessary. Point is that that's how the brain works. You've been conditioned. You're still being conditioned. You're still being exposed to the conditioning that you grew up in, whatever culture you grew up in. And even if you change cultures, you're being, a lot of us, we share more in common than we really do share differences, in that everybody grows up learning to speak their native language without reading a book or going to school. You acquire natural language skills, and we acquire mental and behavioral habits that either serve us, and most of them do, even the ones that we don't like serve us for something. But we don't like them. And then there are those that seem debilitating or horrible, or we keep doing the things where we spiral down into stuff we don't want to do. And we want to change those. The reason why it seems hard to change those is because they go first, second, third, and into drive or into overdrive. It's a reliable, automatic thing. It's a habit. It happens outside of consciousness. It's not something that you can, you think about doing. It's like, when you have your reflexes tested, it just is this kind of knee-jerk thing. It starts. People use the word triggered. So people get triggered, and it sets off this sequence of things. So what you learn to do is to interrupt that, or you learn to drive it manually. For example, the car's in park, but you learn when you drive a stick shift, you have to go from park and then to first, and then you clutch, you do something, and you do second, and then you put the clutch in, and you do third, and then you put the clutch in, and you go fourth. Then you can go into neutral when you need to, because you won't. And same thing with your car. If you're driving down the street in an automatic transmission, and you suddenly put it into reverse, you would damage the engine. With a manual, it's far harder to do that, because in order to get to reverse, you'd have to get into neutral first. And if you're, you in neutral, hopefully that's a place where you would go, oh, I'm in neutral. I'm coasting, but I'm not moving forward with volition, if that makes sense. And from there, you could stop and then put it into reverse and go backwards. And this is the secret. In other words, things are meant to happen in a particular fashion. And in order to gain control over them, you need to slow them down a little bit. And you need to take it step by step by step. And so you need to learn how to stop when things are going awry, to get into a pause, to breathe. This is why the attitude activator and mind design is so crucial, is because what the audio does is it puts you into a little bit of an agitated state, so you can learn how to get out of it. And from there, it teaches you how to get better and better and better. So you can take your problems and dismantle them, because you're not staying focused on them. And in the very first process, it'll say, this stuff is going on, and then it'll say, stop, be different. In other words, stop, pause, get into neutral. And then from neutral, you can decide where you want to go. You can go into first, that kind of thing, or you can say stop, it's up to you. But when you learn to drive the stick shift, this is an analogy, by the way. When you learn to drive the stick shift, what you're doing is you are deliberately moving from where you are into drive. You're taking what was an automatic process, and you're now deliberately doing it. Now, in real life, you develop that habit unconsciously too, to learn how to drive. Mm-hmm. Everything is about habit acquisition. We are a collection of mental habits and behavioral habits and physical habits and feeling habits and vocal habits and speech habits. We have happiness habits and sadness habits and anger habits and horniness habits. We are a collection of these processes that we've acquired through growing up and through living. And the key is to stop and to consciously understand, I can make this change. I need to practice this way, and then do it enough so that it becomes subconscious or automatic all over again. So it becomes automatic and reliable, so you don't have to think about it. But you're changing where you go. It's kind of like if I'm walking this way and I go, oh, that's the way to hell, then I need to go this way or that way or another way. You have to recognize that what you're doing isn't working, stop, and then do something different.
I love that. It makes it so simple. Stop and do something different. One of the principles that I actually practice, I had it so close in mind a while ago where you were talking about it. But I practice a lot of principles that I've learned from your book, that I've learned from you. I'm so grateful that in the time that I was like transitioning from like a regular stable physical therapy job where I show up for and I get paid every 2 weeks, and into a unknown world of entrepreneurship, I had you in my life to like learn to like reshape some of my conditioning. But so the one thing that I always say is, in doing anything, I remember what you said. You always start with confusion, and it's not a bad thing, because like you sometimes we would say, I'm so confused, like I'm confused, and then we stop doing it and we just don't do it anymore because it's confusing. But there was something about how you taught the progression of learning that really starts with confusion, and you really can't learn unless you start with confusion first. So talk about that, Rex.
Well, all confusion means, really, if you think about it, is you haven't assembled everything that you're trying to learn yet. You don't have that understanding yet. But if you're in the process of learning it, ultimately, understanding comes from sticking with it. So if you're walking into a forest and you stop halfway through the forest, what happens if you proceed in the same? What happens if you keep going?
You'll come out the other way.
You come out the other side of the forest, and that's the same thing with confusion. What people do that makes it tough is they go, I'm confused, I don't like it, and then they get frustrated, and then they get angry, and then they quit. And they go, well, that was stupid, or that's useless, or I tried that, or I tried everything and nothing works. And and they go through that whole thing. And then they do the martyr thing. Nobody knows how hard I tried. I've done everything I've done. And they go through that stuff. And it's typical. I've done it. I mean, it's not. I'm not making fun of anybody because I've been there, and I still can go there. But the point is that if you understand that can be outgrowth of learning is ultimately understanding, and you just have to be patient with yourself and gentle with yourself and just keep absorbing what it is and revisiting it. You didn't learn to walk by taking one step. You had to take another step and another step and another step, and you fell down. And then you had to figure out falling down is redundant. You fell, okay? Obviously you fell down. So you fell. Then you had to figure out how to get back up. And then you took a step and fell. And then you had to get back up. Then you took another step or two and fell, until finally you were able to take some steps and then fall, and then take more steps and then fall, and then take more. And then suddenly you were walking. And then in order to run, you started to propel yourself, and then you fell again, you fell again. And now you walk without even thinking about it because you stayed with it. Think of it this way, as a child. I mean, this always it amazes me. We come out this kind of lump of flesh with little motility. There's little stuff we can do. Mostly we sleep because we're in the delta stage for the first couple of years of our life. Then we go into theta until we're about 7 or 8 years old. And then we're going to, into alpha and then into beta. So this is brainwave development and our development. So we're kind of like not very movable, and then we get more movable. We're kind of sleepy, and then we get more awake. And the thing about it is that this little lump of flesh it starts to move and roll, and finally it learns how to roll over, and then roll over, and it can't really do much other than that. And then eventually it finds a way to get up, and then it sits up and it falls down, and it has to learn how to balance, and so that it can be upright. And then it learns to crawl, and to propel itself across a floor, and then ultimately to get up on its feet, and then and it's an entire process. And if that child could talk at the time, they'd go, "Hey, I can't do this. This is too hard. I'm never gonna do it. I can't do it. Somebody help me out here. Okay, I quit." And they didn't read a book, and they didn't do an audio program, and they didn't have a workshop. They just kept applying themselves, and then ultimately they were, barring neurological or physical damage, of course, they were able to do that. And the same thing is true with any skill or any talent. The thing that people don't realize is you're so amazing. You are a learning machine that learned how to be critical of yourself, so that when you attempt to learn things, there's this nagging voice or this doubt that arises, or these beliefs that you can't do it, and then people give up because of that. And what you need to learn how to do is to control the voice, because you're never going to stop it, but you can redirect it. And to learn to do the things that you did as a child. It's like one time you couldn't ride a bike, and then you could, or you couldn't skateboard, or you couldn't juggle, or you couldn't whatever. And then you could. We couldn't play the piano, but then you could. So anything that you want to do in terms of life, it's about learning how to make that change. And what I argue for is learning how to do it respectful of yourself, loving of yourself, gently of yourself, permissive of yourself, kind on yourself, instead of ragging on yourself, going, "Damn it, how come you're so stupid? You're never going to get this." To say, you know what? You may not be as quick as the other people, but it's because you're methodical. You are steadfast in your ability to do things. You're patient. You're learning, and you're taking your time with it, and you're absorbing it in it. I mean, you don't have to compare yourself against anyone else, and you shouldn't be ragging on yourself. There's a time to, when people compete in games and things like that, but when it comes to your own well-being and your own sanity and your own ability to manifest the kind of life that you want, or the money that you want, or the love that you want, or the health that you want, is to be patient with it. Because if you go, I tried everything and it doesn't work, you're discounting so much about who you are. You are incredible. And I would say 99.9% of everything that you're doing is working and there's a little bit of 0.1% that's the problem, and that's what gets people's attention.
Right, and Rex, what I will do is I'll put a commercial, and I know that we're going to head to our closing comments. I wanted you to be able to really be able to inspire those who are going through some of the challenges. I'm going to mute you for a little bit. Those that are going through some of the challenging times right now, whether it is that they are, they're doubting themselves, they're second guessing themselves. Like, what will be some of the ways that that they can take the next step forward? So we'll be right back after this commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And we're back, so Rex, as we head to closing comments, because you are actually closing the broadcast of the book Lovers Week that's virtual, and we're heading to a film festival opening, actually, but it transitions books being made into films, and where there's boundless storytelling. So being the creative, the film producer, director, actor that you are, would you bridge that for us, from books to films and boundless storytelling? We've got to unmute you though, Rex.
Wow. Well, I have a home study course called the Ultimate NLP Home Study Course, and it's a study of how you make changes to get unstuck and create the kind of life that you want using different kind of elements. So if you think about it, a chef will assemble different sensory things, like different tastes and different spices and bitters and sweets and salts and that kind of thing, and put it together to create an experience for the person eating it, a sensorial taste experience. But the chef, a good chef, not only creates the palate experience, but a visual experience. They present it on the plate or in the bowl. They do things to, when you look at it, and they do things with the aroma. So they're using their sense. They're appealing to your senses of your taste, of your smell, and what you see. And then you eat it and you go, oh my God, this is so wonderful. They're combining elements in order to create an experience. A symphony conductor, for example, may not be playing the instruments, might be able to play all of them or none of them, but will be saying, okay, here's the horn section, and here's the rhythm section, and here's the violins, and here's the percussion. And we'll be saying, okay, highlight that, intensify this, bring that down, slow it down, speed it up, in order to create an experience for you, the listener, so that you can sit there and hear this sound all around you, and this presentation of the sound. And that sound, by the way, music that we hear, not just auditory, it's kinesthetic. We also feel it. So it's creating a sense in the body. That's why you get music that makes you really want to dance, or music that really rouses you up, or music that makes you sad and want to cry. It's playing with the elements. What are the elements? On a piano, you have notes, sharps and flats, white and black keys, and you can play one, or you can play two, or you can play three, or you can put all your fingers down, or you can smash the keys. There's triads, but so those are the elements that you can play with. The low notes, the high notes, they've got some foot pedals in order to create an experience for people. This is what it's all about. It's about experience. A movie director uses light and sound and dark and motion. Film captures this stuff, speed, and to create an experience, because you don't make a movie so that everybody sits there and goes, okay, what? You want people to cry at a certain point. You want them to laugh at a certain point. You want them to be mad at a certain point. You want them to be terrified at another point. You want them to experience it, and you're controlling it. I mean, think about it. You're manipulating these elements in order to give someone an experience, and maybe not everybody has the same experience, but you understand, and that's also, it's locked in. It's a film is incomplete. A football coach or a soccer coach, male or female, is using the players on the field to defend or to be offense and to move and to so that they can further getting the ball to the goal or whatever it might be. They're manipulating these players, and they're having them practice and rehearse it so that they get better and better at what they want to do. So here we practice the defense. If the opposing team has they do this, or if the opposing team does that, well, then here's how we counter it. Or if we want to move the ball, here's how we move the ball. I mean, it's all through rehearsal, but it's all designed for experience. A lot of people have the idea of change up here, but what you want it is in your whole body. You want it in your life. You want it in your mind, your body, your spirit, your pocketbook. You want the experience of change. And in order to have the experience of change, you have to stop what you were doing. You have to stop the excuses, stop the reasons why you can't change, stop why, everybody just wants to sell me something, or you have to stop that. And you have to be open to the possibility that there is a way for you to move forward and to enjoy life in ways that you couldn't even begin to imagine at this moment. I mean, think about that. There are people, I mean, I kind of do this all the time. I'll see something on Instagram, or I'll see everything. I go, I didn't know that existed. It was outside of my awareness. There are people living in that place. I didn't even know how gorgeous that place is. Wow, I want to go there. So you have to be open to the possibility of changing and of investing yourself and committing yourself and to disciplining yourself and to stop excusing yourself and to stop saying no and stop saying I've done everything, I've tried everything, I've read everything. You have to go, I'm willing. I'm absolutely willing. If you wanted to learn to juggle, first thing you need to know is you're going to drop balls. If you're going to juggle, dropping balls is part of it. But once you start juggling, you'll find out it's not that easy. It's hard for most people. But the more you do it, the better you get. And the better you get, the more you want to do it because you're getting better at it. And the better you get, the more you want to do it. The more you want to do it, the better you get. The faster you get good at it. And pretty soon, if you stay with it, you could juggle 3 balls or 4 balls or go as far as you want to go with it. But if you don't start, if you go, I can't juggle, I'm not juggling, never got, or other people juggle but not me, or I don't have the money to juggle. If you live from those excuses and those reasons and that history and that story, you will never make the changes that you want to make. So you have to make a new story. And what's the new story? I'm the kind of person who can learn to change. I'm the kind of person who can do these things. I'm the kind of person who can find joy in the world where there doesn't appear to be any joy. Why? I don't know why. I just am. I can do this. I can find a way. And if I can't find a way right away, I'll find a way by sticking with it long enough to find the way. See, if you don't give yourself permission to move forward and to stay moving forward, if you don't go from first to second to third to fourth to over, where do you stop? And people stop all along the way. Why? Because they believe the stories that they've been telling themselves for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, or 50 or 60 or 70 years. You cannot change if everything you do is pay attention to all the things that keep you the same. You have to be willing to try something different. This is why I invite people I go, hey, come join me in a live course, because you'll be experiencing things in a different way. Or get one of my audio programs, or video programs online. But do it so that you are experiencing something different in your life. And the people who do understand the benefit. The people who have done it, who dive in and who go, you know what, I'm going to do it. They understand the process of change, because the first thing they did was change themselves from not doing it to doing it. And this is where so many people start. I start workshops for 50 years going, what's the number one thing that stops people from doing anything in their life? And you know what the answer to that is? A thought.
A thought. Very true. Very true. Well, Rex, you just led me to actually a story where I could put your principle to life, just very recently. So about 4 months ago, because I think my pageant has been 2 months ago now. I joined the Mrs. Nevada America pageant.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Right.
And 2 months before that, I had 2 months to make the decision. When the opportunity came to me, it was exactly 2 months before the pageant. And I found myself saying, I'm not ready, I'm not good enough. And I paused when I said that. Something in me asked, where else in your life do you vote yourself that way? And in that moment, I looked at my life and I pretty much vote myself that way everywhere, because how we do one thing is how we do everything, right? It's a vibrational energy come from. If we're coming from hesitation, we hesitate at everything. If we're coming from self-doubt, we doubt ourselves in everything. But, I hide behind the excuse of putting other people in stages, writing news about others. I don't do it for myself. I don't put myself on stages. I don't write news articles about myself, right? Because I was voting myself not ready, not good enough. And the moment I saw it, I said, that ends today. And I filled out that application for the pageant. It's not even to show my body it's just as a rebellion for that thought that tells me I'm not ready, I'm not good enough. And that ends today. That was the whole ordeal, and the whole purpose of that pageant is just, I stopped playing small and I stopped making myself not good enough. And you know what's amazing that I discovered in the 2 months that I was preparing for it is I had all the tools as a former physical therapist, as a former swelling therapist, lymphedema therapist. I had all the tools to be ready as much as I can be ready within 2 months for the pageant. But the thing is, like, when I was voting myself not ready, not good enough, I didn't have those. I didn't have access to the knowledge that I have those, because I had a conclusion. And my conclusion is, I'm not ready, I'm not good enough. And so why would my brain explore other opportunities when I already have a conclusion, right? But the moment I said, I don't want to vote myself that way anymore, and I don't care whether I get there not ready or not good enough, but I'm not going to partner with this belief anymore, I found that I have the tools to get ready. That I found the access to the tools that I didn't know I had, because I was putting a period. Like there was a period that doesn't require another statement, right? So as you say that, Rex, I'm gonna let you speak into that.
Well, no, so many beautiful things. I want to invite people to listen to this, watch this program again and again and again and again and again and again. There's so much gold in here. There's so many things between our conversation and what's being shared here that is just transformative and powerful, and you would do yourself a disservice if you watch it once and don't come back and watch this episode over and over and over and over again. And there's a reason for that. What you just said is so wonderful, and it's wonderful for a lot of reasons. One is the awareness, because what most people don't do is they don't realize when they're running a repetitive audio tape loop in their head, when they're living from the story, because they're busy living from the story. They don't realize they're living from the story. They go, oh, this is happening again and again and again and again. They don't realize that they go, oh, this is happening again and again and again and again. Oh, this is happening again and again. They don't realize they're doing it repeatedly. So what you said is, this stops now. I realized at this moment, I became aware of that I was holding myself back. That's the beginning of change, to become aware that something else is possible. And then you said, I'm going to do it. Now, two things are possible at that point. If a person says, I'm not going to do it, and then they make the outcome, it has to be a certain way. I have to win the contest. I have to be the best. I have to make the 20 grand a month or whatever. And they don't. then they can fall back into that old thing of, oh my God, I can't believe it. Why is this happening again? Why did everything I try, why does it always fail? How come it's not working out for me? Because they put expectations on the outcome instead of being open to whatever the outcome is. So let's say they go, I want $20,000, and they make $2. They've made $2 more than they had. But they're not happy with that because the outcome was to have $20,000. So they discount it. And then they go, it didn't work. It didn't happen. Instead of going, I made $2, maybe I could make $2.50. I could make $3. I could make $4.50. I could make $5. I could make $10. I could make, and work their way into it because they are willing to go, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to repeat that crap. I'm getting out of there, never again. And I'm going to move over here. If you have to win the contest and you don't win the contest, you go, well, what was that all about? Why did I do this? You know, I mean, I didn't win. Well, then it's like you might as well, you know, you're shooting yourself in the feet. But to say, you know what, I'm ready when I haven't thought that I was ready, it's now or never, and to then take those steps and be willing to accept whatever it brings and to celebrate whatever it brings is the way out of all of the problems. Because it starts with awareness, and most people aren't aware that they're holding themselves hostage. They think other people are holding me hostage, the bank is holding me hostage, the government is holding me hostage, the religion, my ex-wife or my ex-husband or my children or my everything. It's always something other than going, oh my God, I've been telling myself this stuff for years, and I just need to drop it. I just need to stop it. And yes, it does seem difficult because you're so used to doing it. That is the habit. So you do it again and again and again. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, why is this happening? Oh, I can't believe why is this happening? You know?
Well, once you see the result of it too, like what as a result of this thought, as a result of this belief, this is what I continue to create in my life. At that point, you get a choice. Do you want to continue repeating it, or do you want to freaking change it? And in my case, you know, like people would sometimes ask, you know, because it was very public that I was going to join the Mrs. Nevada pageant, and I was very, very bold in my declaration that I'm going to take Mrs. Nevada and I'm going to go Mrs. America, Mrs. World.
Great.
And you know, I didn't. So people was like, "Hey, how was Mrs. Nevada pageant?" I'm like, "I didn't win, and I won." Yes. Because the truth is, because I chose myself. The fact that I chose myself, I won. Like I wasn't the same person that was doubting myself, thinking I wasn't ready, I wasn't good enough. Than the person who actually stepped into that stage and said, I am what I am. This is what you got. I love myself and I'm ready, you know, absolutely two different people. And I won. And I'm not done. You know, like you don't have to win the first time. I'm not done. I'm going to go again this year, next year, you know, and I'm going to go however many years it takes. But the thing is, you know, I had a wellness center sponsor, some of my wellness treatments during the preparation, and you know they were cheering me on during the pageant, and some of the bodybuilding centers around Las Vegas stopped them from cheering. I'm like, that doesn't look good on you that you're cheering on her because she's not healthy, you know. I don't have the fit body of a, you know, in size 2, size 4, and far from it. And
a lot of them people aren't healthy anyway. They have the body, but they, you know, their tendons are shot, or their backs are shot, or there's something shot,
right.
Or
but so she told me that, and she was crying that I was judged that way. You know, I didn't actually. I felt bad that I didn't have an emotion for her, my sponsor, because she was crying, she was so offended. But my response was very much Rex Sykes. You know what my response was? I said, "This is where I'm starting, but this is not where I'm ending."
Oh, how beautiful. How beautiful.
I said, yes, I began this year and this is how I am, but watch me come back next year. And if it requires that I come back the year after, watch me. But you see, like sometimes we restrict ourselves from going the length because we're not quite there. But you will never get there unless you start somewhere.
And that is the point. And most people talk themselves out of beginning.
Right.
If I said, hey, you want to go out for coffee, and you go, I'd like to, but I don't have enough money, what stops you from going out to coffee? The thought, I don't have enough money, right?
Right. Well, Rex, we are coming to a close. It's been such a passionate conversation. You could tell I am very Rex psyched. Like we could literally like continue each other's sentences.
We could go forever, yeah.
I know. So Rex, I am so grateful for you. You've been a mentor that has absolutely, if books change lives, your book has changed my life. You know, Rex Sykes' Life on Your Terms is pretty much, you can flip the page anywhere, find a different topic, you know, the beautiful short stories of the different people that you've encountered and the different testimonies and how it applies to their life and how the results, and you can see your life in it, because you can see how Rex explains. Rex explains in a way where he uses metaphors and analogies, so that you can make something that's complex simple, something that you would rather not understand understandable. So I recommend, you know, you get Life on Your Terms. It's a critical acclaimed best-selling book by the Los Angeles Tribune. And Rex, in closing, I know I asked you to close a while ago for books and films, but we just keep going. We can keep going forever. We will start an Ava and Rex show.
I'm good with that.
In closing, what would be an encouragement for that you can give to someone who's thinking of writing their book, writing their story, telling about, you know, their own story, and hesitating about it?
Sure. Be real, be raw, be honest, be authentic. Don't try and cover anything or BS anything. Just be who you are. You know, people respond so much better to people respond so much better. I'm sorry, I saw something in the chat. People respond so much better to authenticity than to anything else, because you want to meet heart to heart, face to face. You want to be real and open, and that for some people is frightening. But the more open you are, and some people won't like you, but they won't like you if you have a mask on either. Just be genuine and right from your heart, right from your authentic experience, right from who you are. Let them hear your authentic voice, because we don't want clones. I always tell people, you know, there was one Elvis Presley. There's lots of Elvis Presley impersonators, but none of them are as famous as Elvis Presley was. Why? Not just because he was the first and the original, but because that was his unique, authentic voice. The other people are facsimiles of Elvis Presley, and they may be wonderful and talented and all that, but they're not themselves. They're portraying something. So be genuine, be who you are, and enjoy it. So and let me say two things. One is RexSykesTV.com right now is it's going to be relaunched, I think, on the 23rd of this month. So that's why it's not working at the moment. But people can go to RexSykes.com and they can get my book. They can get the Attitude Activator. They can get Mind Design, the Ultimate NLP. They get my programs, audio, video programs right there. And for those people who are watching here and they want to get the book, go to RexSykes.com/book, or go to RexSykes.com and go get the book. Because when you get the book from Amazon, as are in the instructions at my website, I will gift them a bonus training, video training on mastery, how you master your skills, your mindset, your thoughts, your words, your behaviors, your pocketbook, any talent or skill that you want to learn. The process of mastery. It's called the Mastery Loop. I've been teaching and sharing this for like 50. I've given them that bonus training absolutely free. It's valued at $497. They can have absolutely free. In fact, if they order the book from Amazon, the soft cover or the hardcover book from Amazon, they will get the training instant download before they ever get the book. And it's a great companion, and you want to have both. So RexSykesTV.com will be working. RexSykes.com is my website that's been around for almost forever. You know, Idea Seminars, RexSykes.com. And you can get any one of my products or books or services from both, but for now, from RexSykes.com.
/book.
Yeah, and for the book, RexSykes.com /book.
/book.
But if they go to RexSykes.com, it will say
You'll find the book. You'll find the attitude activator. Attitude activator is the sound waves that will, rewire your brain, to things that are positive. Rex, thank you so much. It has been a delight. Thank you for closing our virtual broadcast for the Global Book Lovers Week. And we look forward to, of course, always having you at the Los Angeles Tribune. This is home for you. To our audience, thank you for joining us for a whole week. Make sure you rewatch. Your volume just likes to beep. I'm gonna mute you. So I just wanted to say, make sure that you rewatch some of the programs the episodes that we have. We have a major speaker every single day that really is insightful, multi-best-selling author. And Rex, thank you. Have a wonderful time. In closing, I would say we are always proud to serve in a way to give back, to create greater impact in the world. So for authors out there, make sure you nominate your book. You can nominate your book at latribunebestseller.com. It's running there. Nominate your book and let's shed some light on your message. Let's shed some light. When you nominate your book, you'll have an assessment of your book to show you, what your evaluation is, what are some of the strengths of your book, what are some of the opportunities, for expansion. And if you are qualified for the critical acclaim bestseller, which is based on the quality and the positive impact of your message, then you get an article that features you as features actually several of you that week. It's a weekly article that features bestsellers for the week. And if you don't, then you get a recommendation on how you can relaunch your book so that you can be when you relaunch it. So with that, I would do a Rex Sykes. I borrowed it from him. I will inherit it from him. If you consider everything a blessing, then everything is a blessing. And with that, celebrate everything, and make your day, make your week, make your month, make your year magnificent, magical, marvelous, and miraculous. And we're closing this broadcast with our CEO Mo Rock on his message to his TEDx talk.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.